Yo, we just got 101 personal trainers live on Zoom for a 3-day event that we called the 20-hour trainer. The premise was very simple. How can you, as a personal trainer, based out of a gym or a studio, earn £10,000 a month without working more than 20 hours of coaching every week? What you're about to watch are 3 days of the live recordings stitched together into one uncut marathon. And we walk you through the whole plan. By the end of this, you're going to have the plan. You've got the workbook, the resources in the description of this video. And without further ado, let me hand over to me to introduce the event.
What problems we're here to solve. We're going to go through this setup now. What I really want from you is what I'm about to share and talk about, what resonates. Like, every one of you are at a different stage, but we really want to know what lands with you with where you're at. So we kick off day one here. The problems that we are trying to solve. First of all, is a glass ceiling. A lot of trainers that we get to talk to on a daily basis are busy as fuck. They're working their asses off. They've been grinding for a long time. And yet they seem to be stuck at a similar revenue level. Their week kind of looks the same and they feel like they're chasing their tail. And yet they see other trainers around them seemingly making a lot more money than they are, having a bigger impact. And they wonder what needs to change, but they don't know how, and they don't feel they've got the time to do it because they're so busy. That's what we call the glass ceiling. They're also time poor. The risk that one of the big ideas that we want to talk about is the main narrative on social media and people like us telling you to generate more leads, make more sales, make more money, get more clients. And whilst that's important, we're here to help you with that. Not many people talk about solving the time problem. Tim, can you just type the word me in the chat if you feel a bit time poor at the moment? Like, one of the challenges that you face is, like, you obviously can't make more time. It's one of the problems we're here to solve, and we're gonna attempt to solve it in a slightly different way than usual. More on that later. And you might feel stuck. You might feel maybe a bit resentful because you've been working really hard at growing this business, but you don't feel like you're unlocking your full potential. You know that there's a lot more to come from you, that you're capable of helping more people, making more money, having a bigger impact, but you just don't know what that looks like. You don't know where to go next, or like, how do I get out of the place that I'm in now? So you feel somewhat unfulfilled. So, team, I would love to know which one of those three things jump out to you the most. Is it the glass ceiling? Is it time being an issue? Or is it that you feel stuck and that you just can't see a way forward? Let us know.
Which one is it that resonates with you guys? Let us know into the chat out of those three. The bit I want to touch on is time poor. The reason for that is that most personal trainers come into the industry not because they necessarily love business or want to be a successful business owner, but because they want to help people. They love coaching and training, and it's probably had some profound impact on their own personal life, and they want to spread that with other people. And that's wicked. You need that. You need that ingredient if you're going to be successful. But it often starts by us just scrabbling around and trying to just be busy. And the problem with that model is it only takes you so far before that glass ceiling is very, very close. And what we usually find, for reference, we've been in this industry for 20 years. We've been running Velocity for 5, and we've now helped over 1,200 people around the world. So we've seen a lot of stories. And what we usually find is that we're meeting great technicians, really good coaches that know how to help people and make a difference, but they're not really running a business. They're providing a busy service. And the outcome of that, when they almost fall victim to their own success, in that they become very, very time poor because they're doing everything for their clients and nothing for themselves. And they're rushing around trying to deliver a service rather than building a business that has a few more boundaries, a bit more discipline, and a bit more protection for you. And the very sad outcome of that is that people, as slide 3 demonstrated, end up becoming resentful to the thing that they entered loving in the first place. Resentment builds over the time because you're helping all these other people, but you're not really helping yourself. And so there ends up becoming a finite time on how far you can take yourself in the industry and how much of an impact you can have.
So what are the opportunities that you've got? Well, number one is that you've got an opportunity to leverage your knowledge. Can I ask in the chat, how many years of experience do you have as a coach or a trainer? How many years?
10, 4, 7, 2, 10, 10, 2, 0, 10, 25, 13, 3, 10, 2. Starting out 1.5, 10, 0, 11. Too long.
Yeah. So those of you who are newer to the industry, welcome. We're so glad you're here trying to figure it out. There's a lot of people with years of experience in this room, and your experience, your knowledge is not the problem. It's great, it's an asset. But one of the things is that sometimes you realize that actually your best point of leverage is by changing the model of delivery. If you think about a seesaw and you've got a fulcrum for any lever, just by moving the fulcrum, you can generate a lot more force, impact, a lot more easily. And that's what we want to talk about today. We also need to generate a flywheel. The flywheel, when it comes to business, personal training business, is when you sign a client, that client helps you find more clients, but it also makes all the clients you already have stickier. And that makes growth very easy. So what if you built a business with such a strong community that you had an inbuilt sales team and an inbuilt retention team? What if you designed your business in such a way that you didn't have to work so fucking hard to market and sell all the time? We're going to talk about that more today. And finally, a business that can run without you. If you want to grow and you want to do something quite big, you want to have a big impact on quite a lot of people in your local area, then you have to accept that you aren't going to be the one that does it all. And so we have to start out when we're planning and we're designing the model with which we run our business, that it's not all going to be with you. Yes, we have to build systems. We have to use a little bit of AI, but we have to engage other people to help you have the impact that you want to have. So your business must be able to run without you. Team, in the chat, what resonates? Is it the model change for better leverage? Is it the flywheel? Is it making sales and retention easier? Or is it building a business that can run without you? Let us know in the chat what's landing with this.
Cool. So team, I'm just going to focus on the third one, and I'm going to come back to a point I made earlier, which is you're all here at different levels of your business. We are not saying that after today, you need to start hiring people. That is absolutely not what we're saying and not what we do inside our program. But you can't hit a target that you can't see. And at Velocity, we work with people right from the early stages all the way through to those that are now scaling. The point is we need to know where we want to end up so that we build things today that are going to eventually lead to where we want to get to. And if we think about the overarching principle of what we're here to discover, which is how can I make a lot more money? How can I help more people? And how can I do it in less time? It doesn't matter whether you've got 0 clients or 100 right now. We're working towards the same goal. And what we're saying here is that at some point, you're not going to be able to do all of that stuff totally on your own and still protect your time. And the earlier in your journey that you figure that out, the more you can start building the business in the right way to eventually get there. So for some of you, this might be the next thing. This might be exactly where you're at. For others, this might be 12, 24, 36 months away. It doesn't matter. We still need to know where we want to get to eventually so we can build the right foundations to get to that point later down the line.
Okay, so what are the 3 big ideas that you have to understand? The first one is Parkinson's law. Parkinson's law states that work Any type of work expands to fill the time given to it. Work expands to fill the time given to it. So I want you to imagine a gas. And let's imagine, I watch a lot of TV series and film, particularly like high action anti-terrorism kind of films. And imagine there's a nerve gas that I've got. And what if I let that nerve gas be if I let that nerve gas out to the population, it's gonna have a massive impact, right? Negative one, a massive impact. Whereas if I take that same nerve gas and I expand it, let it out in this bottle with the lid really firmly shut, it's contained in this bottle, right? Team thumbs up if the camera's on. Does that make sense? I'll bring it back. Don't worry. I'll bring it back. Gas in a container. Now, any work is exactly the same. If we give a job a container of time, then it will expand to fill that container of time. But if we don't contain it, it will expand and keep expanding, and it will find you at any moment in the day. And it's why a lot of personal trainers are checking in with their clients multiple times a day, every day. It's why programming is on your mind all the time. It's why you wake up in the morning and you think of your clients. It's why you're thinking of programming and messaging and checking in with clients on a weekend. For most personal trainers, they don't define their work clearly enough, and it's not contained in a clearly defined block of time. And what we're going to talk about today is how Parkinson's law applies to your business model. I'll come back to that again later. The second big idea is that you are not your business. It's really tricky because when you start out, you are everything to the people buy into you, right? People buy the personal trainer, not personal training. And so you are initially fundamentally so intertwined with what the business is. But in order to grow, we have to disassociate you from the business, right? Not just from an emotional or mental standpoint, but practically. If we are to grow something bigger than you, you have to first accept that you are not it. You are just a leader. You're a captain of the ship, but you are not the ship itself. So the idea I have on this slide is that I want you to think of yourself as the conductor of an orchestra. The orchestra makes the music. The orchestra is what creates the product that people in this theatre are paying to hear and see. You are the conductor. And thirdly, win-win. Slightly random metaphor again from a film. Has anyone seen the film Crimson Tide? Has anyone seen it? A few nodding in the room. Really wicked film with Denzel Washington, and he basically is facing off with the guy's name escapes me. Maybe someone can help. But basically, they're in a nuclear sub, and they're in one of those subs, where you have to have two men or two humans, each with a key that you have to turn at the same time. Thank you, Mark. You have to turn them at the same time to get the thing, right? Two people, two parties have to agree on something and do something at the same time to make it happen, or it doesn't happen. This is what I mean when I'm talking about win-win scenarios. We have to build a business that works for you, and it works for your clients, and it works for your loved ones, the people that you're building this business for. Answer me this in the chat. Do you personally feel like you're winning right now? You personally, are you winning at business and life? No judgment. Most of you know. A couple of Paul's winning. Good. But most of you, and the same with the group earlier, most of you are not winning. Okay, another question. Would you say that your clients are winning? Are your clients winning on the whole? Are they making progress? Are they happy? That's not a win-win. It's not a win-win scenario. In my two keys analogy, That's one person saying, yeah, give me the codes to the nuclear sub. But one of them saying, nah, I'm not ready. And this is the point we want to make with you today, is that if it's not working for you, then we need to change something. And we'll come back to that idea. So team, I'd love to know what's landing with you most here. Is it my gas analogy on Parkinson's law, containment? Is it the conductor? Do you need to practice being the conductor of the orchestra more? Or is it the nuclear codes? Do we need to find a better win-win scenario for you? Let me know in the chat.
One of the things that we know is that as human beings, we don't grow into pain. Doesn't make sense. And so if you're running a service which has that low ceiling and your clients are winning, but you're not winning right now in terms of your day-to-day, it's very unlikely that you're going to want to keep growing into pain, right? I found the same scenario. And so we end up dialing down on some of the things that we actually say that we want, i.e. helping more people, making more money. So we have to find that win-win scenario. And again, just to reference, like, you're not the business. Your marketing will put you front and center because you are the leader. But whether it's now or whether it's in 12 months' time, the decisions that we make, the foundations of the business that you build, need to at least give you the potential so that not everything lands on your shoulders every single time. And it's accepting that and working towards that vision that can make everything a hell of a lot easier when it needs to happen.
So team, if the last 20 minutes or so is an indication of what's to come for the rest of today and the next 2 days, do you feel like you're in the right room? Does this feel on the button for you? Just let me know in the chat if you feel like this is the right room for you to be in today and the next 2 days. Type hell fucking yes. Because no judgment, like that's summary. That's what we're going to be digging into in detail together. Duck, yeah. Okay. Cool, thanks team. Let's crack on. So this is the slide we're at in the workbook. This is how Parkinson's law applies to a personal trainer. Let's take a look at the red bucket first of all. For Mo, can I just check in the chat, what's your main type of delivery at the moment? Is it one-to-one? Is it a small group PT? Is it classes? Is it online? Is it a bit of everything? Let us know what you're doing mostly at the moment.
Okay. So it looks like predominantly one-to-one.
Yeah.
Bit of online programming, a few classes, bit of small group.
Yeah, cool. So for most personal trainers, their work is comprised of the following. You do sessions, right? One-to-one in a gym or a studio. Those of you with cameras on, can I assume that you use WhatsApp to check it with your clients? Just give me a thumbs up. Most of you, I'm assuming, yeah, most do. So we've got sessions, we've got WhatsApp. Some of you, if not all of you, will do some kind of check-in, like whether it's informal on WhatsApp or you have a process that you've defined. Doesn't matter, we're not here to say what's right or wrong. Just type the letter CI if you do some kind of check-in in the chat. So check-ins. You also do probably some kind of programming. Just type P if you do some kind of programming for your clients. And then, of course, there's admin, right? Tracking sessions and money and booking times and back and forth, all that sort of stuff. So if we don't abide by Parkinson's law, you will create no rules to when you do that stuff or how much of it you do. Again, if you ignore Parkinson's law, you will create no rules, no boundaries, no limit, no time blocking as to when you do that stuff and how much you do of it. You will react, possibly guilty of people pleasing, and you'll just react quickly and try to serve clients to the best of your ability. In the chat, type me if you are guilty of people pleasing and over delivering. Type me in the chat if you're a bit of a people pleaser and you over deliver sometimes. That is a classic symptom of the bucket overflowing. This is a visual demonstration of your diary looking like a pile of hot fucking mess. And it's spilling into every orifice. You wake up in the morning thinking about clients. You go to bed thinking about programming. You wake up thinking about your sessions. You go to bed thinking about Janet and whatever she told you that day. Whereas, what we're proposing to you today is that we create a container. And that container has 20 hours. And we're going to put you first for a change. And we're going to say, what if all of that work, or at least the sessions, could fit into a hard bucket of 20 hours with a padlock on the top? No one gets beyond that. And that is the definition of putting you first. And then we figure out the system to fit what needs to be done to make clients happy and make money in that time. Now, I expect most of you are thinking, how do you do it, David? That is a brilliant question, but this is the order in which we do it. We create a model that works for you first, right? Something that's exciting to work on. And then we figure out the plan of how to get there. And that's what we're here to help you do.
Okay. So team, how do we do that and still allow ourselves to increase our revenue? Because the traditional thinking when we get started as a PT is, I want to use up lots of my time because the more time I'm seeing people, the more money I get, right? We're approaching it from a different perspective here. We're saying that model will get you started, and there's a certain degree of that, which we'll talk about later, that you got to do at the start. It's not going to be the forever thing. It's not going to give you the win-win scenario long term. So if we're making a decision that we're going to cap our time, we need to be able to earn more in the time that we've got with people. And there's various different ways you can do that. We're going to be talking about a particular strategy that has worked very well for a lot of coaches. Polly, that's coming in a minute. Ben, who's in the call with us today, overseeing things. Lots and lots of different coaches we've worked with. A quick question for you, just to kind of know how much explaining I need to do. Just type a number 1 in the chat if you've heard of the term effective hourly rate before. Type a number 2 if you've never heard of it before. So 1 if you've heard of it, 2 if you haven't. Effective hourly rate. Okay. Alrighty, cool. Effective hourly rate is really the high level goal that we're talking about over the next 3 days. We're coming at it from a slightly different angle. Rather than how much money can I make and I'll sacrifice all of the time that I need to in order to get there, we're going to ask a different question, which is how efficient can I be with my time? And therefore, how much money can I make per unit of time that I give to the business? That's what effective hourly rate is. And we're going to do an example in a second. It's basically the total amount of time that you devote to delivering your service to people divided into the amount of money that you make on a monthly basis. And our goal with all of our clients that get to this stage, once we've taken them through the foundations and we've grown a service to a certain point, is we then work to get everybody to at least £100 an hour of effective hourly rate. We're going to go into a little bit more detail. Okay, and the model that we're going to be talking about today is a small group coaching model, which has one of the highest effective hourly rate outputs that you can move to if you're ready to go into it. And we're going to talk about all of that with you today to make sure that's right. But that is the high level goal. If we're capping our time, we have to increase your effective hourly rate somehow so that you can still achieve your financial goals without constantly having to just give out more and more and more of your time and that bucket spilling over that David spoke about earlier.
Cool. Team, just check you're still with us. Is this making sense to you? Just type a Y in the chat or an N if you're lost. Is this making sense so far? Cool, nice one. So what we're gonna do next is 2 things. We're gonna together calculate your current effective hourly rate together, and then we're gonna project on what it would be if we change the model. So we calculate your effective hourly rate in 3 steps. One is we look at how many hours are you giving to the business? Are you working in the business on a weekly basis? Step 2 is we calculate how much money that led to. And step 3, we divide number 2 by number 1 to figure out the effective hourly rate. Pretty simple. So, who here hates maths and numbers and shit? Can you just in the chat say hate if you don't like numbers, if you never were a maths numbers tracking kind of person, just type hate in the chat.
Someone's gone a level further and said, "Kill me."
But it won't be all of us in this room, but I know that there's a lot of people who don't love it, at least, right? Some people don't mind it, some people, but it's not the first thing we turn to, right? But I think we all understand that we have to get familiar and comfortable with numbers if we're going to grow a business. But would it be cool if we just got AI to do it? Because what I decided to do for this workshop is build a custom AI tool to help you figure out your effective hourly rate. And I called it Velocimath. Thank you very much. Very creative, I know. So I'm going to show you how this works on the screen now. Craig, can you see it okay?
Yeah.
And while we do this, while I show you how this works, I want you to play with me in the chat. So when you're gonna have a chance to do this in a moment. And it takes about 3 minutes, so it really won't take you long, but I'll show you how it works first. So let's find out what your time is actually worth. Velocimath walks you through a 3-minute bit of maths to reveal your true effective hourly rate, what you really earn for every hour you put into the business. We're going to run it on your current setup, and then we'll run it again, or we're going to show you what's possible if we change the model. So this is a button, and if I click this, it will start the tool. So what I want you to do is answer the question on the screen as we go through it, and I'm just going to do a mock example. So if you thought back to May, the month of May, how many hours a week are you spending with clients in the flesh? Or if you do virtual training or coaching online, like how many hours a week are you training clients?
Let us know in the chat, guys.
Yeah, type it in the chat.
All right, so we've got 27, 13, 25 to 30, 15, 20, 35, 24, 12, 3, 25, 30. So maybe let's go like 25, something like that.
So you just type the number in, and it's going to ask us another question. How many hours a week do you spend on WhatsApp messaging clients back and forth in total? Now, I don't expect you to know this number accurately, although if you're willing to go and find it, you can actually look in your data, your usage data, how much time you spent on WhatsApp, and that will give you an idea. But I think what we've noticed is when we've done this with clients, it's often lower, you report lower than the reality. In other words, it's more than you think. So I'm gonna chuck in 4 as a bit of a range in the chat. Victoria is too many. What about check-ins? How many hours a week does your check-in process take you? Think about sending out forms, reading responses, recording voice notes, videos, looms, doing program, like just checking in if you've got a formal process.
We've got 2s and 3s so far. Let us know, guys. If you don't run check-ins, which you absolutely don't have to, then no issue at all. It's going to be a 0.
I'm gonna chuck in 2.
Yep.
And then programming. Same question for programming. How long do you spend? How many hours a week editing, tweaking, creating, updating programs for clients?
3s, 4s, 6s, 5s, 3s, 4s, 4 5s, 5 4 5. Maybe we go 4.
Or 4 hours for programming. Now, one more. Is there anything else you do for your clients right now? Like, do you sit down and create content for your clients to consume, or do you organize and plan events? Do you run a WhatsApp group or a Facebook group? Have any kind of community that you do? How many hours on top of the other stuff do you do for this?
So any additional hours that's involved in the delivery you're talking about here is the business owner part of you. We're not talking about lead generation. We're not talking about nurture, sales, building systems. That's all business stuff. This is purely client delivery work. Travel time absolutely needs to be included. All right.
Travel time can make a massive difference on your effective hourly rate.
Yeah.
If you're traveling all around the place or you have a long commute to work, it definitely needs to be taken into consideration in your model and how you choose to run it. I'm just going to go with 2 on this one. Okay, so we've done those are our 5 steps. So we're spending 37 hours a week on client-related work. 37 hours a week to deliver the service to clients. Nothing developmental, it's just delivery, which is 160 hours in an average month. So now, last month, in the month of May, what was your revenue to the nearest 1,000? Last month, revenue to the nearest 1,000.
So total money into the business. So we've got 3, 5.5, 2, 2, 1, 7, 1, 4, 2, 4, 2, 3. So yeah, maybe
Someone's been doing some tracking, Jason. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to put in the average PT in the country. This country makes about 2 grand, but I'm going to go 2.5 on this one. And it's going to give us our effective hourly rate. So if we made 2.5 grand and we spent 160 hours, then our effective hourly rate is £16 an hour. That means for every hour we spend in our business, not just coaching them in the flesh, all of it, £16.
This is really important to look at, because I think this is why we don't sell per session at Velocity. We build a service that has a monthly fee, but that's a discussion for later. When we think about what we earn, it's so natural for a personal trainer to say, I charge X per session, so I earn X per hour. But the reality is that you don't, because all of those other things that we discussed are part of the service. It has to be factored in, which is why effective hourly rate is the number that we have to pay more attention to if we want to make more money in less total time. Okay, because you either need to remove those other things, which means your service delivery drops. That's not great. Or we need to account for those things and find a better, more efficient way to do them to drive effective hourly rate up. That's why this number is the most important one to look at when you're doing your figures for time versus money.
Dean, would you like to have a go and figure out what yours is? Just type yeah in the chat and we'll do it. Are you curious? Or are you too scared? Are you worried that it might be lower than you'd like it to be? Okay, so team, what I'm going to do, I'm going to share the link to this tool in the chat and you can have a go with it right now. We're going to give it 3 minutes. As soon as you've done it, answer the questions for you, then let us know what it is, what the answer is. If you've already done it, because you're a maths whiz, then good on you. Catherine at 27, Zoom users at 1450. I'll just put some music on while we do this.
So go in, click on the button on the left. We're doing your current effective hourly rate. Just want to get some awareness. Remember, whenever we do these things, we're going to do another exercise like this later. It might come out perfect, it might come out lower than you would like, but it's just about awareness. If we don't know where we are, it's really hard to figure out what we need to do about it to improve things. And we're all here because we want to improve something, right?
Like when you first get a new client to track their food, and they suddenly see with their own eyes all the food they're eating. And you're like, oh, we've had a moment where I realize I can finally see the big picture. I can see the wood from the trees. Like, this is about bringing awareness to your usage of time. 25 for Jake, 18 for Julie. What have you got? $31 for Mark. Just give it another couple of minutes.
You can see when you work this out. Yeah, rest your voice, Mark's right. You can see when you write this out that it's going to take a shitload of hours if you're going to earn what you're all here to learn how to earn in the current model. That's why we need to think about this number and what we can do about it.
So what I want to do is I want to give you an example of what it might look like to achieve £100, because at the moment that might sound and feel like a million miles away. So it's in the workbook, this example, and it's also in the document I'm going to give you later. Let's zoom in. Remember, step one was time. In this example, this person is doing 20 hours of coaching per week. That 20 is broken down into 15 hours of small group coaching sessions or small group PT, whatever you like, and 5 one-to-one sessions that we call Hero. More on that later. So that's 20 hours in the flesh with clients. That might be 20 sessions, or it could be about 20, it could be about 50, 14, 50, sorry. It could be more if the session length is shorter. WhatsApp, 2 hours, 20 minutes a day. Check-ins, 2 hours, maybe a 2-hour block on a Friday. Programming, 1 hour a week on average. That adds up to 25 hours a week of working in your business. There are, on average, 4 1/3 weeks in an average month. So we times 25 by that number and get 108 hours. 108 hours of working in the business. Number 2, money. The goal is to generate £12,000 of income, dollars if you like. That 12 is broken down into 15 groups of 6 people paying you 120 a month, which makes a little less than 11 grand. And on top of that, we have 5 clients paying us 250 a month, which makes 1250 a month, 1,250 a month of income from one-to-ones. If we take 12,050 and divide it by 108, we get £112 an hour as an effective hourly rate. So again, there will be a lot of you who respond to that walkthrough with how though. And that is coming. We're going to share that exact how with you, and I'm going to walk you through the model in a second. And you're going to hear from Polly and a bunch of other people as to what they're doing now. So it is possible. But the point of this section is that we have to build a business for you first, not based on what you currently know now. Because if you already knew how to do this, you would be doing it, right? So we have to start with the outcome first. So what I want to share with you before Polly comes in is the small group coaching launch model. Now, This is how we would switch from the model you have now to a variant of what I just walked through. It might not be 20, right? 15 and 5. It might not be the same revenue numbers. You get to decide that. Right? That's your choice. You might decide to have some one-to-ones and then a few small groups. The balance is yours. And there's a bunch of other examples as well that we're going to touch on soon. But this is the plan of how we do it. And it's also what we're going to be covering with you in the resource document that we're going to share with you at the end of this session. And we've got 2 more live sessions, tomorrow morning and Wednesday morning. And we're going to walk you through it live. Okay, this model right here. So the model is broken down into 3 components. We have to decide what model is right for us and when we're ready to take action on it. There is a decision to be made on your part. But once we've made that decision, we need to make the switch to the new model, or at least start to make the switch, start making the switch. But once we've made it, then there will be growth that we need to engage in. Each of those 3 components break down into 3 sections. To decide, we need to know if and when we're ready for this. We have 5 checks that you need to make that Craig's going to explain in a minute. But if you pass these 5 little questions, then you're ready to shift to this model. Then we need to design it. We need to think about, okay, well, how many people in a group? We need to think about what are they doing in the group? Like what kind of exercise? How will I structure it? And we need to think about pricing. How can we price this so that it's a win-win, win for the client, win for you, but also price it so that it hits your financial goals. And that's the decide component. Once we've done that, we move to the switch. We need to think about announcing this privately and publicly to clients and to your leads and prospects, because people are going to be interested. We need to know how we enroll people into the new model, because I'll tell you now that signing up clients into a small group is different to how you would sign up clients into one-to-one. And finally, Hero. Hero is the name of the one-to-one product that we sell. It's a finite one-to-one product that gets people ready to move into the groups. Because not everyone that you meet can be thrown into a group of 6, and you know it. Some people are too anxious, too worried, too injured, right? And some people do need a bit of TLC, a bit of intimacy, intimacy is the wrong word, a bit of one-on-one time before they move into the new thing. And once we've switched, we grow. And the 3 things we do there are we build the business around a strong community. Building a community the right way gives you inbuilt sales, because your clients sell your service for you a lot more than they do in any other service type. And an inbuilt retention team, because people come because of you and they come for the result, but they stay because of the community and the people. We need to talk about facility, because the facility that you're in now probably isn't ideal for what you want to do. It might be, but in most cases it's not. So we have to have a facility plan to see your growth through. And then finally, we've got to think about team. Because as we mentioned earlier, you can't do this all yourself. It's likely going to start with a VA to help you with some of the admin stuff that you know you shouldn't be doing but still are. And secondly, we need to consider bringing coaches in, trainers in to work for you so that you can start working less and having a bigger impact. That may or may not be on your radar, but team at some level is important. And that team is the launch model. Oh, again. Team.
Oh, let me give you a rest, mate. Let me give you a rest.
Let me just give, Polly's just coming in, Craig. I'll just finish off with this one thing. Could I ask you if that made sense, if that's logical, and if that would be useful model for you to follow? Can you just type yes in the chat? That also helps me know that I communicated it clearly enough. Right, I'm checking out.
One of the things that we're going to do a bit later in this session is we're going to look at all of the things that are going to make you ready to do something like this. Okay, whether it's small group coaching or whether it's a different model that can scale, there are certain things that have to happen for you to be ready. Do it at the wrong time, it's a nightmare. Okay, so if you're looking at this thinking that looks amazing, but it's just not where I'm at right now, that's totally fine. We're just not ready yet. So we're going to go through the details of where you're at in your business right now and what we need to do to be ready to do something like this. That's just part of the plan. And I'd say 99% of people, well, 90%, let's say, of people that come to us aren't ready to come straight into it. So there's some boxes that we need to tick first. But when we know where we want to end up, it's a lot easier for us to understand what we need to do and how to tick those boxes. So we're going to cover that with you a little bit later. All right. So next up, Polly, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, very
Good.
well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for dropping in. So, Polly, we've got about maybe 15 minutes just to share your story with some people that have been to our events before, some people that haven't. We were just talking about the model of small group coaching. We were talking about effective hourly rate and how that really becomes the most important thing that we need to focus on if we want to make more money, help a lot more people, and do it in less time. And you've been on the journey with us for how long now?
Since February 21.
February 21. So there's a signpost of time for you there, guys. Polly, could you take us back just a minute or two on kind of like when you first decided to start becoming a PT and what you first did? That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing just to start there.
Okay. So yeah, 2020, I decided to start training. 21, I qualified. And July 21 was when I qualified and started. I had 3 online clients. It was my mum, my sister, and my friend. We just did one-to-ones on Zoom. And September was when I did my first promotion. And I was out in the parks and I had what was it called? 8-day experience. So the 8-day experience promotion happened over 8 days. We had 3 sessions. And I just went absolutely all into this promotion. I had all the time. I only had 3 clients. And do it. I remember I've never done a promotion like it, to be honest, since, because I was just absolutely all in, video notes and constant messaging, everything. And I think I got 12 clients from that. And I was still working in the parks outside, and I'd get my little trailer and take it to my local park and set up and do the sessions and pack it all away again and go to the next park. So yeah, so that was me. Yeah, September 21, I was doing that, and then in the February, I moved.
Let's just pause it there for a sec.
Yeah.
That's really cool because I think we were talking earlier about location and where you start. So Polly started in a park, dragging a trolley around, and I remember it, tying a TRX around a tree, and that was your gym. And in one promotion, you signed up 12 clients, and that got you going on the one-to-one model, right?
Yeah.
We continued growing that. Your effective hourly rate was relatively low at that point, but you mentioned it. You had time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Important to mention that you're a mum. You've got 3 kids, so you don't have loads of time.
At the time, I didn't think I had time, but looking back, I know I had time. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And so what was your capacity for one-to-one coaching? What did we sort of draw a line on in terms of clients?
I think we said at the time, because I wanted it just kind of, part-time. I was still kind of, home educating the kids and things. So I think it was 15 hours a week client time. That was going to be my capacity. And then I kind of got to that quite quickly. And then,
Cool.
So we carried up. Okay.
Yeah, so we had to define that, right? Otherwise, it would have just bled and got busier and busier and busier. So we defined the capacity. When you got to that point, what was the next move for the business?
then we started looking at yeah, I didn't want to take up too much more time out of that. The next kind of move was small groups. A few months after, so that was in September, February, I'd kind of got a little local room, like a little studio, Pilates studio that I moved into and was there for a few days a week. And I realized I can fit a few people in here. Let's go for small group coaching. So I moved from one person up to three people. So I was still doing both. I was doing one-to-one and I was doing small group, but it just meant that I could, have train more people at still the same hours.
Amazing. Okay. And so we got to a point where that then became the bottleneck again, right? We hit capacity
Yeah.
in that small space with groups of three. So what was the next move from there?
Yeah, so I moved to a different place, different room. People started saying, "Can I bring along a friend?" And I was like, "Just about squeeze four people in here." So then all my groups became four people because I was like, "Okay, it's not ideal, but I can just about make it work." So all my groups of three went to groups of four. And I then had to make the decision. I was kind of trying to move my one-to-ones into the groups. Some of them were up for it, some of them weren't. So I carried on those one-to-ones until it got to a point where I just had to say, this is it. I'm not doing one-to-one training anymore. It's kind of join a group or not at all. That was really tough. That was really, really hard. And some people who'd said no the whole time when I actually gave them no option actually joined a group and are still here now, 3-4 years later. And there were some people that were like, one-to-one is what I want. So I said, this is no longer a fit. And they moved on. And then that's when it became completely small groups. I started running heroes, a small, like you can have 8 sessions one-to-one with the idea of going to small groups. So that was the only kind of one-to-ones that I did. And again, I kind of worked out a capacity for that as well. And then it was, coaches.
Cool. So when you got to the point where what were you making at that point in that studio? Maybe around 7-8K a month, something like that?
Yeah, that was probably, it was probably no more than 7.
Yeah.
Probably between 5 and 7 a month. Yeah.
And then it was, and you can fill in the gaps here, but the point was that your marketing by this point was very strong. You'd built a solid community. People were talking about you in the area. People were referring other people to you. And the bottleneck again became capacity. So that was when big move. So it'd be great for you to now bring everybody up to speed with what that move was and what your business is currently doing today, having started off in a park with the TRX hung over a tree.
Okay. So I decided I wanted my own space. So I was renting this room above a gym. I'd been there kind of a couple of years, a few kind of issues with neighbors and various other things. It's not your own place. So I need my own place. I want somewhere a little bit bigger. And I can't do more than 4 people in this group. So it was January 25. I moved to my own studio space and it's all down. I'm sitting in the little office right now. It's a whole downstairs floor with the main gym and we can fit 6 people in there. So in that January, I moved location and all groups went up from 4 to 6. How many did I have? I might have had about 20 to 25 groups that I was doing. I also started hiring a coach or training a coach. So those are quite big moves, groups up to 6, and training a coach and my own facility all kind of in one space. And then now, a year and a half later, I've got 35 groups happening every week. I've got two coaches with me. So between the three of us, we're delivering those 35 groups every week, and they're all, yeah, groups of 6. And I've also got a little room as well that I can devote just to one-to-one kind of hero. And we've usually maybe got a handful of those going on. And my coaches do all those. I don't do any of the heroes.
Right.
So yeah.
Nice.
And yeah,
And in terms of your delivery, because we were going through that, how many hours a week of coaching are you now delivering a week?
an average about 15.
Okay. So
Yeah.
15 hours of coaching. And what's the business currently making a month?
It's about 21,000.
Cool. So 21,000 a month. How many total hours would you say of just in the business work are you doing? So nothing to do with on the business, lead gen, marketing, any of that. How many total hours of in the business? Because I know you've got a VA, a virtual assistant that's helping
Yeah.
you as well. What would you say that number is with 15 hours of coaching? How much more do you do in the day to day?
15. Okay, so that's quite tough. I probably on a daily basis, so things like messaging clients
Yeah.
and that kind of thing.
Yeah. The stuff that we need to
Programming.
work out your effective hourly rate.
Okay. So I would say maybe 3 hours a day on average,
Okay, cool. Awesome. Monday to Friday?
Monday to Friday.
Cool. So 30 hours a week all in. And it's
Yeah.
21,000. So we've got, just going to work out your effective hourly rate while we're live. So it's about £162 an hour is Polly's now her effective hourly rate for every little bit of work that she does. But that started off in a local park, just building it bit by bit by bit. What she's been able to do, team, and this is why we wanted Polly to come in, is create those containers, that Parkinson's law, and not let the fact that she's a mum of 3, not let the fact that she's got limited time limit the impact that she can have on people. How many clients have you got, Polly?
About 185.
185 people that she's now able to influence, built a really strong community, but still able to deliver that in 30 hours of total time in the business. Cool. There's a lot more capacity. We were chatting about that the other day. Like the model that you've built, there's so much more growth left in the model, which is what we're currently focused on right now. What we're talking about here to these people is this transition of thinking a bit more smarter about your time and building a model that where you can increase that effective hourly rate. Is there anything that you would share from your journey that might be useful for other people?
I think it's all, and I know this is what you say, but I think it's the systems just got to really invest the time and the effort in the systems, which I'm actually quite bad at. But I know that's kind of definitely where it's at, and making things as evergreen as you can as well. Yeah, and just having that again, that's the end goal in sight. What's it all about? What um what's it for? You've got to have that kind of thing that's going to get you out of bed every morning, and where what it's all about.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I ask you a question? Hello, Polly.
Oh, hi, David. Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. Bear with me on my voice. The Polly we talked to today is different than the Polly we obviously were talking about before. How are you different now to when you were in the parks or in that first studio? How have you changed personally?
It's a good question. How I changed? I think having like perspective, I think really helps. I think I a lot more kind of I hope that I am less reactive and more proactive. I think in kind of client relationships, in everything, that kind of step back, have a little moment, and um, yeah, I don't know, a difficult one. I'd have to think that, give that some
Yeah,
more thought.
I appreciate putting you on the spot with that one. One other
Mm,
question for me, you said you have to have that vision, like what it is you're doing
mm,
it for. What's yours? Do you mind sharing some of yours? Like what
mm. Yeah,
what are you after?
yeah. Well, I've been talking quite a lot with Craig about this. So I think for me, in the beginning, it was a little bit more short term. I just need some extra uh, money in my back pocket. I cannot, definitely did not think I'd be building a business like this. It was just something to do on the side. Um, so I didn't have any long-term goals. And then once things started going well, I was like, oh, maybe this could be something that was, maybe it could even be like a salary or a proper job. And then it's just kind of, yeah, developed really. And then so we're like, well, maybe we could maybe even buy our own house, and that's kind of what that was the big thing for the last couple of years, is like getting on the property market, and yeah, it's quite exciting because then a couple of weeks ago we just got our first kind of mortgage in principle. So that's what we're doing right now. I know it's amazing, we're in our mid 40s, but we've got there eventually. So that has been a massive kind of thing I've been looking towards the past couple of years, which has kind of kept me going. Um, so yeah, so that was the kind of the big thing, and I guess also just thinking about what what do we want to do in our life? What's important? What do we need to help the kids? Where do we want them to be? All that kind of stuff as well.
Mm. Love that, Polly. One of the things that I'll share about you is that you've trusted the process. We've been speaking a lot today about the process, and you've got to be ready to make the next moves. And sometimes that means making some uncomfortable decisions. Sometimes that
Mm.
means change. And I think one of the things that you've done, and I remember you saying this to me out loud once, which is, I don't need you to explain why. Just tell me what to do, and I'll go and do it. Do you remember that? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and you've been very good at doing this. And I think that's what a lot of people struggle with, is they look for the short, shiny object wins. But actually, if we know what we're shooting for, we can
Mm.
reverse engineer it and just build those logical steps. And your process has been from zero working in a park to having two coaches working for you now, making, effective hourly rate, which is really, really high, and actually a business model that's going to continue to grow as well, which is really, really exciting. So,
Mm.
there's that part about trusting the process. Is there anything else that because before you did this, you weren't into business, right? Your previous
Mm.
jobs weren't related to the fitness industry, running businesses. What was it you did before?
Did various things. What did I do? So I was mainly at home with the kids. Before then, I was, yeah, worked the MTT, lots of charity stuff, health in the community, charity work. Yeah, definitely not running my own business, which is kind of, yeah, why I came to you guys. I was like, I have not got a clue. Which is maybe why it was just easy for me to like just tell me what to do. I'll do it. Yeah, it's obviously working for you guys, so I want some of that. And I've just, yeah, I think it's massively trusting the process. And also just know at the end of the day, it's that numbers game. And I think I've always tried to do what you said as well. Okay, this is what I need. Okay, how many clients is that? How many conversations is that? How many posts? Just break it all the way down. And love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're sitting at £21,000 a month, 15 hours of your time in terms of coaching, a member, two coaches. What's the next mission for you? I know we've been talking about that Ali, in terms of finding that next North Star now that you've got the house and
Mm.
you've got, time. What's the next big mission for you moving forward?
Okay, so I guess just making sure we've got a future. So thinking about kind of pensions and helping the kids out once they get a little bit older. So that's kind of personally. Is that what you mean, or do you mean kind of business wise? What's for the business as
Well,
well?
the business is going to
Altogether.
drive the business is here to drive the personal, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, what you're saying is great.
Yeah, yeah. So that's it. Kind of quite not as exciting as a house, really, but it's, the boring stuff is thinking about, again, yeah, pensions and savings and making sure what, holidays, all those things that we kind of want. What's the lifestyle that we want? Okay, well, if that's the lifestyle that we want, then what income do we need for that? So yeah, and the idea is that we could just fill the gym with groups back to back. I guess another thing would be maybe the facility. It's, yeah, I guess business wise, it's kind of the options are endless, really.
Absolutely. That's the way that we built the business, so that the options are open and endless.
Mhm.
So, final question from me. We spoke earlier about community, and that a big part of going into a model that doesn't, where you're not front and center, like you're not the business.
Mm.
It's not just about you. You've got 185 clients at the moment. What is it like having a community that becomes your retention team and your sales team in part for you? What does
Mm.
that feel like?
Yeah, it's great. It kind of feels a little bit nerve-wracking. I can always remember that my coach taking, the first session, and it was, I can't believe this is happening without me. It was a really bizarre kind of feeling of, oh my goodness, this is now bigger than me. So it was, and that was a little taster of what it's like to actually build something and then just let it go, and you don't have to be there, and sometimes I'll kind of come into a session and people are almost like, oh, but where's the coach? Where's Livia today? And it's like, it's me, but
Mm.
it's beyond that now. So it's that mix of kind of like, really good. Obviously, it's great. That's what I want, but also a little bit of like, oh, having to kind of let go of your baby in a way as well.
Yeah,
Um,
weird feeling.
mm,
Awesome. Well, Polly, thank you so much for jumping in and sharing that. Guys, that's a story from low effective hourly rate to high. It's a story of leveraging what Polly has already been good at and the different stages along the way. Polly, before you go, there's a little question in the chat. I don't want this to sound like a pitch fest, so I'm not going to ask you to answer it now, but if you wouldn't mind answering it in the chat, that would be really cool. Because I think that's a good place for you to answer that question, and then we'll be respectful of your effective hourly rate, and we'll give you your time back from here. So thank you very much for joining us and sharing
yeah,
your journey, team.
no worries.
Bit of love in the chat for Polly if that was useful. Would love to know your thoughts on hearing Polly's journey in the chat before we move on.
Ah.
But yeah, thank you so much, Polly, for
Yes,
sharing
no
that.
worries. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'll jump into the chat now and answer some questions.
Amazing. Thank you. Alrighty. So, team, there's a story of the journey that we spoke about. And earlier on, I mentioned about one of the things that we need to look at is whether you are ready to do this kind of thing. This is the moment where we're actually going to zoom out. Okay, so we've looked at the model, and over the next 2 days, we're going to go into a lot more detail on how to actually implement and build this model and get it ready so that we can, let's just stay high level for a second, make more money, help more people, do it in less time. You've seen an example of how Polly's done it. That's what we've done with a lot of coaches. We've got Ben in here today who's done that as well. But now we want to zoom out and look at where you're currently at in your business. What's the current landscape of your business, and what's the scope that we have to move it into something else? We're going to talk about something called the velocity vision, which I'm going to take you through shortly. But what I'd like you to do is please find a piece of paper and draw this shape on it for me. Nice and big so that you can put some stuff in between. If you've been with us before and you've done this before, I encourage you to do it again, because what you should be looking at is what's changed. What's changed since the last time. Okay, so please draw this shape out on the screen as we move into the next part. What I'm going to share with you here is the fastest, most efficient way that we know to get your business fully booked and then learn how to go beyond fully booked into a model that can scale, like Polly was just sharing and like we shared with you earlier. Okay, so we're going to look at two things. We're going to look at the phases of the journey that you need to go through and what that path ahead will look like. And then secondly, we're going to look at the key pieces of your marketing, of your sales, of your delivery, and the systems that you build to go on and create a business model like the ones we've been describing. Okay, we've done this with over 1,200 coaches now. There's a bunch of success stories. It doesn't matter whether you're newly qualified or whether you've been doing this for years. The potential is the same. We just need to figure out where you're at on that journey so far so that we can pinpoint what you need to do next. Team, if you're ready to move on to that next part, just type ready into the chat and we'll move on to the zoom out section. Just let me know that you're there. Ready, ready, ready. Okay, this is a really important part of today. This is going to help inform us over the next 2 days as well. So let's listen up to this and engage. Let's go through it. This is the velocity vision. On the left, we have performance, the performance of your business. Okay, and remember that we're now going to look at this through the lens of your business. 4 things that we measure performance on at Velocity. One is money. The second one is meaning. Okay, how much meaning you have in the work that you do. The third one is fun. And the fourth is opportunities. How many opportunities have you got to keep going and to go further by building the right model? We're going to go into a bit more detail on that shortly. There's 3 stages. Building the right foundations is stage number 1. Growing the business is stage number 2. And then learning how to scale a business is stage number 3. We need to work through this in the right order. And we usually think it's going to be between 3 and 10 years get to the absolute sweet spot. We are not the wanky business mentors walking the beaches of Dubai saying, download my 3-step blueprint and you'll make 100K in 5 minutes. It's just not real. It's not reality. This is how long it takes to build a business that is going to completely change your life. So we're realistic. Let's look at stage 1, foundations. Just like a building, you cannot build a big building on rocky foundations and expect it to stay there for very long. We need a stable footprint. We need the right foundations. So this is where we always start. The first thing that we look at is your offer. Now, your offer is not coaching, nutritional support, WhatsApp support. That's something different. That's the features. Everybody does that. So your offer isn't unique if you just list out the stuff that you've got. It's the same as every other trainer, pretty much. Your offer is how clearly you can articulate the problems and the frustrations of the people whose problems you want to help solve. How clear is the journey that you will take them on? And how well can you define the outcome that you're going to get them to? So it's really being able to understand and articulate the problems. It's being able to show them the journey. And it's being able to describe the outcome. Whether you're somebody that helps people with body transformations, whether you're somebody that helps people out of injury, whether it's a confidence thing, whether it's perimenopause, whatever it is, you need to understand what your offer actually stands for and what makes you stand out. When we understand your offer, we can price it. We can price it based on the problem that you're solving, your experience, your expertise, and also how good you are at attracting people towards your service. That's going to dictate your pricing. We need a nice, easy payment system, something we call set and forget. We're not, at Velocity, we don't believe in selling sessions. You're selling a service which will deliver an outcome, and that has a monthly cost attached to it. So you have a payment system that will collect money every single month automatically from your clients in exchange for the service that you're providing. Having tried a million different ways and worked with many different people, this is the best way to grow a sustainable business. We need an onboarding service. We need a way to smoothly and professionally onboard people into your business. More on that to come later. And we need to track stuff. You heard Polly talking about this. It's not good enough to trust our gut or just think or feel like things are in a good or a bad place. We need to look at the numbers, the basic data that's going to tell us whether things are working or whether it's not. So they're your 5 foundations. That takes about 48 hours to build. We usually get that done in the first 2 days. It doesn't take long if you know what you're doing, but it's really important. The next part of foundations is what we call validation. Once you've built this, we need to validate it. And the best way to validate it is to get a bunch of people to come and buy it and come and try it and come and do it. So by running 2 or 3 short, sharp promotions, Polly told you earlier that her first one got her 12 clients. We want to get at least 10 clients into your new thing pretty quickly so that we can test it. We can check that it works. That's foundations. Then we move into growth. There'll be one service that we're focused on. We don't want to be diluting your focus, selling this, that, and the other. It messes up marketing and all those different things. But you're going to be working on doing 4 things as you grow that particular part of the service. You're going to be working on attracting people to you, converting those that you've attracted, improving the way that you serve, and building the right systems that are going to allow you to do this without it becoming overwhelming. But you will hit capacity. You will hit what we call the fully booked line. Just here. And once you've done that, that's when it gets exciting. That's when you're ready to go beyond fully booked and to move into a model that is going to allow you to scale. Now, scale is it's another wanky word that a lot of people overuse, but for us, it simply means make more money, help more people, and do it without it taking more of your time. Okay, that's what scale means. That's what Polly's doing right now. It might be hybrid coaching, small group coaching, classes, events, memberships, team. We help people build all of those things. We're looking through the lens of small group coaching in this particular event. And what happens when we get to that point is once we've created the thing that we're going to scale, we come right the way back to foundations. Because that new thing needs a new offer. It needs a new price. It needs a payment system and onboarding. And then we grow it. And then we can scale again. Velocity is on its 4th journey through this model. Polly, I think, has just gone through her 3rd journey. So this never ends. The opportunities of your business never stop as long as we keep appreciating where we are. That's foundations, growth, and scale. Team, what I'd like to do is just check where you guys currently are on this model. So I'm going to do 5 letters. I've got A, B, C, D, and E. I'd love you to let me know in the chat where you currently feel like you are on this velocity vision. So if you're just getting started and you need to build out some foundations, you're an A. If you're approaching 10 clients and you're ready, you kind of feel like what you've got is good and you're ready to go into growth, you're a B. A C is that you're really starting to focus all in now on signing clients and making sales and you're happy with what you've got. A D is that you're pushing, you're knocking on the doors of fully booked or you're already there. And E is that you're beginning to scale. You're starting to create a model that's going to create more money in the same or less time. Let me know where you're at, team. We really want to switch the focus on you guys now in your business. So this is where it's at. Yeah, if you've not started yet, then you're at A. A is your first mission for sure. Okay. Awesome. So, makes sense? Give me a wave if you've got a camera on. Makes sense, the velocity vision. It's logical, right? It's no sort of hairy-fairy stuff about this. This is a really logical journey that we need to go through. If you try to scale before you built foundations, it's going to be a nightmare. We've got to go through this in the right order. Okay, let's move on to this plan. We want to look at your business now. So we're gonna put some funny words and some nice colors on this, but by the end of this, it's going to be very informative. The goal here is we're going to write it in the middle, actually. Let's write it out together. In the middle, write for me, fully booked and beyond. That's our goal for all of our coaches. But here's the most important 3 words. On your terms. Build the business that's right for you. And that's going to be different for different people in this room. But that's the big mission. Right in the middle of this circle. Fully booked and beyond on your terms. This might be 12, 24, 36 months away, depending on where you're at. But if you follow this model, then that will be the goal that we're looking for. That's the plan. Okay? Now, this model is not just about getting all the clients that you could possibly get or making all the money in the world. It's about the 4 things I mentioned earlier. More money, more meaning, more fun, more opportunities. That's what we're all about here at Velocity. We want to build this business in a way that as it gets bigger, your life gets better and not worse. Remember what we said at the start, people don't grow into pain. Okay? Most coaches think that when they get fully booked in a service, that's kind of it. That's the end of the line. And it isn't. There's so much more that you can do if you focus on leveraging what you're already good at and not trying to move into something completely different. That's what we want to help you do. We want to help you leverage what you're already very good at. For some of you, that might be a very lean and profitable business working just 20 hours a week. For others, it might be what Polly's working on at the moment, building a team, running multiple tiers of support, and making easy 5-figure months. Both of those things are cool if it's what you want and it works for you. Okay? So, in the corners, we're just going to write these things that I've mentioned one more time. In the top right-hand corner, I'd like you to write more money. We want profit. Profit for you to spend on your life, your family, your loved ones, experiences, but also money that you can reinvest back into the business. So you can buy back time. Hire a VA, build a team, get time back. You need money to be able to do that. Bottom right, more meaning. We want you guys to build a business where you're doing work that you love, making a difference to people that you really care about. If you don't have that, you probably won't have the energy and the enthusiasm that you need to make this work anyway. Got to build something that has meaning. Bottom left, I'd like you to write more fun. We don't get long on this earth. We spend a lot of the time working, so we might as well enjoy it. Let's build something that we enjoy building and we're proud of. And then the 4th thing in the top left-hand corner, I'd like you to write more opportunity. We want you to build a business that as it gets bigger, your options grow with it. Rather than that glass ceiling that we were speaking about earlier on, you don't have to have that if you know how to build it the right way. You'll have options to go further and do more things. So, first checkpoint, more money, more meaning, more fun, and more opportunities. Type yes if you agree with me that you want all 4 of those things for your business, or you want all 4 of them to improve. If you don't, it's definitely not the right place to be. Okay. Yes, perfect, good. So, there's 4 things that stand in your way, 4 major problems. We had to overcome all 4 of these problems for Polly and most of the people that we work with. The first one I've seen going into the chat, I think people were asking Polly about it, is a marketing problem, which basically means you are not running a lead gen system that's working for you. We're just not generating enough leads consistently to get your business where we want it to get to. That's a problem. The second one is a sales problem. You might be generating some leads, but you're not getting enough people say yes. They're not converting. The third problem is a delivery problem. It's taking you too much time and too much energy. We literally looked at this a second ago, to look after your current clients. And so the thought of taking on another 50 is like, no way. There's just no way I can do it. So it restricts. And the fourth one is a systems problem. Simply put, you just feel too damn busy. You're just busy doing the day-to-day. And so the idea of growing and spending time focusing on growing the business is quite alien. So no leads, no sales, no time, no systems. If we're struggling with all four, it's fair to say that we don't have a model that can grow, scale at the moment. In the chat, guys, from these four things, which one, if you could only pick one, which one is the biggest bottleneck for you at the moment? If you could just solve one of them, which one would you solve first? Is it leads? Is it sales? Is it service and time and energy? Or is it that you just feel too busy? All right, heavy on the leads. If we're going to grow a business that can scale, we need a lead system that's dependable, right? Polly's got 185 clients. That means she needs to be able to attract 185 people. Time and energy. If we don't get the time and energy back, how are we going to put the work in that's required to generate the leads? Feeling too busy. If we're too busy doing the day-to-day, how are we going to sit down and map out the strategy that's going to build this out? So all of these things are interlinked, but we need to figure out which ones we need to solve first. That's what we're going to work on with you right now. So if we're going to solve this stuff on the marketing side, where we're not generating enough leads, we need a way to attract. Write that down for me, guys, and underline it. We need a way to attract more people into your world. And the goal that we have for all of our clients in Velocity is if they follow the system and work at it, they'll get to the point where they're developing leads every day. That's the goal. Every day we've got leads coming into the business organically, no paid ads. The second thing that we need to solve is we need something that will convert. So if you write convert down and underline it for me, the outcome here is that we're able to sign at least a client a week. At least one client a week for the business. On the delivery side, we need a smarter way to serve our clients. We want an easy way to serve them, but we also want them to be sticky. There's no point getting clients and they leave after 3 or 4 months. We want them to stick to your business, right? So we want easy, sticky clients. And then the fourth thing is we need systems. Systems that allow us to grow without burning out, which is far too common in this industry, and with a dramatic reduction in the amount of overwhelm that you feel. I think removing overwhelm completely is unlikely because we're growing a business. There'll be periods of overwhelm, but it shouldn't be constant. So the 4 words that we underlined here, guys, and hopefully you're doing this for yourself because we're going to start to rank where you're at, is attract, convert, serve, and systemize. They are the 4 words that sit at the top of our roadmap. And this roadmap is one of the tools that we use to help pinpoint what you should be working on at any one time, rather than you trying to spin 100 plates at the same time, or dip into a bit of that because it feels good today, or try a bit of this because your friend did it. We've got to start to be able to prioritize your work. Because when we've got leads every day, clients every week, clients that are sticky and happy, systems that allow you to manage all of that, you've actually got a business that can do the things that we're talking about. It can go fully booked and beyond. Makes sense, right? So what we want to do now is figure out the how to. how we can make this happen as efficiently as possible for your business. Because if you put these things together, things can change pretty damn quickly. Okay, so what I don't want you to do, guys, is just watch me do this or just draw a shape. I really want you to get involved in this and do this for your business as it exists right now. We're going to grade a few things that I'm going to take you through, and we're going to keep it really simple. We're going to use a traffic light system. Okay, so we're going to use a red, a yellow, and a green. If you've got coloring pencils, feel free. That's the jackpot. If not, you can just use an R, a Y, or a G as we go through and grade this. But ultimately, if it's a green, that means this is a real strength for your business. The particular thing that I'm talking about, you're nailing it and it's working brilliantly for your business. If it's a yellow, it means it's okay. It's working, but it could be better. And if it's a red, we're making a decision that this is a problem. It's holding me back and it's something that I need to do some work on at some point. So we're going to diagnose 12 things so that we can figure out what you need to look at, so that you can stop trying to guess what you need to do or go with what you feel like, and we can start nailing the priorities. Okay? Thumbs up if you're up for that. Ready? Okay, cool. Let's do it. So we're going to start with attract at the very top here. Okay, the problem is that we are struggling to generate leads consistently, and we know that we want to get to a point where we have leads every single day. Okay, so we need this attract pillar. The first thing that I want you to write down is called the trickle and the pour. And I want you to think of your business like a bucket. And above the bucket, you've got a tap, which is slightly turned on, and it's like dribbling water into the bucket, but the tap is frozen at its point. You can't turn the tap on any faster, but you can't turn it off. It's just always dripping water into the bucket. And then you've got a hose. You're holding the hose. You have to walk over to the bucket, but when you turn it on, it hammers water into that bucket. This is what we look at for your lead generation. The trickle is the stuff that you do every day and every week without fail. It doesn't take much work. It doesn't take a huge amount of effort when you build the system for it. Work on the gym floor or content creation or interaction in the community, whatever it might be. You've got the system and it just runs, and it's always trickling leads into your world. The pour is a bit more effort. You've got to hold the hose. But when you run it, it can bring tons of leads into your business. We need to get the balance between those two things right, the cadence and the rhythm, so that we've got the right amount of leads coming into the business. So let's grade the outcome of what that would bring. For us, you're a green if on average you're generating 10 leads a week or more for your business. You're doing that by following a strategy. You know what it is that you're doing. It's not just randomly posting and hoping that something works or chatting to a couple of dudes in the changing rooms in the gym. It's a system that you follow. You don't overthink it, and you're getting 10 a week. That's a green. It's a yellow if you do generate leads, but it's a bit inconsistent and there isn't really a strategy that you're following that is rhythmic. And it's a red if you're just not generating that many leads at the moment. There isn't a system that you're following. You're not tracking anything. It's just kind of hopeful at the moment. Okay, so if you're a green, great. If you're a yellow, fine. If you're a red, fine. Doesn't matter. Nothing changes in your business by doing this. The goal today is awareness. So give yourselves a color on the trickle and pour. Either color it in or just put a letter next to it, R, Y, or G. And please share it in the chat so that we know where you guys are at. Let's get a feel for the room. Is it a red? Is it a yellow? Or is it a green for you? Emojis do get you bonus points, Deepa. Well done. Good. Okay, we're going to move through this now because there's a lot to get through. I want to give us a full perspective of the business. So once we're generating leads, The next thing that we need is the ability to nurture. And we use something called sell by chat. Nurture is one of the biggest missing ingredients in the whole fitness industry when it comes to attracting people towards you. It's best described as the gap between generating a lead and when somebody's actually ready to hear about your service. Most coaches will generate a lead and just start talking about their service. That person isn't usually ready to hear that, and it's not the best way to actually get them into your world. Nurture is about leaning in, showing curiosity, asking questions, actually giving a shit about the person, and seeing if you can find out what's going on in their world and begin to build what we call know, like, and trust with that individual. That moves them from a lead to a prospect and will significantly increase the amount of leads that you end up turning into clients if you can put this part in. So how are we going to grade that with people that we haven't had go through our system for this? Well, we're going to look at the outcome. You're agreeing if on average you're booking 3 or more consultations with qualified leads per week. That means they're interested. They're not just booked in, they're interested to talk to you about how you might be able to help them. 3 or more is a green. A yellow is that you are a bit up and down with it. Some weeks you get consultations, but it's not predictable. It's not running through that system. And it's a red if there's no consistency to your bookings at all. It's very up and down, on and off, like a light switch. Okay, so again, give yourselves a color and please share it in the chat if you haven't already. Third one. This one doesn't happen overnight. Polly's definitely got to this point now. Something we call postcode famous. We don't work with online coaches. We're not here to show you how to go viral or become an influencer, right? How to spend 6 hours a day on Instagram. That's not the life that we're about. We're here to show amazing coaches how to grow and leverage their skills as a coach into a business that works for them. To do that, you don't need virality, but you do eventually need to become postcode famous. People in your town, in your area, know about you. They know the problems you solve. They know the great work that you do. They know that you worked with their cousin or their friend or their sister or their auntie and that you were amazing. They talk about you to other people. Janet, my knee hurts. Oh, you need to go and speak to Anne. She's amazing at that kind of stuff. She'll sort you right out. And that's going on all the time without you needing to do anything. So, postcode fame. You're a green if you are aware that people in your gym, people in your town, they know about you and they know about what you do. And you've got a good reputation and people come to you saying, I've heard about you. That's a green. You're a yellow if you're visible, you're sort of on the way, but you wouldn't say that you're really well known just yet in your area. This often happens when people are a little bit too focused on virality on Instagram. And you're a red if you feel like you're a ghost in your town. You could kind of pack up your bags and leave and nobody would notice apart from your family. That would be a red. So give yourselves a color again, guys. Where are you at with postcode fame? And share it in the chat for me. They're the 3 big things. Obviously there's offshoots, but we need a trickle and pour. We need nurture and we need postcode fame. We need to be working on building these things so that we have an attract pillar that is bringing in leads every day. Okay, let's move on. Convert. This is a sales problem. You're struggling to get enough people say yes, but what we want is at least a client every week. So what do we need? First of all, we need a sales process. One of my favorite things to build out with clients. This is not a sales call. This is not a consultation. This is the journey. It's a clear journey of what happens from the moment you generate a lead all the way through to when they onboard onto your business. What are the steps that get them to know you, to like you, to trust you, to try from you, and then to buy? What is that process and how well does it work? one of the first things that we build in Velocity is a sales process so that you know how to work lead as another human being to get them to the point where they're asking you if they can join. So you are agreeing if you have a process, if you actually have a dialed in process that you follow, and you're converting about 70% or more of the people that come to your consultation or whatever you want to call it every time. It's solid and it works. There's a good flow from lead through. You're a yellow if you have a process, but the conversion rate's not that good. Maybe it's sort of 50% or less. That'll be a yellow. Be a red if you don't actually have a process that you're following. You're kind of just making it up, which is usually where it starts, but you're making it up on the moment with each individual, trying to figure out how should I play it with this person. That would be a red at the moment. Okay, so give yourselves a color. Again, please share it into the chat. That's the sales process. The second one is pricing power. Pricing power happens when you become a bit more postcode famous. People are aware of the results that you've got, and you are confident in the processes and the systems that you've built for your business. Pricing power means that you're charging for your actual worth. Not what you think people will pay, but you're charging for your expertise. You're charging for your experience, for your knowledge, and the difference that you can make. And pricing power usually means that you're charging twice the price of most other people in your area for the same service. It's also the thing that usually means someone will say to you, Victoria, that's quite expensive, but I can see why. It makes sense. Everything that you've got here sounds like what I need, so let's do it. Okay? It will be expensive, but people will get it, and they'll be able to justify it because they can see the value. That's pricing power. So you'll be a green here, team, if you feel that your pricing truly reflects your skill and the difference you can make to people's lives, and that people get it when you tell them the price. It makes sense that you charge what you charge. That's a green. You're a yellow if you feel like your prices are, they're kind of okay-ish, but you know that you probably should be charging a bit more for the work that you do with people. Think about your effective hourly rate that you did earlier. And you're a red if you know that you're worth more, but you're afraid to charge it for whatever reason. Give yourselves a color. That's pricing power. The next one is not an award. It's called the OBE, or the onboarding experience. The onboarding experience. This is the very first thing that happens when a client signs up to your services. They've literally just signed up on a payment system and said, right, let's do it. Then what? It's a really important part. It's the first thing that they're going to judge your business on. Now, a good onboarding experience will get them into your community. It will get them lined up for their first session. It will give them some quick wins that they can get started with straight away. They don't have to wait until they come and see you. There's resources that they can get access to. They can see what's coming up. All of these things are well detailed and it's automated. It doesn't take you any time to run it. You've built the system. Somebody signs up on your payment system, they press a button and bang, there's your onboarding. And it means that they're excited, and it means that they can immediately justify the cost. That's what a great onboarding journey will do. So you're a green if you could theoretically onboard 10 clients right now, and it wouldn't distract you from this call. And the journey that they would go through would get them into all of the different elements of what you've got, your WhatsApp, your community, all that stuff, if you've got it, and they can just get cracking straight away. That's a green. A yellow would be that you have an onboarding process. You do have something to people, but it's a bit bitty, it's a bit time consuming, it's a bit manual. That's okay, but it could be better. And a red is that you don't have an onboarding experience for people. They sign up and you send them a WhatsApp message. So it's cool, right, when should we get your next session in? And that's your onboarding. That would be a red. Okay, so give yourselves a color on onboarding, and that is our 3 things for Convert: a sales process, pricing power, and an onboarding experience. Thank you for those popping into the chat where you're at. Keep it going, guys. Third, this is a delivery problem now. We're moving on. It's costing you too much time and too much energy to look after your current clients. Remember, we don't want to grow into pain. So the thought of taking on loads of other clients, loads more people, is painful because it's already taking up too much time and energy. What we want is clients that are easy to manage and clients that stay for years. The first obvious thing is an offer. We need an offer that works, an offer that can allow you to service clients in the right way without it feeling like an overwhelming thing on your time. Like Polly just described, 15, 16 hours a week, 185 clients. But the offer is more than that. The offer is being really clear on who it is that you help, the problems that you solve, the journey that you take people through, and the outcome that they will get from coming to work with you. It's how clearly you can articulate and explain that to people. You should be able to explain your offer in 20 seconds clearly to a lead or a family member or friend. That's your offer. Now, a good offer, a green, is where clients, generally speaking, are making progress week to week. It's easy to run. It's easy to create the system that allows them to make that progress. And you can track everything clearly for everybody. That's a green. A yellow is that you have some of that, but it's just simply taking you too much time. Like, clients are happy, they're getting results, but it's just taking you way too much time to deliver the service. And a red is that clients aren't getting great results. Everything is all in your head, and it takes you forever to service your clients because you're making everything completely from scratch for every single client that you have. That would be a red. So give yourselves a color, share it in the chat, let us know where you're at. You're doing well, guys. Keep going with me. The next one is a retention game plan. Retention doesn't sound as sexy as making sales, does it? But it's just as important. What's the point in signing a bunch of people and they all leave 3 months later? Puts a lot of pressure on the business. So we need a retention game plan. In face-to-face coaching, a good average, like a really good average for a day with clients, is about 12 months. With online coaching, it's more like 3 months. So you guys have an advantage. You can make strong connections with people. But there's also lots of things you can do within your service to encourage more retention. Community is something that we spoke about just a second ago. Something called macro reviews, zooming out with people like we're doing now. You're agreeing with retention if you have a few of those systems in place, but more importantly, if you know, and you should really track this number, but if you don't, go on ballparks and what you think, you know that your clients stay with you for at least 12 months on average. Some will be less, not everybody's going to be the perfect fit, but many will be a lot more. And so your average is around about 12 months or more. That's a green. A yellow is that they stay between 6 and 12 months. They work on a project with you, maybe one more, but then they don't really see any more future in the work that they're doing with you. And a red would be that clients leave before the 6-month mark, on average. Okay, so have a think about your business and your current retention game plan. Give it a grading on the outcome. Final one is a referral engine. Lots of different ways that we can encourage referrals, but referrals are the holy grail of new client. My brother's a musician. Every time he tells me to listen to a song or buy a song, I just trust it. He's my brother. He's knowledgeable. I'll just go and do the thing. If he tells me to be like, oh, you should buy this, it's really cool, I don't go and read the reviews. I'll just buy the thing because I trust him. Referrals act in the same way. And your clients can become your best sales team if you create the right systems for them to do it. Okay? I keep referring back to Polly, but that's because she's used this map to get where she is. So that's why she gets so many referrals every single month, because she's built the strategy to do that. So with your referrals right now, you'll be a green if most of your clients refer at least one person to you a year. You'll be a yellow if you get referrals. They do come in, but it's not as often as you'd like. It's a bit sporadic. And you'd be a red if you don't get referrals. If it's very rare or even non-existent, that would be a red. Okay, give yourselves a color. That's our 3 things for the serve pillar regarding business: your offer, retention game plan, and a referral engine. We're 3/4 of the way there, and we're starting to build a map of your business and what needs work. The final one is systems. You feel like the hamster in the wheel analogy. We want to grow. We absolutely want to grow, but we feel like we're too busy. We haven't got the energy. We want to do it without the overwhelm. So there's 3 big things that we help coaches build. The first one is called a second brain. David taught me this when I needed it. I was a very scatty business owner back in the day, and I was keeping everything in my head. Everything was manual. I had to remember this and I had to not forget to do that. And then I would double book this person and then I would go, oh shit, I forgot to do your programming. I'm so sorry. Everything was in here. The best way to use your brain is not as a filing cabinet. The best way to use your brain is to be creative, to have headspace, clarity, to be able to sit down to create content and think clearly, not worry about the next thing or that thing or the other. To be able to be with your friends and your family and just be with them and just be present and not worry about, sorry, Dave, can you mute whoever that is? Marie, I think. Not worry about all the other things that you need to try and remember. A second brain is basically a piece of software where you organize all of the shit that you need to do for your business so you don't have to hold on to it in here. And it's not just a big long list. A list is a list. This is a system. This is where we can organize things by importance, by category. When we're waiting for something to come back from somebody else, it can live in a certain place. It's a way of organizing all of these things so that you can keep your brain free to do the things that are much more important as a business owner. Okay, so you're a green. You're not necessarily going to have our version, right? But you're might have something like this in terms of how you organize your thoughts and your to-dos. You're going to be a green if everything is documented in a place outside of your brain and you feel like you can trust that system. Nothing's going to get dropped. Nothing's going to be forgotten. So your brain is free to think and be creative. That's a green. You're going to be a yellow if you've got maybe a list with a bit of prioritization, but things still get lost in that list. We still forget things. We still have to remember certain things in here. And you're a red if everything feels like it's all in your brain and you are using it as a filing cabinet and you have to remember everything and you mustn't forget and you keep double booking people or forgetting to do this, that, and the other. That would be a red. Okay, give yourselves a color. The next one is called the perfect week. I love introducing this to coaches because this is a game changer. Very important. Did a lot of work with this with Polly as a mum of 3 who was homeschooling one of her kids. We needed a perfect week that worked. There's 3 ways that you spend your time. You spend your time in the business as the coach and all the things that you do that serves your clients. You spend your time on the business as the business owner. Nothing to do with your clients. All to do with the business and how you're going to grow it. This is on the business time right now. And then you get out of the business. This is when you can just be you, whether that's mum, dad, brother, friend, or just you doing your thing. We've got to respect all 3 of those things. David mentioned earlier about Parkinson's law. We've got to give those 3 things containers that they live in. And that's what the perfect week does. We give it containers and it tells us and projects for us what the business will give us if we stick to those containers. So you'll be agreeing with this if you feel super organized with when you're the coach, when you're the business owner, and when you're just you, and you don't let those times overlap. You're not messaging clients whilst you're meant to be sat with your partner. You create those clear boundaries and you feel ready for more growth because everything's under control. That's the key part. You're a yellow if you feel that you've got it under control at the moment, but you know that if you keep growing, it's going to get a bit messy. You're kind of teetering on the edge and things are just starting to spill over into other pots. And a red I'm going to be really specific with. If you're earning under 2K a month at the moment and you're already feeling stressed and like you have no time, it's a red. Because we want to take you a lot further than that. And the model currently is already stressing you out at 2K a month or under. So that would be a red. Give it a color. Final one. A pre-loaded year. Preloaded year. The easiest way for me to define what this is the difference between being reactive and being proactive. Okay? I'd like you to type a 1 in the chat if at some point in your career you've lost a couple of clients and thought, shit, right, I need to do something to get some more people coming in. What shall I do? There's been a bit of a reactive stimulus to losing a few clients. Really normal, right? When you build a preloaded year, that doesn't happen because it's already organized. You're not turning your marketing on and off like a light switch and going, oh, well, I'm doing okay at the moment. I'll just wind that down a little bit and not worry about it. Lead generation never stops. Not if you want to build something like we've been describing earlier. But it also needs to be manageable. A preloaded year allows you to manage those things. We know what our content's going to look like for the next 12 weeks. We know when we're going to be running promotions and campaigns. We know when we're going on holiday, so it doesn't overlap between those things. We know when we're doing a client event. We know when we're making an upgrade to something. And we're able to map it out into a 12-week calendar, so we're always 3 months ahead and nothing overlaps each other. So when we do lose a couple of clients, we go, it's okay, well, I've got X, Y, and Z coming up over the next couple of weeks, so that'll be fine. Everything's organized, everything's proactive. It's an amazing thing to build. It brings a lot of calm to the mindset. You're agreeing if you have mapped out what's going on in your business next week, next month, and next quarter. A proactive approach to growing this business, which is logical. You'd expect that from other businesses outside the industry. We don't need to be any different as coaches. We can be proactive. A yellow is that you've maybe planned, this was definitely me and where I used to be. I planned the next week or two, but I haven't really thought much past that. That's good. It's good that you're doing that, but it could be a bit better. And a red is that you don't know what you're doing after this workshop, right? You're just kind of in the moment with everything that you're doing and you're flying from the seat of your pants. If that's even a saying, I think it is. Okay, give it a color. When you've done that, you should have something that looks a little bit like I've got on the screen here, guys. Could you please type done in the chat if you've got a color that's related to you and your business and where you currently feel you're at? Nice one, Mark. Can definitely help with that, mate. Cool. Done, 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 done. Amazing. Okay, so here's what we've got, guys. We've got a bit of a map of your business now, bit of a deep dive. These are the 12 things that you need to build eventually to go fully booked and beyond. 5 of these things we're going to go into more detail on over days 2 and day 3, because they're the 5 that you need to create the model that we spoke about. They were the 5 that Polly needed to build before she was ready to do that. Okay, but these are the 12 things that you need in total for an incredible business. What I'd like you to do next is tell me if there were just 3 things that we could work on over the next 30, 60, 90 days that would make the biggest difference to you where your business is at right now. Now that you know what these things are, and you know what a green is, what would be the biggest 3 that you could work on personally for you? Be selfish. Don't think about what you should probably say. Think about what is the right thing for you. And if it's just one thing that's glaringly obvious that will change so much, just tell me the one thing. I want you to go to your map. It's likely to be a red or a yellow. Circle what it is, and then type it in the chat. Whether it's one thing, or whether it's 2, or whether it's 3, let me know. Out of all of those things, which 1, 2, or 3 would make the biggest, most significant difference to your business? Amazing. Trickle and pour, referral engine, offer. Yeah, one red is good news. It means you can put all of your attention into that, and it will probably make a big difference. Trickle and pour, simples. Offer, pricing power, second brain. Preloaded year, refill and trickle and pour. Wonderful. Offer. Yeah, very first thing that we do in Velocity is get clear on the offer. If we're not clear on the offer, then the rest of it's a bit murky. Amazing, guys. You've got it. Thank you so much. The point of this is to narrow down your work and to stop you from just chasing shiny objects or trying to do 5 or 6 things at the same time, because none of those things give you a productive model to work on. It's not a great way to grow a business. We need to create constraint. In Velocity, we call it the next right thing. Right? We work with our coaches to identify the one thing that they should put all of their on the business time into to solve, because it's going to have the biggest impact. Okay? Now we know what's solid, we know what's okay, and we know what needs work. And the good news is that there is a relatively simple fix to all of those things. It doesn't mean it's easy to do. Easy and simple are very different things, but if you commit to it and you focus on it, it's relatively simple. So regardless of your map and what's red, what's yellow, and what's green, it's about being able to identify the priorities or the priority so that you can put the necessary work into doing it. And when you've done that, you'll open up so many more opportunities. Team, hopefully this has helped signpost you to what really matters and what really needs your attention. Let me know into the chat, guys. Was that useful? Was that a useful exercise to do? If you've done it for the second time, maybe let us know if it was useful to go through it again and see what's changed. If it was the first time, what are your thoughts? And how was it useful? I'd recommend that this isn't the last time that you do that. Okay, it's a really powerful tool to make sure that you're spending your time wisely. My good friend Einstein is where I want to finish with this exercise, which is like just drawing it out and putting some colors on it is great, but it's about change. When you recognize the reds and you recognize what's going to have the impact, it's about what you're going to actually do about it now. How do you move things forward? If you change nothing, nothing changes. It sounds obvious, but you say it to your clients all the time. The question is, are you acting in the same way as they are about their fitness as you are with your business? Okay, we know where the weak areas are now, or the areas that need some work. Now it's about changing it. Team, in a second, we should have a little bit of time to go through a resource document and just fly through some examples of other people that have used this fully booked and beyond model and that have implemented small group coaching, which is what we're focusing on today. If you want to see a few of those examples, just type EG into the chat just so that we know to set a bit of time aside to go through that with you today. Just a few more shorter examples, then we're not going to bring them all in for 20 minutes to talk to you like Polly. Okay, perfect. We'll do that in a second. Guys, David mentioned this earlier. If you did find today interesting and you want to know a little bit more about what it would be like to come and work with us at Velocity, just comment the word me into the chat and we can see if this is going to be a good fit or not. We can figure out basically your next steps based on that circle that we just went through. And then we can look at what needs to happen to get you where you want to be, figure out the 1 or 2 big moves and see whether it's a good fit or not. So just comment the word me into the chat if you want to know about what working with us would look like. We do indeed. We work with people in the US, in Australia, around Europe, predominantly in the UK, but yeah, many from the US. Okay, cool. thank you guys to those that have commented me. The next step, I'm just going to take 2 minutes just to get this sorted for you guys, and then we're going to go through the example. Next step is to book a call, which won't be with some random person. It will be with me. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll figure out how we can best support you and walk you through exactly how we would do that. We want to make sure that you're a fit for us as much as we're a fit for you. Okay. Now we have an offer for this event. We've opened up 15 spots for people to save some money and also have a return on investment guarantee after 60 days. We've had a bunch of calls booked from this morning's sessions, but there are still some slots available. So if you've commented me, please click on the link that I've just put in the chat and just take the next minute or two to find a time that works for you. It will take probably 60 seconds of your time to get it booked in, and then we can jump on a call together and have a conversation. Okay, so link is in the chat. We'll just give you guys a minute or two just to get that booked in. Cost depends on which one of the services is right for you. There's a few different options. So let's figure out where you're at first, how we might be able to help you, and then we can run through cost and commitment and all of those things there. In a minute, guys, David's going to go through those case studies. Couple of common questions. There's already a couple of other things in here. What was that? Yeah, a couple of other things in here. So the call is with me, as I mentioned, not a middleman. It's going to take about 45 minutes. And what we want to do is figure out the main focus. What's the first thing that we need to do? Then we can zoom out and look at the bigger picture. What is it we want to do over the next 6 to 12 months? And then we can put what we call a growth game plan together. We'll highlight the 1 or 2 first actions. And if it sounds good, we'll know what program, to your answer earlier, we'll know what program is the best one for you to come into. And then I can run you through the details, show you the support, the training, the systems, the resources, everything that we have to provide you with the answers, and then talk through cost and commitment and all of those other things as well. So you'll have all the info you need. The point of the call, the reason we do the call, is that we want to get clarity and an opportunity for you to work with us if you want to. But if it's not right, that's fine. Like you'll leave the call with a plan, which you can take action on. It's just we found through our experience, it's best to have a conversation about it so that we can figure out if it's the right move or not. Yeah, the call's free, absolutely. Not going to charge you for having a chat about whether we can help you or not. Call's absolutely free. If anybody's struggling to find a time, just comment the word help. Or I've just put my Instagram in the chat. If we haven't been speaking there before, send me a little message on there if you've got any questions or anything like that. Okay. Just give you guys another minute or so just to get booked in for a call. And then we'll move on to a few more stories. Exactly. The Polly's story, she uses organic content, which comes from a big training called the Weekly Client Machine. She runs monthly velocity-based promotions, which are promoted through her own audience, which is very small. She's got a very small audience. It doesn't need to be big to grow an in-person coaching business. She leverages local communities a lot. And she's worked hard. She's done a lot of these different things. And now when she puts something out, she's postcode famous. So it proliferates. Her clients talk about it. Her ex-clients talk about it. The communities that she's in talks about it. And that's just a product of building that trickle and pour over time. First promotion she ever did, she got 12 clients. I think we had somebody, Hannah, who I'm going to talk to you about in a second. She ran one the other day and got 12. But it might be that you run a promotion and you get 2 or 3. It's about consistency. Marketing is all about consistency. Word of mouth will play a part. Local community work will play a part. Your organic content will play a part. but it's how we piece it all together into that preloaded year that really matters. So we can generate leads every day, clients every week. Okay, team, just popping the link in there one more time for anybody that missed it, that wants to book a call. Reminder, just comment the word help if you're stuck, if you can't find something, or send me a message on Instagram. Thank you for those of you that have booked in so far. Not sure how many more we've got to go. How are we doing on time? Okay. Shall I do the stories, Dave? Just save your voice.
Let me just do the document and then you can do some stories.
All right.
Team, what I'm going to share in the chat in a minute is the walkthrough document to this whole thing. A reminder when I introduced the model with the 9 things on the outside: decide, switch, and grow. The walkthrough document gives you all the material of what to do. But tomorrow and Wednesday, we're going to walk through that stuff with you live. We're going to actually coach on it. So if you can make it live tomorrow, Wednesday, do. You'll also get access to the recordings so you can catch up on anything that you miss. Okay, but let me share my screen real quick and I'll show you what the document looks like. Looks a little bit like this. When you click on it, just hit File, make a copy, rename it if you want to. Click this button here to decide where to put it in your Google Drive. And then click the blue Make a Copy button here. Okay. Now the left-hand side is like an index where you can navigate the document. It's broken down into sections based on what we covered today. And then we've got the decide, switch, and grow sections. Okay. Craig, could you talk about the links in this document for me? And I'll put the link in the chat.
I can indeed, yeah. So this document is one of the documents that we actually share inside the main program when it's the right time for our coaches to make the switch to small group coaching, which is one of the options that we have. We didn't want to just give you guys like a condensed version of it. We wanted you to have as much detail as possible, but there are a bunch of links in there which our clients will use as offshoots to various different things, i.e. when it comes to hiring a virtual assistant, there's a training on how to do that. Comes to hiring coaches, there's a training on how to do that. When it comes to managing your time, there's a training on how to do that. Those links are from inside our program, so they won't work for you if you're not in our program, but we still wanted to give you the full document. I think it's about 30 pages of information because we wanted you to be able to have all of the context to go alongside the training. So that's why those links won't work. Okay, but don't worry about that. You're still going to get the whole overview of everything that you need to do from that document. Okay, make sense, team? All good? Okay. Final bit, we're going to keep you... Oh, the link is in the chat, by the way, now. We will also, because you attended live, as long as we've got your full name in the chat here or it's on the screen, we will also be sending you a link which has all of the recordings for today, all of the resources, and a couple of other bonuses as well. You'll find it all on that. Please come and join us for day 2 and day 3 live, but we will also put the recordings of day 2 and day 3 on there as well. The reason we want you to show up live, you know the answer to this already. When you've got something to watch back on record, how likely are you to fully watch and engage with it as well as you did today coming live? It's not going to be the same. You might stick it on while you're making some spaghetti or something like that, and it will be background noise. We want you to get something out of this. So please do your very best to come and join us live over the next 2 days if you can. If you can't, it will be recorded. It just won't be the same. So try and make it live. Okay, final thing. Got 5 more minutes. We want to make sure you guys get away on time. We want to be respectful of your time. Couple more case studies just to look through. Now, we've been talking with you guys for a little while, so hopefully we've earned a little bit of trust to be honest and upfront with you here. This is an opportunity not just to show people off and make you feel like, oh my God, how do I do that? These are very, very normal coaches. Ben, who sat in this room, who scaled a small group coaching business, he's waving now. He came to us as a student with a few clients and went on to build an incredible business. These case studies are the same. They're normal people. This is also an opportunity for us to call you out on some of your bullshit, with all due respect. The self-limiting beliefs that so many human beings say to themselves day after day after day as to why they can't do something. This is just an opportunity for you to challenge that. Just like I'm sure you challenge your clients on the same things that are their self-limiting beliefs, holding them back from achieving what you know is possible for them if they can apply it. This is Hannah. Hannah came to us as a teacher. She lost her love for teaching and wanted to do something more with her small personal training business. She was making about £1,000 a month when she came to us. She was working in a single garage just attached to a back garden. She's riddled with ADHD. She's the first to admit it, and that's provided some challenges for her as a business owner. And she was working full-time as a teacher. Despite that, Hannah's gone on to build one of the strongest communities that we've ever seen inside Velocity. Ridiculous to say, but it's true, so why not share it? That I think about 6 or 7 of her clients have actually tattooed her logo on their body because her community means that much to them. That's not part of our training, but it happened. She runs a business now in 30 hours a week, making £14,000 a month, small group coaching and hero coaching, which we're going to talk about tomorrow. She's just about to bring in her first coach, who's currently going through our training process, which again, we'll talk to you about tomorrow, in Elise Studio in Bristol. She's got the most amazing business and really, really strong community. Polly, we've spoken about the highlight reel. You know, she's at 21K a month. That's gone up a K since we put this together a few days ago. She's doing 15 hours of coaching, she said today, not 16. So she's obviously reduced that. You've heard her story. Amazing story from where she started to where she is now. Leah came to us working in a tiny little space in her house as a one-to-one coach. She's gone on to create an amazing little studio, which is still attached to her house, but she was able to expand it and use the money that she was generating to build something bigger and better. She now still does a bit of one-to-one PT, but it's predominantly a small group coaching model with some classes, and she's now building a team. She's doing 12K a month and 30 hours a week. Again, someone that was very, very new to the industry when they started with us. This is a great one. Liam, how old was Liam when he started with us, Dave? About 19, 20, maybe 20? Yeah. This is for those of you that think that age is a reason why you can't be successful. Whether that's that you think you're too young or whether you think you're too old. We have lots of stories about, you know, we've got a lovely lady called Julie who runs a small group coaching program now. She's in her 60s. She makes £8,000 a month and works 3 days a week. So she can spend the rest of her time walking her dogs and being with her kids, which is what she's passionate about. But Liam's on the other side of the spectrum. He's 23 years old. When Liam started with us, he probably had the lowest effective hourly rate known to man. He was charging £15 per session for one-to-one coaching, working in his mum's garage. He now has his own studio. He has 2 coaches, actually, not one on screen here. And he's become so protective of his time. He's placing time over money. And the net result of that is that he coaches for 10 hours a week and makes £9,000 a month at 23 years old. The amount of scale and opportunity that this man has created at 23 years old is crazy. This guy is going to go crazy with this business because he valued effective hourly rate and his time and trusted the process, starting with the complete opposite of that, charging £15 an hour with one-to-one coaching. So he has an amazing business, and I'm really excited to see where he can take things from here. But again, you know, he believed that being young meant that he couldn't be successful, and that's not true. And the final one to share is a lady called Jo. Jo came to us where the absolute priority for her was to be a mum. And if this business was going to affect her ability to be a great mum, she wasn't going to grow it. And she laid that down in the sand from day one. She got fully booked with the time that she had as a one-to-one coach, transitioned to small group coaching, just recently got her own studio. Again, she does 12 hours of coaching a week. The business only does 15 hours, but she's making 5K a month. So she's now got coaches, 2 of them in training. And the idea is going to be that she won't have to do any more hours of coaching, but she'll be able to take it from 5 to 10K a month pretty quickly because of the way that she's built this business. But she came in with those clear boundaries. That was the great thing about Jo. And she's built a business. If you remember when we did that circle, what did we write in the middle? She's built a business on her terms and made it work. And that's why I absolutely love that story. So team, we share those with you, not to say, look at how great they are, but just to show you that these are normal people, their own reasons why they couldn't or shouldn't be successful. But by trusting that process, by going through foundations, growth, and scale, and building those things around in the fully booked and beyond plan that we looked at, they've been able to do it. And the reason we're sharing it is that we truly believe that you can too, if you focus on the right things at the right time. So we want to be protective of your time, guys. Thank you so much for being here with us live today. We will get the page sent to you with everything on it. Tomorrow, we are live again for day 2, where we're going to be breaking down the model in a lot more detail. Okay, it's going to be a really interesting session. We're going live at 9:30 a.m. UK time. It's the same Zoom link, but we'll send it out to you all again anyway. Please come and join us. For those of you that have booked a call, really looking forward to speaking to you. I'll pop my Instagram in the chat one more time for anybody that wants to send a message. If you've got any questions after this, you can just get me here. Other than that, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll look forward to catching you all tomorrow. Mr. Deitch, any final words from you? No. Literally none. Cool. All right, team. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you very soon. Take care.
Day 2 of the 20-hour trainer. What I'm going to start by doing today is recap, refresh the model that we're going to be talking through today. And then today we're going to start with the decide part, go through these 3 components, and then we'll move on to the switch bit, but we will probably only get through 1 or 2 components of this part. And then tomorrow we'll pick up where we leave off, and we'll finish up tomorrow with the grow section. Okay? But basically, by the end of tomorrow's live session, you will have this full model understood in your brain and applied to where you are at right now. Because we will today reference that every one of you, whether you're here with us live today or watching this back on recording, everyone's at a different stage. And these models are great. They are pretty and they are logical and they work. But they only work well when you do the work to apply yourself to it. So just before we get into any of the detail today, I need your promise that you're going to apply you and your situation to this stuff. Just say yes in the chat. Right, we do this too often to just have you stare at this and just like watch it like Netflix today. We want to really work with you today. And even if you're watching it on record, to actually do this work alongside with us and lean in as and when you have questions. Yes. Okay. So here's the model. Let's refresh. 3 components that three big rocks we've got to move if we're going to upgrade your model so that you can earn more money, help more people in less time, or perhaps the same time that you are already. The first part is making a decision that this is the right move for you, and making a decision as to when this move is best made. Rock number 2 is switch, because what you're doing now isn't working to the level you want it to. And so we're going to have to make some kind of switch, aren't we? From the old way to the new way, which we're going to define together. And then third, once you've made that switch, the result will be that you have a lot more capacity. a lot more space to grow into. And therefore, we're going to need to think about growth to your new definition of fully booked. Thumbs up to the screen. Does that make sense, team? Those of you that have got cameras on? Good. Little recap of yesterday. Craig, anything to say on just like the high level of this?
This model can apply to different things, right? So we're speaking through the lens of small group coaching today, but the model of decide, switch, and grow can be applicable to any way that you're going on to kind of scale your business, increase your revenue, increase your capacity. If small group coaching isn't going to be your thing, obviously we're talking specifically about that now, but that triangle in the middle could be another venture that's going to allow you to make more money, help more people, and do it in less time. Okay. Small group coaching we're suggesting is the thing that we're going to focus on here, but that's always got to be the process that we go through. So you don't just throw yourself into it, which we've seen people do in the past and make mistakes. This is a great opportunity, but we've got to do it chronologically, just like you wouldn't get someone to go from couch to marathon, right? We've got to go through the stages so they don't ruin themselves.
So where we're going to start today is with ready, and then we'll look at the design of the new thing and then the pricing of it. Okay. So readiness. Yesterday, Craig took you through the fully booked and beyond plan. And we spent a good half an hour zooming out and reviewing through the lens of a traffic light how good each of these components are. Okay. Now, we said that readiness for the new thing, for this a small group coaching element or arm to your business, is predicated on being ready across 5 of those 12 domains. The trickle and the pour. This fundamentally speaks to lead flow, the blood flowing through your business's veins, as Craig so vividly described just now. We'll get into it in a bit more detail in a moment, but the simple truth is, if you want to help more people, which is to say you want more clients on whatever service that you might like to deliver, we need a flow of leads from the great unwashed, when I say the great unwashed, within 5 to 10 kilometers of where you work. We need them knowing who you are. We need them liking you and connecting with you, building trust with you, right? On a daily and weekly basis. We need a lot of them. And so a lot of you, we'll get to this in a minute, but I just want to check this with you really. How could we possibly move on to a new model without considering correcting this lead flow issue, right? So that's the first one. Craig, I'll go through all 5 and then I'll come to you for some comments.
Yeah.
So this is like looking at your current thing. If you do not have a trickle and you do not have a way to pour leads into your business, you are not ready. Number 2, if you don't have a way to sell that's reliable and consistent, you are not ready. And so although selling small group personal training is a bit different to selling one-to-one personal training, we can get into that later. If there's a sales issue, as in like we're not getting enough yeses, as Craig described yesterday, then how can we possibly try to grow into something even bigger, even more expansive before we fix that? It's logical, right? Now, if onboarding clients to your current thing is manual and heavy and laborious and takes you a lot of headspace and time, then it's going to stop and halt your growth of the new thing. Because the switching and the growing of the new thing is going to take time, isn't it? We spoke about this yesterday. It won't happen overnight. And so it's not like one day you'll have this business and then the other day it's shut down and then you've grown this one. That rarely is the case. So you're still going to be signing up clients onto the thing that you're doing today for quite a while. whilst we're growing the other one. And it'll be a bit like this, steadily, over 3, 6, maybe 12 months. And if onboarding is a problem for you, if that's a red, then every time you sign up a couple of clients, you're going to be distracted from the new thing, which needs a lot of time and attention. Same argument for retention. If your clients are leaving quickly, or if your clients aren't staying with you for that long, then you'll be worried about your current income and your current business, and you won't have anywhere near enough time to focus on the new one. So we need a retention game plan. And pricing power, we'll show you this in explicitly shortly. But if your price point is too low right now, you're going to find it very difficult to sell a new thing at a decent price. And so we're going to have to consider anchoring, which is essentially the difference between your current thing and the new thing. So, Craig, just as I hand over to you guys, can I just get into the chat? If those 5 things make sense to you, can you just type the number 5 into the chat? Can you see how we're going to have to ask those questions of you and figure out where you are, which we're going to do in a minute, before we can actually even consider building out anything?
Amazing. Now, team, the really sexy thing for us to have popped on this call and done is just go, yeah, you can just flip it over and you can do it tomorrow. Okay. But what we're most interested in, rather than sexy, is what's right. Like, we want you guys to win in business. And we've done this enough times. We've done this with over 1,200 people now, that we know what the strategy needs to look like. So it's not the sort of thing we can just rush in and flip and do. Some of you will be absolutely ready to do this. Okay. For other people, there's work to be done. This doesn't mean that it's not the right option for you. It just means that there's a few more boxes on your checklist that we need to get done first. And some of those things will be very quick and easy to implement, and others will take a bit more time. So what I want to do with you now is check your readiness level. So I'm taking some stuff here from the workbook, from the resource document that we sent you yesterday, and just popping it into the chat. The trickle and pour. Your lead generation is consistent. You're getting warm leads every week without overthinking it, and you can track every part of the process. If leads are inconsistent, or you're relying on hope more than a system, fix this first. Small group coaching, and this is the key bit, small group coaching needs a higher volume of people than one-to-one. The pipeline has to be working before you add a service that demands more from it. So we need Polly, who came in yesterday. She's got 185 clients to get 21K a month, right? Her trickle and pour is solid. Guess how much she spends on ads, by the way? 0. Everything is organic. That's all we teach in this program. You do not need to run ads, but you do need a trickle and pour that is going to provide you with that volume. So I want you guys to think back to yesterday, or grab your notes from yesterday. This is where we can test whether you actually did it or not. In the chat, for your trickle and pour, did you give yourself a red, a yellow, or a green? Go back to your circle if you can't remember. Red with 3 Ds from Mark. The big dark red pen from Michael. Let me know from everyone in here, team. We want to do this with you today because we want you to get something from this. So let us know your colors. Can you see how moving into a model which is going to be cheaper per client, but create huge capacity for you, that's not going to work if we're a red or if we're a yellow. So we need to make sure that this is a green. That has to be a green for us to be able to move forward. Okay, so for everybody that hasn't written green, that's one of the steps that we need to take so that you can grow an incredible small group coaching business. It makes sense. That will be the first lever that we need to pull. Let's move on. Go on, Dave.
Just before we move on, I want to ask one question of everyone. What What do you think the blockage is as to why you're not agreeing? Given the definition we've shared with you, what's stopping you? What's blocking you? What issue do we have to resolve so that you can be green soon? Safe space? No right or wrong answer. I'm curious. Let's actually have the conversation.
Yeah, so for you, Molly, it might be evidence, right? And it might be strategy as well. If you're starting new, you probably haven't built up the strategies yet. So it's going to be evidence and knowledge and strategy. Not getting enough exposure.
And there's another little question that I want to challenge you with today. And for Mark, as an example, if you don't mind, buddy, the follow-up question to you is what's stopping you making more people aware of who you are and what you're about outside of your workplace? So take it another level deeper, that question. What's stopping you from making that happen, to increasing the exposure?
For you, Neil, and for everybody, really, the general trend that people go through. If you remember, we've got the 3 stages of velocity. We've got foundations, we've got growth, and then we have scale. 95% of people will do foundations and growth first time with a one-to-one model, which is great. When we get to the end of growth, we've built a trickle and pour that's so strong that you're building a waiting list. Your prices have gone up probably 2 or 3 times because of the demand, and you cannot fit people in. So if there is no block for you, Neil, my advice is that you speed up, or you at least maintain the flow of leads, and you find a different place to hold them whilst you make this transition. If there's no block, let it run. One thing we want to do is slow down lead flow because of capacity. We always want a way to be able to work with leads and hold on to leads so that when we do move into a different model, we've already got a list of people ready to jump in.
And Craig, something you speak to a bit is we're considering here this year at some point for all of you, perhaps, launching another thing. Now, the way we think about marketing is not service specific. When we teach marketing and advertising and social media, whether it's on or offline, it's all centric around the person that you want to help and their problems and the way they see the world, and creating a bridge between you, the person, and them. It's actually very little, extremely little about the product or the service itself. And when you reframe it like that, we can launch a new service on the back end at the end of the sales process, but it's just a different way to serve the same person mostly and the same problems. So I think spinning it like that for Neil, I think it was Neil that said that, is a way to, it's good news for you, because if you've got no block and there's lots of flow, then coming up with a new offer is your unlock.
Here's my take on it. I had a chat with somebody this morning about this. Let me try a little experiment with you. You're all here at this event, right? We've had over 300 people in total register for this event. If we'd have listed this event about our mentorship program, and we were talking about our mentorship program and said, come to this free event and we're going to talk to you about everything we do inside our mentorship program, how many people here would have still attended? Just type yes into the chat if you'd have attended if we were talking about our program. Yeah, 100%. Depends how spammy it was. Got you, Molly. Cool. It's not as compelling, is it? The reality is that people are not solution aware. So for our market, personal trainers are not scrabbling around going, I need a mentor right now. Okay. That is, in our opinion, from the work that we've done, that's the solution. But people aren't solution aware. Your clients, your future clients are not walking around going, where is Mark? I need a PT now. They're not doing that. But most people's marketing is their marketing to the solution by talking about their product or their service or what they do. Everybody that needs help is problem aware. They are aware of the problem that they are facing. It's not free value for sure, but it's not even about that at this level. It's people are sat at home watching the TV, eating Doritos, aware that their jeans don't fit anymore, aware that every time they go up and down the stairs, their knees creak and ache, aware that their body feels older than their age, aware that their level of confidence is so low that they can't even think about walking into the gym, aware that menopause has completely changed their life, aware that they would love to do something physical with their body, but they just don't feel like they're capable of doing it. They're the things that your marketing needs to talk to, nothing to do with your program or your product. So if you don't yet have a product, or if you don't yet know what the next thing is, that doesn't matter from a marketing perspective. Go out there and talk to the problems, the frustrations, and the pain points that the people that you want to help are currently facing. That is the highest level element of your marketing. And when you start thinking in that way and you get the right strategy, we give all our clients something called the weekly client machine, the community-based work that they do, the promotional, the campaign work, but it's all based around problems. Because the whole point of marketing is to start a conversation, whether that's in the gym or whether that's on social media. The whole point of all marketing is, can I start a conversation with somebody that resonates with the problem that I'm highlighting here? Whereas if you're going out and talking about your service and your product, that's not marketing, in my opinion. That's selling. And you're selling to a cold audience that isn't ready to be sold to, or a very, very low percentage of people, which is why personal trainers maybe get 10, 15 clients and then feel stuck. So that's one of the big unlocks with your marketing that frees up your brain and allows you to make a lot more connections, because you're not selling, you're not spammy. It's help around a problem that it starts with, because all we want is resonation. Big part of the trickle and pour. And then we need to build enough things, enough volume of things that we're doing every day, every week, and every month. And that's the trickle and pour that creates that influx of leads that we need.
And Craig, just to bring it back to the readiness check, you were kind of already talking about the next one. So it would be good to just check that off and move on to onboarding.
Yeah, for sure. So that sales process also needs to be in a solid place, which is the next step after you've generated the lead, the journey that we take them through. Just a quick range. What did you guys put for that? Red, yellow, or green? For your sales process. Definitions in the chat for those that need it. For us, it's 70% conversion rate is strong enough. Okay. Again, we want this to be green. Cool. When we generate that interest, that resonation, we need a journey that is dependable, that's going to get 70% conversion into your product. Okay, let's move on. Onboarding. A green is that you could onboard 10 clients tomorrow without stress. New clients say yes, they pay, and everything that follows is smooth, professional, and fast. If your onboarding is bitty, time-consuming, or non-existent, small group coaching will amplify the mess. Okay? It's true of a lot of things. When you add more volume, when you add more pressure to a system, it's going to test that system a little bit more. So let's go through it again. What did you guys put for your onboarding? Are you a red? Are you a green? Are you a yellow?
And then can I ask a follow-up question? Based on what you've heard from us so far, or what else you know, what has to change for it to be green?
Mark, I'd say if you're green for one-to-one, it's a 30-minute job to get you green for small group coaching. So you're green.
Easy switch.
Easy.
Yeah, we're sorry, Craig. We're only judging your current thing at the moment. If you're already delivering small group coaching, then as Craig said, it's a relatively easy switch. So what has to change to get you from yellow or red to green?
Yeah, I totally appreciate it, Melanie. Why aren't you green already?
Damn it. Come on. Stop slacking, Melanie. We need to speak about confidence. This is like the fourth time it's come up. It's not just you, Andy. We need to talk about confidence. And Craig, maybe you can riff on this with me a little bit as well, because whenever we say the imposter syndrome phrase, it usually sets us both off. Like this is we want to balance this with love. This is tough love, and we're friends now, so we're going to give you some tough love. It's a reframing on it on confidence and imposter syndrome. If we see confidence as a prerequisite to action, you'll never do anything. You'll never do anything new. You'll never do anything that stretches you or challenges you beyond your current capacity or ability. Because that is the very definition of imposter syndrome. It's a voice in your head that tells you you have no evidence that you can do the thing you're setting out to do. And so if we can reframe imposter syndrome simply as a signal that I don't yet have all the evidence required that I can nail this thing without failure or the risk of feeling stupid, then we'll never do anything. Team, does that make sense? Can I check with you? Yes, in the chat if that makes sense. Because if you work with us, even if just today and tomorrow, and you don't decide to jump on board the velocity train, we will challenge you every single time you tell us, I don't feel confident to do this. We'll put an arm around you, hold your hand if needs be, and we'll get the pom-poms out if we need, or maybe just a virtual slap around the face, and we'll say, go and do it anyway. Because you might fail, and you might look a bit silly, but you'll learn. And especially for you, Andy, and especially for you, Melanie, like when you're starting out, you have no evidence. But the only move you've got to make is to start.
I think there's a difference between confidence and having like the knowledge and the skills. That's a different thing. If you feel like I'm ready to do it, but I don't have the knowledge or the skills, then you need to go and find those things. So that's what our roadmap is all about, right? That's where all the knowledge lives for our clients. But the confidence is a different thing. And it's definitely, you guys will resonate this with your clients that you've worked with in the past as well, right? Like confidence happens as a result of taking action. It doesn't happen before you're able to take action because there is no way for you to gather it that way. So yeah, knowledge is a different thing for sure. That's an easy fix. You either try, you've got two pathways in growing a business, right? Same for me and David. You either go and figure it out for yourself. The cost of that is time and mistakes and energy. Or you find somebody that's already figured it out and you get them to guide you there much faster. And the cost of that is the cost of that thing. And you have to choose your cost. So that's the knowledge thing is easy. And that leads to the confidence. Okay, cool. What did we get on onboarding? Well, I think we haven't discussed this, Dave, but my opinion with onboarding is that you need to be at least a yellow, ideally a green. I think you can get started with small group coaching if it's a yellow. If you've got something, it's a little bit bitty, but it works. We don't have to hold ourselves back. Ideally, it's a green.
Yeah, I agree. We've got 2 levels of onboarding in Velocity, and we have many people who are in the third phase of scale doing this with the first fundamental layer of onboarding. So it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Next one is a retention game plan. Your clients stay. Your average stay is 12 months or more. I appreciate some of you won't have that data yet. That's fine, but it's rising. You've got systems that keep people engaged, progressing, and referring. If most of your clients are leaving before 6 months, adding more clients through small group coaching won't solve that problem. It will just speed up the churn. This is what happens if we do it a bit too early. If you've been in business less than 18 months, then you won't have these figures, but you should see that they are trending towards a 12-month average. Where are we at? Are we currently a red, a yellow, or a green? Or how do you expect me to know that, Craig? I'm not started yet.
Smashing it so far, Neil, Mark, Molly.
Yeah, I love that. This is what we find, right? We tend to find that we've got great coaches in the rooms. If we get people, we can do a great job with them and they want to stay most of the time. Yeah, cool. Good. I think that's a fair comment, Andy. Cool. We definitely need to be green here. If we're going to slightly stress the system with change, we want people locked in. Polly told the story yesterday of when she went through the transition, going to small group coaching. And there's phases to it. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But when it got to the point of her saying, I'm no longer doing one-to-one, which isn't the first step, but when she got to that point, people said to her, I'm not sure about it, but what I do know is that I want to work with you, Polly. So if the only way that I can work with you is doing that, then that's what I'm prepared to do. Her retention was absolutely on point. People absolutely loved being part of her team. And so they were ready to try this new thing. With new clients, it's easy because that's the only thing they see. New client acquisition for small group, piece of cake, as long as you've got the things we're talking about in place. Transferring clients, a big part of that. The evidence that you need is that your retention is really strong. Okay, perfect. Final one, pricing power. If your prices aren't in a good place for one-to-one, the prices for your small group coaching are going to suck. And it's not going to do what we need it to do. So I'm not saying that you need to go out there and double your prices overnight, but we just want to kind of know where you're at. Pricing reflects your skill, your experience, and the results that you deliver. Leads don't flinch when they hear your number. If you're undercharging or you're afraid to raise your prices, sort that out now before we do small group. Small group coaching is built on top of your one-to-one pricing confidence. If that's shaky, the whole grid wobbles. So where do you feel you're at with pricing power, team? And as you're typing that in, let's remember, this is still part of moving towards the model that we discussed. This is not us putting the red light on and saying, oh, no, you can't do it. This is just the boxes that you need to tick first. If somebody comes to you and says, I want to run a marathon, some people will just be ready to go straight into marathon training. But some people, you're not going to say they can't do it, but you're going to say, okay, well, we need to look at movement mechanics first. We're going to need to do a little bit of strength training. We need to do a bit of conditioning before we're ready to start hitting the road hard. Same kind of thing here. These are just the boxes that we need to make sure are ticked first. I'd say with this one, it definitely needs to be green. Mark, is confidence in the pricing power indicative of the sales process being a green? I think they're definitely related. Yeah. I think they're definitely related. Like a lot of people undercharge because their sales process is poor, and therefore the only way they can get people in is by doing it cheap. So sales process needs to be solid so that when people hear your price, they're like, this makes sense. Because the journey that you've taken them on shows them why you charge what you charge. For sure. All right. So team, that's our readiness checklist. The point here is if you want to go and do this big thing, super cool. Would love to help you do it. Would love you to go and do it on the back of this event. But don't shoot yourself in the foot. Let's make sure that we're ready with these 5 key things before you start making any significant changes. These are the first 5 hurdles that we need to make sure we've jumped over before we're ready for the next step.
So, got a question for you. You can only answer yes or no. Okay, this is the question. Based on those 5 readiness checks, are you ready now to start this thing, to do the next model? Or if there's work still to be done on the current thing, then you're going to say no. But if you've answered green on all of them, maybe a yellow on onboarding, then you'll answer me a yes. So a yes or no in the chat. Or at least we can say not yet, perhaps, right? And some of you have got more work than others, but that's okay. Cool. So that's okay. I'm going to share one thing that's been really useful for me when we're building strategy, because right now you are building a strategy for yourself. We, as humans, and definitely trainers, overestimate what we can do in a week, but we underestimate what we can get done in a year. A year is a very long time, and we continuously underestimate how long a year is and how productive we can be in 12 months. And so when we think about long time frames, like we've talked about in the velocity vision, it's really exciting for me because I'm like, yeah, if I'm willing to be patient and persistent, which I'm sure all of you are too, then we can get a lot done. So we're going to move on. Let's just come back to our little map. We've just spent some time on getting ready, and we know that we're not yet ready, but we know what we've got to do it. So Mark knows he's got to work on the trickle and the pour. All of you have areas now that you've got to focus on. What we're going to touch on now is designing, designing the offer. Now, if you had all said, if you were all ready, let's just pretend like you were all ready to do the new thing, one of the steps we would need to take is to design the offer of the new thing, which is basically to say, what comes out of your mouth when someone asks you, what do you do? Okay. And we have built a workshop to solve or to help you answer that question. That's not this workshop, it's a different one, but we're going to give you a tool from it to play with in a minute. So what we would have to do with small group coaching is help you answer that question. But because we've agreed today that you're not yet ready, we're actually going to apply this tool to your current offer, which will help with trickle and pour, it will help with sales process, it will definitely help with pricing power, and it definitely helps with retention. Doesn't do anything to onboarding really, but those 4 things it definitely will help with. Okay, so if you're up for it, what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you about our offer model, and then you're going to put what you currently do through it, see if we can upgrade it. Are you up for it? In the chat, just let me know. Are you keen? All right. Okay, so we built a model called the postcode famous offer. And the premise of the postcode famous offer is that there are shitloads of personal trainers in this world, in this country, that you're competing with. And if we are to stand out, become the go-to coach in your area, become postcode famous, then we need an offer that stands out. So we built this new way of explaining what you do as a coach, which is not like your neighboring PT competitor down the road. It will make you stand out. And it's 4 circles. Let me talk you through it. So where it begins, just bear with, is the moment in the sales process where the offer becomes really relevant is when you finally extract a clear, you understand the prospect's goals, and we help them turn those messy goals into a clear promise. So this is the start line, if you like, of the offer. Now, tell me this, when you sit down with a prospective client in a consultation, do they come to you with a very clear list of prioritized goals, or is it a pile of hot mess? Do they say, number 1 is this, Andy, number 2 is that, Michael, number 3 is this, Glenn, and they rank them in order of priority? Yeah, it's a hot mess, isn't it? And they sort of, because they've never spoken it out loud to anyone, and you're the first one to sit them down and look them in the eyes and ask them, what do you want? Why are you here? and you have to work through all the self-limiting beliefs and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a pile of hot mess. So our job initially is actually to turn those messy goals that are not clear into something that is really clear, prioritized from most important down to not quite as important in an order of priority, because we can't do it all at once, can we? We can't help them run a marathon, fix their back pain, lose weight, and gain strength, and be able to touch their toes all at once. We have to create an organized plan. So that's why the first thing that you do when you talk about what you do is you make a plan. The plan that you make should give you and the client direction. This is the first thing that comes out of your mouth when you explain how you can help someone. And you do three things. You say, based on what I understand about you, this is what we do now. The very first thing to work on. Once we've done that, this is what we do next. Once we've done that, this is what comes after. You give a very clear and very simple 3-step plan. And what you don't do is try to impress them with everything that you can do and all the things that you have on offer with complicated language and extensive plans. It's not impressive. It just confuses them, and confused people don't buy. You keep it simple in that 3-step plan. Once you've outlined the plan, you talk about the sessions that you deliver. The sessions are about execution. This is where the work gets done, where you educate them, you coach them, you train them, you guide them, right? It happens in the flesh. That's where the magic happens. And it's either a one-to-one product, which it is for all of you right now, or maybe later, it's a one-to-many product. As to say, this model works whether you want to upgrade your one-to-one offer, or whether you're creating a one-to-many offer, like small group PT. And so you explain why the sessions are so powerful for them, right? You make it specific, you individualize it, you relate it back to what you've heard in the consult and the nurture process. And once you've explained the sessions, you tell them that there will be reviews. Reviews are crucial because they ensure alignment. Alignment between you and the client, that you're on the same page all the time, because drift is inevitable. Life throws curveballs. Goals and priorities change over time, don't they? As life changes, as people change. So we have to work proactively to ensure we've got alignment, but also that the client has alignment with their goals. So we reflect on what's happened, we clarify what is and isn't important now, and we refine the plan. And we have a system called the macro review, which we give our clients, which helps them do this dynamically. Again, it's based on our beloved traffic light system. So happy clients that are really progressing are green. We meet them every 3 months. Clients that are red lights, they're not progressing, they're not taking action, they're not happy, or we're not happy, we meet them every month for a review. And then there's amber in between. And then the fourth and final layer is support. Support is what creates connection between you and the client with your community. Connection is crucial. Connection is what keeps people with us for a long period of time. And the way we do that is we have check-ins, which come in various different shapes and sizes. We build a community. We make content for our clients for them to use, learn from when they're not with us. And we invite them to events. We bring them together to create in-person magic. And so what we do is we help you, and we're going to have a play with this in a minute, put what you do through these lenses. Team, tell me this in the chat. Do you think this would be a useful exercise for you to do now? Would this upgrade what you do to help you stand out more, to help you perhaps charge higher prices, to help you retain clients better? Craig, before we go into it, what do you want to add, mate?
Most people, when you think about personal training, I want to ask you guys this. Out of those four things, what do most people think that they're paying for when they come to see you? And what do you, when you first started as a coach, what one of these four things do you base your price on? Yeah, the sessions. Most personal trainers, when I speak to them, when I meet them, say, I charge X per session. But when I actually dig into the detail, I realize that they're doing a hell of a lot more than just the session. Might not be doing all of this stuff, right? This is something that we want to build. But this is where it ties into pricing power, because the value of your service should be built on the entire offer. We want to move away from the idea of saying, I charge X per session. And instead, we want to say, this is how I help people get this outcome. And this is the cost per month to get access to this service. It's about the entire service. It's about the solution. These four layers are the solution to the problem. If you disagree, let me know. But I don't believe that you can get anybody an optimal result by just seeing them in the gym once a week and that's it, and never speaking to them. That's not coaching, in my opinion. And we're here to turn people into incredible coaches as well as great business owners. Okay? So we need to place a value on all of these four things together, and we charge it as a monthly recurring revenue price. A subscription that is paid at the start of the month in return for access to all four layers of your offer. Straight away, that gives you pricing power. Straight away, that's going to help your sales process. Because if they've had a chat with matey boy down the road who says, yeah, it's £30 a session, buy a block of 10, versus you explaining this offer and the journey that you take, why these four components are so important to get somebody to the outcome, your perceived value goes up significantly. And we have to explain this because the perception of the public, of your audience, is that I see a trainer and they deliver sessions and they count my reps and they shout at me. That's what most people think. Whereas if you build an offer that actually gets results and delivers an outcome, your job in sales is to explain that and to explain the value of that. And if you get that right, you'll get better results, so retention will go up. You'll increase your prices because everybody will be saying yes. And so supply and demand will force you to increase your prices. And also, you'll feel really fucking good about the service that you're delivering, because this is a great way to coach people. You don't have to build all of this straight away. These are, you need the plan, you need the sessions, and you need reviews, but the support part, you can build that over time. That can just be as simple as WhatsApp communication to get things moving. And then you can add layers to it, build communities, run events, some of our clients run like a weekly workshop for their clients, those kind of things. You can build all of that over time. But that's why this offer is so important.
So what we're going to do now is you're going to have a play with another one of our tools. We spent a few minutes with Math yesterday to do a little bit of mathematics on your effective hourly rate. And I'm now going to share with you the Velocity Offer Builder. So let me show you this on my screen, and then I'm going to give you the link. So this is another custom AI tool that we built. It's trained on our knowledge. It's trained on the 4-layer offer that I just talked you through. And what I'm going to invite you to do in a minute is talk to it. And it's going to ask you questions, and you're going to answer them as comprehensively as you can. The rule is I want you to talk to it over typing, because our belief is that trainers are much better talkers than typers. You can say a lot more in the same period of time than you can type, because you talk every day. You instruct, you coach, you educate through using this tool. It's a very good tool you've got. And so when you click on the link that I'll share in the chat in a moment, what you're going to do is click on this button, which says, help me build my postcode famous offer. And it's going to prompt you with questions. And then your job, you're going to think about your current one-to-one service, and we're going to give it an upgrade. And this little button here, it's there on your, whether if you use your phone or if you use your laptop or tablet, it's a dictate function. And if you click it and you talk, it will take what you talk and turn it into words very quickly. Click that button, and it will turn what I've said into words. And then all you have to do is send that prompt by clicking this black circle, and it will send it to the AI. It will listen to it, and it will come back with a question and the next one in the sequence. It may come back to what you said and challenge it a bit if you weren't clear, but it's just helping you get the stuff out of your brain. This process might take you maybe 10 or 15 minutes, depending on how much you talk. And the output is a block of text. What it's going to do is give you a block of text that you can copy and paste into a document or a note, an Apple note or a sticky note or whatever you've got on your computer, whatever you use, copy and paste it there. And that is the first draft. We call it a first shitty draft of your upgraded offer. We'll talk about what we do with it after you've got it, because that's not the finished product. But this is another really good expression of how we use AI at velocity, isn't it, Craig?
Yeah, so I just want to touch on that for a second. AI is not AI never creates your final product at all. Okay, and this isn't an AI workshop. We don't go into AI as much as a lot of people do. Like, we're all about in-person coaching, we're all about human connection. The thing that we know that it's very good at is getting all of the gold that's in your head that you can't articulate right now and putting it into something contextualized, helping you extract all the things in the nooks and the crannies of your brain and turning it into something functional that you can do something with. So the output of doing this exercise is not something that's ever going to be spoken or used publicly. It's just to get all of the messy stuff in here onto something else so that you can then work with it to create your offer. And that's what we think of with AI, is it's a great way to extract from your brain and give you something to work with. It's never, ever, ever the final product. If you base your content, your offer, all of those things directly through AI, you're destined to fail. I guarantee it. Okay, but it is a good tool for turning all the stuff in here into something that you can actually do something productive with.
Cool. So you up for it? Should we have a play? Yes, please. Okay.
Just Mark.
Just Mark. So I'm going to put a little timer on my screen in a minute. We're going to, come on then, Molly. Come on then. I'm going to put a timer on my screen of 15 minutes. That's when we'll bring everyone back. If you get through it all, then great. If you don't, then no worries. You can always finish the rest of it later. Okay, but we want to have a look. We want to come back and tie a bow in this before we move on. Here's the link. I'll stick a 50-minute timer on my screen. If you have any questions in the meantime, we're still going to be here. I'll put a little bit of light music on, and feel free to lean in if you have questions.
One quick one, guys. Just talk. Don't think I need to be articulate or this needs to sound right. Just literally just talk. There's nothing wrong that you can say. The job of the tool is to take the good stuff and remove the bad stuff. Okay? So have some fun with it. Say what you know about what your business and what you want it to look like. And its job is to turn it into something valuable for you. Okay? We're here. Ask questions as we go through, and then we'll touch base again shortly. All right, team, last couple of minutes. If you've got the free version, then there is a limit. So you may, I think it's about 12 hours that you need to wait, and then you can finish it up from there. Obviously, if you've got the paid version, you can keep on riffing.
Okay, team. That's our 15 minutes. So come back to the room, please. And whether you want a free account or not, you can pick that up later and see it through. But the output was or is going to be a block of text, which is an articulation of your offer and what you do. So what I want to just touch on, because we want to move on, I think, Craig, we've got a few more bits to cover today. But what I want to do to wrap this up is I want to know what you just experienced, like what was good about that, what was helpful, and then what to do next with it. Okay. So, team, tell us what was that like? How was that helpful, if it was? A couple of people you saying, Molly, you said it was bloody brilliant. What was brilliant about it? Why was it helpful for you? Melanie, why did you love it? How so, Anu? Let's tap into what's good about this and how we can use it. What's it given you to think about, Andy? Nice, Kai. Back to the point Craig and I both made at the beginning. This is about, we believe that you've got, yeah, Mark, just like you've said there, we believe you've got so much great stuff in your head. We touched on it yesterday. All the like so much experience, knowledge, skill, and passion. But oftentimes the blockage is just getting it out of your head into something that makes sense.
When you're clear on your offer, it actually makes your marketing a lot easier because you know what you're talking about. You're not thinking, I'll just post a piece of content of me doing a deadlift and give 3 top tips. Like your offer and the people that you serve and the problems that you solve is central to everything that you do in the business. And so this is a really good starting point. It's one of the first things that we do when coaches come in is help them get clear on what their offer actually is. Otherwise, we don't really know what it is that we're talking about, what it is that we're selling, who we're really helping, and how we're going to help them. So it's integral to at least have a good, easy to articulate understanding of what it is that you actually do, so that you're not just a personal trainer, right? You're not just an information-led personal trainer that ironically ChatGPT can do a pretty good job of. We have to separate ourselves from all of that, more so now than ever.
So we're not this workshop, this event is not about upgrading, teaching you sales and offers for that matter, although it's part of the small group. So let's keep this really simple for now. The only place that we would have you use this would be at the end of a consultation when someone says, or well, if you ask someone, would you like to hear about how I could help you? And we have all sorts of stuff on this, but its application is at that moment when you've nurtured and you've built a connection with that lead, and you now want to explain how you can help them, right? This is where you would use this most of the time. And it's not like you're going to have a printed script in front of you. This is mostly a tool for your brain to help organize what you do, right? But once you get familiar with the words that it has given back to you, then this becomes the framework, the skeleton of what you actually say. So, what I want to do is bridge back to that. We've done a lot of work on your current one-to-one offer, but I want to take us back to talking about small group coaching now and a little bit of a detail about how we think about that. Craig, over to you for anything you want to say on offer before we do design details.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. Like we could do another 2 hours on offer. Like it's a big part of your business model. So we wanted to touch on it because it's important, and whether the job for you is to build your offer for your current thing and improve that, or whether it's about building your offer for your new thing, it's an important thing to consider. And this is at least a starting point to creating a clear offer.
Cool. So I think what you're going to do, Craig, now, just talk through, touch on group size, mindset, sessions, and programming as it relates to small group coaching.
Yeah. So there's a few things that we've learned. We've done this with a lot of people. Okay. There's a few core things that we think everybody's going to run small group coaching slightly differently, but these are our strong recommendations around 4 key areas. Now, again, all of this, everything that we're talking about today is in detail in the resource doc, but we're picking out a few key parts for you. So let's look at the design and the detail if this is a model that you want to use to help more people make more money without adding more hours to your diary. The first thing is group size. Our recommendation is between 4 and 6. Anything lower than 4, and it doesn't really give you the leverage that we want. It also doesn't really lean into the community side as well as we would like. So if you're a 1-to-1 coach and you do 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, that's fine. You can do that, and there's different pricing strategies for that, but it's not small group coaching. However, anything above 6, as we've said here, is a class. You're not able to work as individually with each character in that space when it goes above 6 people, and so it slightly devalues the personal element, and therefore the price point needs to be very different. Now, again, we have coaches in our program that build their businesses based on classes, but it's a different model. 4 to 6 is the sweet spot for small group coaching. As it says, you can still provide the feeling of personalization whilst earning 2 to 4x what you would make in a 1-to-1 session. Okay, so if small group coaching is going to be your thing, build it around 4 to 6 people. Polly's story, she started with 4. And then she was able to move it to 6 because of a facility change, which we're going to talk to you about tomorrow. Okay, so that's the first thing, group size, really important. The second thing, the sessions themselves. We want to provide an outcome for people, but we need to do this in a way that works for everybody and it works for you. So this is what we found works best. A station-based setup. Each person has their own exercise or area, and they work around in a circuit-based format. Okay? It does a few things. It keeps kit purchases down, so you're not having to buy 6 squat racks or work in a facility that has 6 squat racks, for example. It's smooth and it's easy to run. You walk around the stations, you coach people, you adjust people individually. In terms of session time, we recommend 45 to 50 minutes. with a buffer before the next group arrives. Okay, it gives you time to clear down the area. It gives you time to say goodbye, answer any additional questions that people might have. It just stops there being like a backlog of people. Polly does 35 group coaching sessions a week. If they were literally running on the hour every single hour, it would be a nightmare. Okay. Really, really important point now in terms of the payment side of things and the way that you manage it. Clients are not buying a number of sessions like they would for personal training. They're not buying 4 sessions a month or a pack of 10. Clients are buying a time slot. If Felicity joins my small group coaching plan, one of the things that I'll say once we agree is this is the timetable. These slots in yellow is where we have availability. Which one works best for you? Not when can you do, which one works best for you? When Felicity tells me that Wednesday at 9 a.m. works for me, I say, right, that's your slot. Your name is on that slot every week. Now, if they turn up to that slot, we train them. If they don't, they miss that session. We'll see them again next Wednesday at 9. Okay? Rather than having, and we've seen people do this and it's a nightmare, an open timetable where people can just book into whatever sessions they want. It lacks consistency. It becomes very messy from an admin point of view. And what always happens is that your most popular slots have a waiting list, and your less popular slots, you've got one person in there. Not very efficient for your time. So people buy a time. Really, really important. Thumbs up, makes sense? Yeah, cool. If they work shifts or a rota, then they may not be a fit for this model. They may be someone that does hero program or just isn't a fit for this model. Okay, for this model to work, it needs to have stability. We're centering this around you and your timetable and making it fit, which is why we need the trickle and the pour, the lead flow, all of those things to be in a really good place. Okay, there are some nuances to this. So in terms of like moving people around sessions, there are ways to do it, but we want to start simple. If they do 2 or 3 sessions a week, then they've got the Wednesday at 9 a.m. slot and they've got the Thursday at 12 slot. That's absolutely fine. But each time they're doing it, they're buying a slot so that this works for you and it's simple. It also puts a little bit more consistency and accountability on them, and we've seen it work really well. We've seen any other option not do very well. Okay, this kind of ties into some of these questions. I think this is a huge one when it comes to small group. You must be clear on your avatar and the problems that you're solving. To make small group coaching work, you need to refine these points more than you do if you're a one-to-one coach who can solve lots and lots of different problems for different people. This means that everything within your small group coaching model suits the people that you attract. You're not doing lots of micro reviews mid-session. The session is about energy, coaching, connection, and having a laugh as a team on the journey together. The personal support, all of that stuff, happens outside of the sessions. And I can promise you this, the magic of the community and being part of a team totally replaces anything that's lost with one-to-one. But it is a different service. People that want one-to-one coaching aren't going to be a fit for small group coaching. These people want community. They want togetherness. They want to feel part of something. They want something that is tailored towards their problem. You're not going to be able to run a small group coaching session with someone that has a knee injury, someone else that wants fat loss, and someone else that wants strength. It needs to be a collective. And so that's why this is not a typical, doesn't mean you can't do it, but it's not a typical starting point for a personal trainer, because usually you'll start one-to-one and figure out who is it that I'm really good at helping? Who is it that I really want to work with? What problems am I really good at solving? And the more you refine and define that over time, you build and you sort of clarify your offer, the clearer it becomes about what problems you're going to solve in your small group coaching community. Okay. And Melanie, to your point, this really suits certain types of avatars. Polly, for example, she predominantly works with people over 50 that are low in confidence, don't feel confident walking into a commercial gym. They're not looking for six packs. They're looking to move better. They're looking to have more energy. They're looking to get their body feeling like their age again. That's her people. Yeah, perfect, Melanie. It's a great group for that. Programming. We've got to make programming work. Polly does not write 185 programs a week. She has one method that people work through. So let's read through how we recommend you do this. The word recommend is important. We're not going to tell you what to do and say you can't do that and you must do this. This is just what we've seen work really well. Week 1 is testing of some kind. Everybody in that group goes through some kind of testing. Weeks 2 to 12 are the program. Week 13 is retesting. And we repeat. You decide who this program is for and what problems it solves. And then you build the set on those problems specifically, which is why at this point, you must be clear on your avatar and the problems that you're solving is so important. Because for this to work, we need the programming to be right for your groups. Then you build the sessions around those problems specifically. Unlike one-to-one, where you build everything individually for every person, here you're building a 12-week pattern that rotates and shifts over time. Each week has a focus. Mobility week, strength week, conditioning week. And everyone in every session that week works on that focus. So Polly has, I'm just using her as one of many examples. I could say, many other names, but you guys heard her story or met her yesterday. She has 12 weeks of programming that she writes. Then she retests so that everybody can see, wow, that's what I was doing 12 weeks ago. This is what I can do now. This is great. And then we go again. Okay, and it just works on a cyclical pattern. Really easy to distribute to coaches when you take on coaches, really easy to run yourself. So they're the 4 big things that kind of differ, I guess, from one-to-one coaching. We've got your group size, making sure that you get that right. We've got the way that we do the sessions. We've got the mindset shift. And this might mean that this feels amazing. There's a few comments in the chat like that's exactly who I want to help. It might mean that this makes you think maybe this isn't for my avatar. Totally fine. And how we program it. They're your 4 things.
All right, team. We're gonna cover one more part of our map. So let me remind you where we started today. Here's the launch model, and today. We've been focusing on this decide section. We've done a bit on ready. We've now done quite a bit on design. We're going to touch on price, which actually won't take us very long, and we'll see where we are. We may venture into the switch segment today. But we've got about 20, 25 minutes, but we might leave some time for any Q&A as well. So, team, how are we doing? Are we doing well? You've been with us for 90 minutes now. How in the chat? We okay? Yeah, still strong, falling asleep, need caffeine. You're doing great. We'll do a little bit more work together before we close up for today. Pricing is actually very simple. What we need to do is find the sweet spot between what the client can afford. A small group personal training can be marketed or explained as the best of both worlds. It's small enough that you get a close, small group with intimate support with affordability. But as we discussed yesterday, we've got to align it with something that works for you. And so this is a snapshot of a simple Google sheet we built, which is a pricing calculator. And it's got an example of where we aim to have people start when they launch small group coaching. And this is where the pricing power question comes into play. So the example, small group coaching, 4 to 6 people, 2 options. Now you can do 3 per week, but when people get started, 1 and 2 is plenty. And we want to keep your pricing profile very simple. I won't get Craig started on that because he'll probably rant for the remaining 20 minutes, but confused people don't buy. You don't need many options. Just keep it simple. So the example here is £120 for 1 session a week, for which they make that payment and they get access to the offer, right? If we just real quick come back to this thing, you'll do this exercise for your small group when it's time, and they're going to pay 120 for 1 a week, 200 for 2 a week, and they get the whole lot. They get the whole package. They get the plan, the sessions, the reviews, and the support for that money. And when you frame your offer via the Postcode Famous offer framework, it will feel like a steal. And so if we do a little simple projection, if over the next year you went all in on this, and people were either paying you £120 for 1 a week or 200 for 2, and you got 50 on each level, 50 times 120 is 6 grand, and 50 times 200 is 10 grand, giving us 16,000 a month for 100 clients, which is 150 attendances a week. And we can do a projection based on how many sessions that would be, but this is just a different way of looking at the numbers as it relates to price and your income. That's it. That's pricing. Don't you love simple? Again, Craig said it yesterday. What we're not saying is this is easy. This is fucking hard. It's hard work. You have to be at this for a year at least. Polly's been working at it for 5 to get to where she's at. But it really shows you that a simple model with thoughtful planning can really go a long way. Craig, anything on pricing?
Yeah, I'm just very quickly, team. I'm just going to zoom out because there's a couple of I'm looking at the body language in the room. Remember that you need to be ready for this. Okay? If you're not ready, that's totally fine. We're just telling you, we're just looking ahead at what's possible when you are. Okay? First of all, we developed the foundations. We went through this yesterday. We've got to build the foundations for where you are now. Then we can grow that thing. And by the end of growth, you'll be able to say that you're a green on all 5 of those key things that we spoke about. By the time you get to that point, all of this will be like, yes, that's the next step. As opposed to, there's nowhere else for me to go, or I'm going to work 80 hours a week and just keep growing my business and hate my life. Right? So this is just that next step that we go to, which is scale. That's what's possible, and that's what we love doing with coaches. But you've absolutely got to earn the right to get there. It's more exciting, right? For me, it's more exciting to go on the journey and do those things if I know that there is a next step that I can go to, which is going to give me more money, allow me to help more people, and save me time. But we things like pricing and all of those things, those numbers might feel a bit weird right now. It will make so much sense when you're ready for it. Cool.
Glenn asks to start, would you have to be close to max with one-to-one clients? Most of the time, yes. We want you to be within 90% fully booked. But the thing is, you are telling us what your fully booked number is. So yeah.
The reason for that is that the fastest way to make money is one-to-one coaching. The fastest way to grow your revenue is one-to-one coaching. And if you've got time, let's go and do that. The one thing you must protect is your time to be the business owner. So max one-to-one and having no time to grow the business, terrible idea. You're going to be stuck. Max one-to-one with 10 to 15 hours a week to still be the business owner, perfect. You've now built up enough evidence to suggest that small group coaching is the next logical place. But if you can't fill your one-to-one diary, then you're not ready. That readiness checklist isn't going to be green. So we've got to get that there first.
Melanie, the answer to that question would be answered with the 4-layer offer framework. So you would do that exercise for your new thing you're going to build, and they should have something in each of those layers. And that's what they're getting for that price. Nothing extra. It's 2 options, such that at the end of the offer you say, so would you like to do 1 session a week or 2? That's where we're getting to.
And Andy, to answer your statement, I love that because I think timelines are really important. The way that we would work with you on that is say, cool, well, this is where we need to be in 6 months' time to be able to start that. We can look at that and we can design what that needs to look like. Then we reverse engineer back to today. This is where we are today. What are the stepping stones that we need to cross so that in 6 months' time we say, cool, let's push the button on it. We're ready. That's what has to happen. If you don't have, we mentioned this yesterday, but if you don't have a target that you can't see and a timeline that's realistic to go after it, it's really hard to know what to do. So if you know when you want to do something and what it is that you want to do, and then we can assess where you are today, it's really easy for us at Velocity to go, cool, well, this is step one. Then we do this, and then we do this next. And that's going to get you in a position where you're ready for it.
Craig, a good time to ask this lot. For those of you who didn't book a call with Craig that wants to, that you still can.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we've had about 30 people book a call, so there's not loads of slots left. But if you do want to jump on and have a chat about how we can help you out, whether it's small group coaching, whether it's getting that readiness list checked, whether you know now that small group coaching isn't for you and you want to see what other options might be the right one for you, there's lots of different things that we do. So yeah, if you do want to come and have a chat and find out about how we coach people at Velocity with our mindset coach, our copywriter, our success coaches, the program, like all of the stuff that we do, the easiest way to do that is click on that link, find a time that works, and we'd love to have a chat with you and see if it's a good fit. If it's not a good fit, with all due respect, we don't want to work with you, right? Because we're very clear about who it is that we help and who we don't help. If it is a great fit, we would, but we'll only find that out if we have a chat. So click on the link if it sounds good, and we'll talk.
Melanie, this is a good question to ask privately with Craig. All of these, like, such a unique situation, and so I think we'd have to better understand where you're at. Just like anyone else in this room that needs a unique sort of approach. I need to understand where you're at before we can build a plan.
Yeah, I've put my Instagram on there, Melanie. I can't remember if we're talking there or not, but send me a message on Instagram with just literally copy and paste that in there, and I'll send you a voice note, and we can help you figure out the answer from there. Oh, you're booked in for tomorrow. All right, well, we'll save it for there.
Okay, team. So what we're going to do one more thing today, and then we'll have a clear place where we can pick up tomorrow. So now we've ticked off the decide function. We're going to move on to the switch bit, and we're going to touch on announce. Announce is basically saying that when you come to do this thing and you're ready to make the switch, you've made the decisions, we actually have to consider that, okay, we're doing something here one-to-one, and we now need to tell people about the fact that we're doing something new. Okay? There's basically two options that you're going to consider. Option one is that you're doing a complete switch. You're saying, I'm not doing that anymore on this date, which we can define. And so this is the new thing. And I'm going to hold your hand and we're going to make the transition. That's option one. Option two is that you don't do that and you say, I'm going to keep some one-to-one, but I'm going to add this on. All right? Both are fine. You get to choose, but there's a right way to do both. So we want to give you a simple model as to how you make this transition, which is in the document. And this is the simple image that summarizes it. We're saying that we want to move from the old thing to the new thing. And between that, in that transition, there are 3 steps. Prime, experiment, and wean. Priming is about helping set the frame in which people will understand what you're about to do. Framing, imagine like the idea of framing is easily understood by the picture frame. The picture frame is the edging that contains the picture inside of it. It's not the message itself, it's the thing that holds it. So when we're about to launch a new service, we can influence the way that people perceive that, the way that people see it and look at it by priming them with certain messages. The way we do that at Velocity is in the coaching domain is called a macro review. And essentially what we do is we look look through look at the world through the client's eyes, where they've come from, where they're at now, and what their world is at the moment, and what they want. Agnostic of the service that we provide them. We understand them. And then we position what we're doing as a really good solution to the client's problems that they've got in that moment. We do that through a coaching session that we call the macro review, with some messaging that accompanies it. And so what I'm saying to you is basically we need to tell the clients what's happening, but we need to do it in a really unique way. Once we've done that, we're going to position the small group coaching as an experiment. We're going to say, let's try this for 90 days, because I think it would be a really good idea for the reasons that I've just explained in the priming. I've listened to where they're at. I understand what they want and what their issues are. And I believe that this is a really good solution, the thing that I'm working on and doing now. So for the next 90 days, we're going to do it together. And we're going to work together on this upgrade in this new, fresh way of solving the problem. And as that experiment unfolds, we wean. We step back from them. All the things that we're leaving behind that one-to-one gave that individual, we're going to let go of. And we're going to really underscore and emphasize the new benefits, or the benefits of the new thing that small group coaching provides. The togetherness, the community, the fun, the excitement, the energy. And then we find that person fully transition to the new thing. And that's the transition model. Team into the chat, just tell me in the chat, does that make sense? Can you see how that works? Really simple. Thank you, Iz. 3 steps. We prime, we set an experiment, and we weed away. I think the only one thing I would add, sorry, Craig, just before you come on, is what I'm definitely not asking you to do is sell a service to someone that isn't right for it. So if you have someone that is absolutely not right for small group coaching, then you will make a different suggestion, and that will be unique based on your personal circumstances. Craig, what would you add to that, mate?
Yeah, the first thing I'll say is we're talking about transitioning existing clients into the new thing. Selling people into the new thing that we're going to talk about tomorrow is dead easy, right? Because they only know the new thing. They only see the new thing. This particular part is for people that are used to working with you in one way. They've not asked to change it, and you're moving it into a different direction. And what we can't do is just close that chapter and open this one up and expect there not to be any problems. We've seen people go against our word and do that, and it not go very well for them. So we have to create this transitionary period. Okay, what usually happens in this moment is that your income doesn't go down, but you start to get more and more time back. And then all of a sudden, bang, everything just takes off. And that's where you can really make some money, because you've dramatically increased your capacity. But we have to be able to guide people out of the old thing and into the new thing. And I remember doing this as a coach myself with a different structure that I moved into. Small group coaching wasn't one I chose, but I went down a different route. And I coined it exactly like this. I really want to help you. I'm really confident that this is going to be great for you. I think it's actually going to be an improvement. I'd love you to come and try it for 90 days and then judge it and see what you think. And I think about 85% of my clients, which was in the hundreds at that point, about 85% were like, yeah, sounds great. If that's what you think, Craig, let's do it. Because I've built trust with those people. They trust me. And the vast majority of them did it and absolutely loved it. There then comes a moment where you have a cutoff and you say to people, right, I'm not doing that anymore. So it's either small group or I wish you all the best. And there'll be another chunk of them that then come over at that point, because the thought of not working with you is worse than the thought of working with you and trialing a new thing. So the transition isn't as scary as it might sound or feel, as long as you respect the psychology of the individual and you guide them through that transitionary process. Cool. You've answered that question in the chat.
Yeah. And then what we've done, just to round this off, is that there are some objections, which Craig, maybe you might touch on in a sec, These are three of the most common questions that we get from those existing clients that you might want to switch. And we've given you a suggested script that you can play with. Anything you want to say about those, Craig?
No, I think I would just recommend that you have a read of them. It gives you a good context of how to deal with certain objections, and something that you log so that when the time is right, you can expect those questions and you can prepare for them. Let's remember that whenever you make changes, like human beings don't like change, generally speaking. Human beings don't like change, which is one of the reasons why you have a job as a personal trainer, because people don't like changing their lifestyle habits, right? It's difficult for them. Even though they want a different outcome, they don't like doing it. Whenever you bring change, you've got to make sure that we're doing it for a reason that's worth the pain, which is why we want to build a small group coaching model that is going to do the big three things that we spoke about: make you more money, allow you to help more people, and save you time. There will be people on this transition that you lose that you love working with. Not many, but there'll be one or two. And it's at that moment where you have to remind yourself of the bigger picture here and what it is that you're trying to achieve. But there's a very good saying, which is your success in business is proportional to the amount of difficult conversations that you're willing to have. And this is definitely one of those moments when you make that transition. This is why we say you've got to have that ready checklist in place. Okay, we've done this so many times that we know what the journey looks like, that you will have a positive outcome if you work your way through this, but it doesn't mean that there aren't a couple of tricky situations and awkward conversations to be done. But when you look back 12 months later, you'll be so pleased that you did it if this is the right move for you. So yeah, have a read of those objections. I think they might be useful for you if and when the time is right for this switch to happen. Dave, can you touch on your note? Because I think this is a good point that you've made before. It kind of highlights my point.
Yeah, well, it's what came to mind. By the way, team, we're going to finish up in 10 minutes. If anyone has any questions about what we've covered today, please either type it out in the chat or type a letter Q if you want to just talk. We might have time for a question or two. This, I think I've done a bit of studying on personality typing, and I did this with a group of trainers that I was coaching, and most of them came out as a type that was very high in a people-pleasing score. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, you're a good coach or you're made to be a trainer because you really want other people to be happy and you love being in service of others. And that is both a strength and a weakness. A strength because it makes you invest in becoming the best coach and trainer you can be. But a weakness because you're at risk of making decisions that are in service of your clients and not yourself. And that's what I was talking about yesterday. I touched on this in the win-win scenarios thing. And when it comes to your business evolving, it's so important to remember the context that we are speaking to you as the trainer and business owner right now. In that sense, we don't care about your current clients. We care about looking ahead into the future at the business you want to grow into over the next 12, 24, 36 months, and making the changes now or planning the changes that need to happen for that to happen. Because if we asked all of your clients what they want, that would never happen. Just like there's a famous quote by Henry Ford who said, if I asked the people what they wanted at the time I designed the car, they would ask for faster horses. They didn't know what they wanted because they were operating from a different standpoint, right? And we are your cheerleaders. We stand for you. So we have to build a business that works for you first, then second, right? And the reality is there are a lot of other fish in the sea, and we can't let your current beliefs or perceptions, fears and anxieties around lead generation, content creation, sales, pricing affect your vision. We have to work on that first as a priority. So that's what we mean. I talk a lot about rational selfishness. I want you to be selfish, not in spite of other people, not to the harm of other people. I just want you to win, right? And yes, we'll find another scenario in which other people win too, but you must be winning. And so that's why we say you are more important than your clients. That's what we mean.
It comes back to the mindset shift as well and really understanding the problems that you want to solve. Because I can tell you the outcome of this from doing it with people is that people fucking love it. Small group coaching for the right people is an incredible service. They feel part of a real community of people and they feel like they've found their home. And the retention levels of small group coaching, when people do it right, are incredibly high. But it does have to be for the right avatar. It does have to be for the right problem that you're solving, and you have to be the type of coach that loves doing that and wants to build a community. Very quickly, guys, could you do me a favor? Look at your Zoom name. If it says Zoom user or just your first name or iPhone or SB, could you just write your full name in the chat? We just want to make sure we know who was here today live with us. So please just pop your name in the chat if your full name is not displayed on your Zoom screen. Thanks, guys. Okay. Tomorrow, in day 3, we're going to finish up. Let me just grab it on the screen here. We're gonna finish up the switch. Okay, we're going to talk about enrolling. We're going to talk about the Hero program, which has been a couple of comments about. The Hero program is a must when you run small group coaching because not everybody is going to be ready to come straight into a group. So we talk about how you make that work for you and how you make that work for them. And then we're going to move on to Grow. Once we've made that transition and small group coaching is underway, how do we build a community? How do we make sure we're doing it in the right space? And then eventually, how do we build a team so that we can increase the capacity without increasing your hours? Again, the reason we brought Polly in to talk in the afternoon and I told her story in the morning is that she's gone through all of these stages because she started with us with 0 clients and 0 knowledge about building a business. She hasn't had to go and make mistakes. When clients come to us that have been doing it for years, honestly, like normally the first thing that we have to do is undo things before we can move forward. But Polly's been able to go through those transitional steps piece by piece by piece, which is why her story was so great and how she built her community, then how she got the right facility, and then how she went on to build a team. So we want to share that journey with you in day 3 tomorrow. And as always, guys, if you can attend live, you're going to get more from it. We're going to be able to answer more questions. There's some really cool stuff we're going to go into around the sales process, which is going to be applicable for you in your current model and in the future model. Lots of stuff that we want to cover with you. What I'd love to know, thanks for popping your names in, guys. If you haven't yet done that, please do. Who have we left waiting on? iPhone, SB. If you could just type your name in the chat so that we know who you are, that would be great. My final question for you is what's your biggest takeaway from today? What's the one sentence or the one thing that has resonated with you on the back of our conversation today? Same link, Andy. Same link, just come and join us live at the same time, 9:30. You should all have the link to the recordings page that was sent out to you in the early hours of the morning last night, wherever we've been talking. Yes, Molly. Absolutely. One of the first things we need to do. If we can't clearly explain what it is that we do, how can we expect people to want to buy into it, right? How can we charge a commanding price and build a name for ourselves if we don't actually know what our offer is? Getting a clear offer is super important. Love that, Melanie. Small group coaching is definitely a way forward for you, and having the right clear offer, brilliant. No worries, Andy, that's fine. And Glenn, for you, the offer as well. Cool, the offer has landed. It's a big part. It's a big part. We need to prioritize ourselves when we build our offer so that we can enjoy it and be present for our clients. Yeah, 100%. Take it from someone that fucked it all up. I got this completely wrong. On the outside, I was very successful in my first few years as a PT, but I wanted to leave the industry. I was interviewing for other jobs because I was completely burnt out. I was doing like 60 one-to-one sessions a week. I gave up I was playing semi-pro football at the time. I couldn't do that. My partner was like, "Where are you? I haven't seen you." Like, it wasn't a business. It was just a busy service. So whatever we build, we have to put you front and center, not to the detriment of your clients at all. In fact, quite the opposite. You will provide a better service and a better outcome if you, as the coach, are in the right headspace. If me and David are turning up to talk to you guys here and we're fucking exhausted and we've got nothing in the tank and we haven't really thought about it because we're just rushing around, you guys
And we
are
don't
going to
have
get the best.
we don't have a voice.
Yeah, if you've lost your voice, then you're not going to get the best out of us. But it's so true, right? You're the leader as the coach. You've got to be there loving what you do. What did we say yesterday? More money, for sure, but more meaning, more fun, and more opportunity. They're the big four. They're the four things that we want for all of your businesses. Structuring small group coaching in terms of slots and sizing. Yeah, really common mistake that people make. A clear profile and client target. Yep, really important for marketing, for delivery. Amazing, Mark. That's really cool. Starting to see a way that you can mold it. We just need to make sure we do that in the right way. So we'd love to talk to you about that. Offer clarity. If we don't know what we're offering as a product or service, how are our potential customers meant to? This is a lot of the time why people can't convert, can't generate leads, is they don't know what they're actually selling. They say, "Oh, well, I'm a personal trainer." Going green on the readiness checklist, 100%. Currently lots of reds. Cool. Well, honestly, that's a positive because your business hasn't changed from an hour ago. It hasn't changed. It's exactly the same, but now you have awareness. Most people are unaware, and so they do things blindly, and it doesn't work out for them. We don't want anybody in here to do anything blindly. We always want to get that sense of awareness first. Because we've been doing this for a long time, we know what those checkpoints are. We know what the dangers are if you move into certain territories without checking those boxes first. Yeah, trickle and pour being a green is it doesn't matter what service you're running. That's one of the priorities in business.
This is day 3 of the 20-hour trainer, and we're going to start off with a little recap of where we're at, and then we'll dive into some of the detail. We broke this model down into 3 steps. We have to decide. We have to decide what the right model is and if this is the right model for you. And then we have to decide when we're ready to rock and roll with it. And so that's the first one. We covered that yesterday. Then we moved into the announcement of it publicly and privately. We're going to have to start talking about the new thing that we're doing. This is where we're going to pick up today. How do we enroll people into this new service? In other words, what does the sales process look like? And that's where we're gonna kick off. I'm gonna give Craig a little setup and then he's gonna speak about that. And we're also gonna segue pretty smoothly into what we call Hero. We've talked about this the last couple of days. Hero is the name of a one-to-one program that small group coaches or trainers that run small group coaching offer for people who aren't immediately ready for small groups. For maybe they're a bit injured, maybe they're lacking confidence, maybe they're just really brand new and they're total noobs. But most people, I'd say 95% of people, there is a route for them into small groups, and Hero provides it. So we're going to talk about that over the next, 20 minutes or so. Once we've done that, we've closed off the switch section, and we'll move on to grow, where we'll talk about, okay, well, once we've switched and we've launched this thing and it's all good and we're happy and we're smooth, then we need a plan to grow the community, to think about facility in that growth period, and also the hiring and building of a team so that you aren't always doing all the fucking work. So that's our plan for today. Now, enroll. There are 6 stages to enrolling new clients, and I'm gonna very briefly mention this and then hand to you, Craig. Basically, what you see on my screen is the 6 steps that we've got to move people through to turn local strangers into evangelists or clients of yours. Right? Eventually, they become evangelists and raving fans of you and your community. And I think at that point, Craig, I'll hand to you.
Yeah, so zooming out for a second, when we run these events, we don't know fully who's going to attend. We don't know whether what we're talking about today is absolutely a now thing, or whether this is something that's going to be a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line for you. It doesn't matter to us because we want to share this information with you. And you can take the principles of this and apply it to what you've got now. That's why we spoke about, are you ready to decide? We did the big circle on day one to look at what you've currently got, but we're working towards this model. So I'm not going to go through this model, but we spoke on the first day that you need a sales process. You need a way to get people to understand that you're the person that might be able to solve their problem. We're not going to pitch and sell to them straight away. We need to take them on a journey. And I can tell you from selling for over 20 years, and I put selling in inverted commas because it's not really selling, you need a model. You need a model that you can trust, and you need a model that you can get good at. How do we get really good at squats? By doing shitloads of squats. It's the same thing with this process. Now, do we want a model that is going to be complex and interchanging and always having to do different things for different people? Or do we want something simple that we can follow and we can flow and we can improve on? We want simple. Obvious statement, but simplicity scales, complexity fails every time in your business. Do not think that you have to make things complicated for them to work. You don't. Velocity is a big business now built on simplicity. Okay. And it starts with level one and getting level one right. So if you're currently building a 1-to-1 or 1 or 2-to-1 coaching business, this is the sales process that you would follow right now. Okay. Not going to talk about that too much today, but happy to share that with you outside of this call. When we move into group coaching, the process changes somewhat, and that's what we're going to focus on here. There's a lot of similarities. The principle is exactly the same. The first step is what we call a hand raise. A hand raise is basically some kind of gesture of interest towards the thing that you've been speaking about, whether that's in content, whether that's on the gym floor, whether it's for a promotion or a campaign, which is usually what we use with our clients to get the ball rolling for them when they first join. So we typically run 2 or 3 campaigns back to back, all organic, no paid, don't need that. But the goal is we're going to talk about a problem. You remember when I said that people are not solution aware? They're not walking around going, I need a coach, but they're very problem aware. They're aware that something in their world isn't right, and the idea of solving that is appealing to them. So if you can get your marketing right, if you understand hooks, stories, lessons, calls to actions, and you know the problems and frustrations of your audience, which is a conversation for another day, people will put their hand up and they will comment a word. They will send you a DM. They will write their name in the thing in the gym. Whatever the thing is, they'll scan the QR code. We've got tons of different ways to get people to engage. But that's the first thing. We need them to come to you and say, I've got a very mild degree of interest in the thing that you're talking about. That's it. That's what your marketing is designed to do. Just step one. Your marketing is not designed to sell. So when we get a hand raise, give me a wave if you remember me talking about sell by chat on day one when we did the circle, or nurture. Yeah? Remember that? It was in the attract part. Remember I said this is the bridge between the hand raise and someone that's now actually quite interested in hearing how you might be able to help them. If you omit this, if you don't have this part, you don't have a sales process. You're very likely to just start selling to somebody that isn't ready to be sold to 99% of the time. This is the part where we lean in, we're curious, we show that we give a shit, and we're trying to find out about this person, their life, their struggles, and what's going on in their world right now. It does 2 things. It builds trust with the person, and it gives you all of the information that you need to make a sale later on. They will literally tell you what you need to do to sell to them if you get this right. So again, it's win-win. Once we've got a person to a point where they're saying things like, so how does it work then? What is it that you do with people? I'm interested in hearing more about this. Then they're ready for the next step. And with small group coaching, because of the dynamic of the way that you're doing the work with people, the next step is what we call a connect call, which we have all the full trainings for. This is typically a 15-minute Zoom call, ideally, or FaceTime, or where you can see their face. Much better interactions, which is why we keep telling you guys, stick your cameras on, because it's just easier to interact. Where you're going to ask them a series of questions to do two things. Continue to develop trust and to check to see whether they're a good fit. And also to exclude people that are not right for your program. This is the hill that I'll die on with sales. If somebody isn't right for you and you don't believe that you can genuinely help them and change their world, do not sell to them. Don't care how much you're struggling in business, don't sell to them. And I'll tell you why that's really important. It's not just about reputation and and being a good egg. It's more about the fact that when the right person comes along, you will sell with so much more conviction, because you know in your own heart that you're only speaking to that person because you genuinely believe you can help them. There's far too many coaches just taking any old Tom, Dick, and Harry on. The Connect call is designed to figure out, can I actually help this person? And if you can, the call will go so well that you will build so much trust with them. At the end of the Connect call, you're going to invite them to come down to your gym, your studio, wherever it might be, doesn't matter, to come and experience what it is that you've got. This is where it differs to one-to-one. Everybody with me so far? Just give me a little nod, little Churchill dog nod. Yeah, good. Okay. When you're selling one-to-one or two-to-one coaching, we invite them down for a one-to-one experience, because the thing they experience needs to be the thing that they are experiencing that they might want to buy. So they need to have some kind of one-to-one experience with you. But with group coaching, the experience is being part of the group. The experience is of the community. And when you start to get busy, you don't have time to spend one-to-one with every single person that might want to do group coaching, because you're already running groups in your times. So we invite them to come down and experience a trial of what it might be like to work in group. Before we do that, we send them a document, an invite document. This document will share the ethos of what it is that you're all about. We want them to feel what it's like to be part of this community. We want you to share your beliefs about health and fitness. We want you to share the story of what it is that you're all about and why you do what you do. And of course, we're going to share with them the mechanics of what you do, your offer. Remember, we spoke about the 4 parts of your offer: the plan, the execution, the alignment, and the periphery. You're going to explain that in this document. Because when they turn up to the free trial, we want them to already know everything about the way that your business works. Reason being is we're not one-to-one in the free trial. They're part of the group. So they already need this information up front, because at the end of the free trial, they need to make a decision. Again, where this differs to one-to-one is you can do all of that in one session in a one-to-one environment, but you can't do that in a group because you've got other people in the group that are training. They come and do the free trial, and they are basically a member of your team during that session. You're going to keep a slightly closer eye on them. You're going to let the rest of the group know that Karen is here today to trial it. So everybody say hello if you get the opportunity. And I promise you, when you get good at this, the community will sell it for you. If it's the right person, the community will sell it for you. And then the final step is sign up. Nothing flashy. You're going to grab them at the end and you're going to say, did you enjoy it? How did you find it? What was good? Can you see yourself working in this group? Great. Should we get you signed up? That's it. That's as hard as the sale needs to be because you've done all this work prior. My passionate statement with sales is, and I'd love you guys to write this down, deliver such a good experience prior to asking for the sale that the person would feel stupid not wanting to work with you. Provide such an amazing experience prior to asking for the sale that the person would feel stupid not wanting to work with you. And the reason that this works is because they've told you here about all of the things that they don't like, all of the problems that they want to solve. They've told you here on a deeper level about where they would really love to get to and what it would mean for them to change problem A, problem B, and problem C. And if you get good at this, you'll get all of the right information. You've shown them here and here exactly how you're going to solve all of those problems that they've said they really want to solve. So logic suggests that the sign up is an obvious choice. These are all the problems. I've been able to present the solutions. Why wouldn't they sign up? At Velocity, you should have about an 80% conversion rate. If it's lower than that, something in this chain needs to be improved. We're consistently getting 80% from the clients that are building this chain very well. Quick question just to see if you guys can figure it out. If you were converting above 80%, what might we say? If you're constantly converting over 80%, any guesses into the chat? What might we say about your business if you're converting at, say, 90 or 95%? Tough question, but I want to see. Perfect, Mark. You're too cheap. Get your prices up. Your price won't be perfect for everybody, and we have to be okay with that. What do we want to protect? Our effective hourly rate. I found this out when I went to a mentorship program with my chest puffed out, feeling very proud of my conversion rate, which was about 90%. And the person said, oh, we've got a problem here. And I was like, what do you mean we've got a problem? It's 90%. What should it be, 95? Like, you're not selling for the right price. The value that you're creating is way higher than the price that you're selling at. And you're going to hit capacity earlier than you need to. So that's why we say that 80% is the sweet spot. Okay? So team, just give me just put the number 6 in the chat if this makes sense, the 6 stages. We get the hand raise. We need to nurture, sell by chat. We need to increase the trust with that person with a connect call because we don't have one-to-one time with them in a group format to do that. We send them an invitation document, which gives across the ethos and the setup and everything about your business so that when they come in, they already know everything about how it works. There's no question marks. Then they can just focus on the experience and what it's like to be part of your team. They can meet the other members of the group. They can be told by the other members of the group, Melanie's really mean, but it's brilliant. You've got to do this. And then you make the sale at the end, which is literally 3 very simple questions. Nice and smooth. Okay.
I'd like to clear my throat. I I'd like to know where you guys, because basically in yesterday's, the Monday session, you gave an amber, a green amber, or a red to the sales process, which is one of the 3 projects of the convert pillar. Could you let me know, of the 6 things that Craig just explained, for you right now, which one do you feel you're strongest at, and which one is the weakest link in the chain? So in the chat, share with me which of the 6 things on my screen for you are you most confident or strongest with, if you had to do this now, and which one needs most work first. So Melanie, strongest at chatting, sell by chat. Nice. Let's do like either give it to me in one message or give me the strongest first, just so we know which one's which. Thanks, Mark. Neil. So connect, call, or consult for Mark. Same for Neil. Hand raises, trickle and pour for you, Mark. Same thing for Neil. Yeah. What about the rest of you?
If you don't currently have this process, then lean into the thing that you think you would naturally feel the most confident doing.
Yeah, so and strongest in the invite doc. So kind of communicating by words for you, Anne, feels strong. Yeah. But weakest is the call. Okay, cool. Nice. Good clarity. Kai with chatting, but the hand raises for you. Melanie, a very practical issue, yeah. For the challenge. Confident in chatting for Molly, weakest in getting the hand raised. Yeah. Okay, cool. You'll notice this about us, whenever we present a bit of theory or a model or a process, we've got to be really careful because our brains get excited and we have a chimp inside of us, and the chimp wants to latch onto everything and chase the shiny objects and do it all, have it all. Whereas we need to remember that our attention and energy are finite and we always have to prioritize. So questions like I just asked you are really useful to help prioritize your attention. Which one do I do first? Well, it's the weakest link of the chain. And then whilst we're doing that, we can acknowledge that it's not all shit. Like, you have some skill, you have some knowledge, and let's use that and appreciate that. So cool.
I want to add one more thing. We mentioned about consistency when it comes to getting hand raises and making content. We're talking about the trickle and the pour. If you're doing this, I'm just going to put C here for content, but it's not just social media content as an in-person coach. There's a lot more to it. That will get your hand raise. That hand raise will then move here, move here, move here, move here, move here. And that might take for some people a week. For others, it might be much longer. But if we then make more content that puts people in here, then we start that chain again. And what happens is you will always have a number of people at the different stages. And this is what we call, you all heard the word pipeline, right? You will fill your pipeline. So you'll have people getting the invite doc from things that you did 2 weeks ago, and you'll have new hand raises coming in from the thing that you did today or yesterday. And you'll have people that signed up from the work that you did 3 weeks ago. So that's why this needs to be simple, and it needs to be clear, and it needs to be a process that you follow. We give our clients a tracker so that they can track where are all of their leads in this process. And they can say, well, I've got 10 new hand raises. I've got 17 people in Sell by Chat. I've got 8 connect calls booked in. I've sent the invite doc out to 6 people. I've got 11 people booked in for a free trial. And this week I've signed up 4 people. When you can track all of those different things, you're tracking your pipeline. But first we need to build the pipes. We need to build the process that people are going to move through. And that's when we can make it consistent. And that's when things get really exciting.
Okay, so let's move on. Little quick check-in with our model. That was enroll. That's how we enroll people into our new thing. We're now going to go on to talk about Hero. So as I mentioned before, when you start doing this well and you've cracked the hand raise, you've got a bit of trickle and you can pour, then you've got a lot more inquiries. We've got a lot more comments and we've got a lot more attention on us. What you're going to find is that a significant proportion of people that you end up talking to, chatting with in messages, and talking on these connect calls is that they're not quite ready to dive straight into groups. Out of interest, just in the chat, how many of, just type me in the chat if you end up attracting people or talking with people who are kind of injured to a degree, like they've got issues in their body that they're sort of stuck by. Nice. Type me in the chat if you end up encountering very anxious people who extremely lack confidence in the gym environment, exercise. Yeah. Those are just two examples of possible reasons why people might not be suitable immediately for groups. And those people often need a bit more of a high touch service before they can be ready to join a group. And Craig, what would you say percentage wise, have you found of like those that need a bit more personal touch for a hero versus not?
Yeah, well, let's first of all consider that your marketing is going to be shaped towards the idea of people that would benefit most from small group coaching, right? You're not going to market a problem that needs one-to-one attention if your main model is small group coaching. So it's a different, slightly different play on the marketing and therefore the people that you attract, right? Like the reason we've got a room full of face-to-face coaches is that's what our marketing attracts. So we know that we can focus solely on in-person coaching and how to build, grow, and scale in-person businesses. Okay, so your marketing will do most of the filtering for you, is the first thing. If I had to give like a ballpark percentage, I would probably say that 5 to 10% of people that come through would need some kind of one-to-one support first. I work very closely with Polly, helping her build her business. And when we designed her hero program, which is now delivered by her coaches, initially by her, we built 3 different versions of it for the 3 most common scenarios where people weren't quite ready for small group. One of them was injury. They couldn't be put into a group format because they had a specific injury that needed to be improved before they could go into a group format. The second one was confidence. Okay, they just didn't feel like they were confident enough yet to go into a group. And the third one was skepticism around small group coaching. So we start them one-to-one. We build a connection and a relationship with them. And then by that point, they trust you and they want to give it a go. The key bit of information I want to share about all 3 of those, if somebody comes to Polly, I'm going to use her as an example. If somebody comes to Polly and says, I just want one-to-one coaching and I'm not interested in groups, then quite simply for Polly, they are no longer a fit. And she will refer them out one-to-one coach, probably one from Velocity, because that's not her thing anymore, right? That's not what she did do that, but she and you guys might well need to do that for another 3, 6, 12 months before you're ready. But once you make that decision, people that only want one-to-one are no longer a fit, and that's fine. So all 3 of the scenarios that come into the hero are all people that aren't ready yet, but they're open to the idea of doing it later down the line. That's really important.
So my follow-up there, and a question for you guys is, because I think there's probably 2 branches that you in this room, if you're watching this back, are going to take. Either you're going to make a complete switch like Polly to groups, or you're going to add it as another option because you really want to keep one-to-one. So can you let me know in the chat, do you feel, even though this might be a gut feel for you right now, is it a full switch, type full, or is it a part switch, type part? Say full or part?
Both are fine.
Absolutely. Because one thing, this is a bit more detailed and unique for this call today, but we might need to address a particular strategy, like if it's part, or at least the next chapter that you can see is part group, part one-to-one, then we need to make sure that the one-to-one offer is positioned appropriately next to the group. Right? You can't have for example, you can't have a one-to-one product that's priced very similarly to group. That's going to create tension. We need to bear that in mind. And
also your marketing will get weird. So you have to be clear with your marketing as well. You don't want to be the one-man band. You've seen those people where they've got like the drum on the front and they've got like a cymbal on their head and a tambourine in one hand. That person's not going to be hired for any weddings anytime soon. Like if you're hiring someone for a wedding, you want the guitarist or you want the singer, right? We want your marketing to be clear about what is the problems you solve and how do you solve it. You can still have two things, but you're just going to market them slightly differently at different times.
Cool. So, question now to answer is how, like, let's pretend now, because a lot of you are part here. We've got Anne going full, we've got Melanie going full, but the rest of you probably want to switch. We need to imagine now, let's pretend like you've got your marketing right. You've done a lot of work the rest of this year on your trickle and your pour, and you're really, as Craig just mentioned, you've got an intentional, well thought out marketing plan where you're talking to the right people about the right problems in the right way. And you're starting to get inbound inquiries from all the people you want to hear from. And you'll find that some of them lean more towards one-to-one because you want to keep that in. That's great. And some of them are perfect for group. That's great. How do we sell that? How does that influence the sales process? Craig, could you come back, like pick up on where you left off and talk through this one?
Yeah. So that's the best way. I'm just going to start in a slightly different position very quickly. Just going to come back to this when it pops up. There we go. The connect call, which we spoke about, by that point, you will have the right amount of information to know what is it that this person really, really needs. Okay? You may well even gather that from sell by chat. And so what happens when we have different offers is that we will push them in different directions. Do you remember I said earlier, the thing that they experience needs to be the thing that you're going to sell them, right? There's no point bringing them into one thing and then trying to sell them something completely different. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So we've kind of mapped that out for you here. Prior to this, we've got the hand raise. We've done the sell by chat. And they've gone to the connect call. Now you've got a fork in the road. There's two places that they can go. If at the end of the connect call, you both agree together that actually doing some one-to-one work, whether that's long-term, if you're going to be offering both services, or whether it's going into Hero, which is a part-time one-to-one thing to get them ready, you're going to do something different. This is what we train our coaches on. It's called the hot lead converter. And it's a one-to-one experience that people will go through. Again, 80% conversion rate is the goal. It's built around a concept called the bridge model. It's fantastic. And it converts very, very well. It's not a taster session. It's not a consultation. It's an experience. And the end goal of that conversation one-to-one and the work that you do with them when they're one-to-one is that they sign up to your one-to-one service, your Hero. After, we're going to go into this in a sec, but after around about 10 weeks, they graduate to your small group. Scenario B is that they have the connect call and they're ready. Like small group coaching is the fit for them. So we carry on with what we discussed last time. We send them the invite doc, they come and do the trial, and they sign up. So essentially, it's a slip road towards the same outcome when small group coaching is the main thing that you're focused on. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Two options. And the only way that you're going to know, you're not going to know it when they initially hand raise through your marketing. You're going to get a good idea in sell by chat, but the way that you're really going to know is by jumping on a 15-minute call with them, asking the right questions, and using your judgment as an expert in this industry to decide, does this person need some one-to-one support first? If so, let's showcase the one-to-one support. Let's show them what that would look like if they were to come into that thing and then bring them into your Hero program with the goal of moving them into groups eventually. Or they don't need that. they're excited about groups. They're a good fit for groups. Let's just take them through the normal process. Cool.
All right. So let's just do a little exercise. I know some of you don't have any or many clients in this room, but there are others who have a bunch. Give us a rough idea, like think about your clients right now, the ones you've got. How many of them do you think would be a really good fit for groups right now? With maybe a conversation or two. And how many do you absolutely not? I'd rule it out. I'd never be interested in, I'm convinced of that. Is it 50-50? 60-40? What do you think? Let us know in the chat. Just have a think about it. Zero. So 100% zero. So for Catherine, it's going to be, we're going to need to find lots of brand new leads for this thing. 90%, which way, Molly, for you? 90% would be good.
Yeah.
Superb. About 10 for Neil. It's cool. We're not here to like really push back on that at all. I think through experience, we usually find that the number is higher than you think. So Molly, no qualms for you, but I think for Neil, oftentimes when people are introduced to it and there's a bit of an arm around the shoulder approach to it, oftentimes it's a little bit more than we think. But nevertheless, it's going to boil down to the observation that many of you have made, which is that your lead flow is nowhere near good enough. So we're going to have to fix that anyway. 70% for her. Okay, cool. We're going to move on. Let's check where we're at. So with our conversations around enrolling and heroing, we've now completed the switch section. So we're 2 sections down, 1 section to go. Where we're heading next is we want to talk about growth. What do we want to grow and how are we going to grow it? We're going to need to talk about the community, the facility, and then team. So let's dive into community. So we think about this in layers. The first place where community begins is in the sessions themselves. We've been talking about this since we begun, and if you do it right, I think Hannah and Polly are great examples for this. The energy in the session is through the roof. I think a couple of you have mentioned it as well, that teaching a small group gives you an absolute buzz, and that's the right way it should feel. The second layer is actually you create squads or teams on WhatsApp for each individual group that you create. We said it before, but I'll say it again. When you're selling small group, people are signing up to a specific slot or slots. Wednesday at 9 and Friday at 10. Those are my slots. Those are my squads. So people immediately, with the language that you choose to describe and sell it, they're buying into a team. They're buying into a group of people, which inherently is about identity. It's about belonging. Humans are very tribal, right? We are hardwired to be part of a group, part of a community. So we create that from the outset. And so the second layer of building this community is not just the sessions, but then we create a WhatsApp group for the Wednesday at 9 a.m. crew. And Hannah and Craig, am I right? Like Hannah and Polly, have they named these groups and they end up taking on a life of their own?
Yeah, I actually think that's important. So you set up the group, and one of the first things that you do is you get that group to start talking by coming up with some ideas for the name of the group. Okay, and it comes up with like Team Twerk, I think is one of them, for example. It can go with whatever your. This is the cool thing about small group. This is the cool thing about one-to-one coaching. It doesn't matter. Is you're going to build your brand effectively. Like, if people think you're an asshole, they're not going to work with you. If you think me and David are a couple of twats, you're not going to come and work with Velocity, even if the information is valuable. This is why we say people buy into the trainer. And so you're going to attract people that are attracted, like that have similar likes and senses of humor and those kind of things, generally speaking, when you get your marketing right. And so coming up with a name is actually a really cool thing that connects these people together. And they become, and this is what we're talking about here, they become their own little small community, which is part of the bigger community. And it's really powerful. It's not just powerful from a retention perspective, but one of the really positive bits of feedback that we get from our coaches is that if someone says they can't make it, the other 5 people in the group are like, "Oh, come on, Anne, you can do it. Like, we need you there. Let's get you there." It's like it's built-in accountability for the individual. Not only that they don't want to let the trainer down, they don't want to let themselves down. Most importantly, they don't want to let their team down. And they don't want to miss out on they don't want to miss out on the laughs. And they don't want to fall behind. They want to make the same progress as everybody else. It's a really lovely little side effect when you build these little squads and see how they kind of grow together. But from a business perspective, like built-in retention.
And Team Twerk was your team, wasn't it, Craig?
It was, yeah, it was
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
So that's the squads, and then around that you've got the wider community, and so you'll bring everybody who are doing small groups, even your one-to-ones can be part of this, into a larger community, which you might house. At least for us, it's usually in a Facebook group because of the features and the familiarity that people have with the platform. And in that group is where you'll talk about the community-wide aspects, events that you're running, content you've made for them, announcements about new groups, initiatives, referral campaigns, challenges that you might set. Anything that affects everyone goes in that group. Okay, so that's how we think about community. Anything else from you, Craig, before we talk about more specifically the things on the 4-layer offer?
Yeah, like whether you're 1-to-1, 2-to-1, small group, hybrid, classes, whatever your thing is that's going to scale, like small group coaching's not the only way. We teach lots of them. You need a community. Community is really powerful. We've played around with loads of different places to hold a community, and we've always come back to Facebook. Facebook's got the features that you need. It's not the fancy, it's not the one with the most capability. But you know what the most important thing is about community? It's how fucking easy is it for people to get there? How likely are they to see a notification and engage with it? Everybody uses Facebook more than they use an app like School or Kajabi or anything like that. Those things are good, like the functionality of them is good, but people have to go there and they have to log in and they have to see something. Facebook's just on their phone and it pops up and they're used to it for the last 20 years. It's the best place to build a community, not because it's the fanciest, not because it's got the most cool things, but because it's the easiest for people to see what's going on. And that actually matters more than anything else. So it's not a lazy move to build it in Facebook in a private group. It's the best move when you want community.
Yeah, it's definitely not as shiny. It definitely doesn't play to your ego as much. A lot of people like the idea of having a branded app because True Coach or my PT Hub say that you can brand it with your own colors and you can stick your name on it and your logo. And that makes us feel good. But it's actually not in service of the client for what Craig just explained. Really important point, and it applies to programming and whatnot as well. Like when we put the client first and we wonder like what does the client need? They need familiarity, convenience, speed, and simplicity. And a lot of other apps don't tick those boxes.
So we've had coaches before. We say, well, who is it that you work with? Predominantly 60 plus people. And what I've been working on for the last 6 months is building my own custom app. I'm like, is a 60 plus year old going to want to learn a brand new custom built app? Do they give a shit? Not really. You're building that for you, not for them.
Your parents are still trying to figure out WhatsApp. Like, how does email work, Dave?
Yeah, exactly.
On yesterday, we touched on the 4-layer offer, and you guys put your first draft or started on your first draft of your current offer. As I mentioned at the time, we run through the same process for your small group coaching offer. And when it gets to the final layer, the top layer here, the support, this is where all the community stuff lives. And whilst you're not going to start with everything here, we break the support layer into 4 components. Check-ins, which can happen in a few different ways. We're not going to talk about that today. Community, what we've just spoken about and how we bring them together. The content that you make for clients, which typically is about how can you solve the frequently encountered problems, the frequently asked questions, by creating evergreen content that you can direct people to whenever they have the question, the query, or the challenge, as opposed to it all, again, relying on you and positioning you, yet again, as the bottleneck. Content for the community is key. And then events. Events are so important when it comes to building a community. It's literally how we pull them together and lubricate the creation of connections. Again, we want to create a business that grows without and beyond you. And the way we do that is to engage other people. We're going to talk about team in a little bit, but first and foremost, your clients, we need to get them, engage them, equip them to work for you. And the way we do that is we pull them together and we create opportunities, the environment for them to get to know each other better through squads and WhatsApp groups and the community and events. So I'm curious, how many of you already run events for your clients? Just type yes or no. No judgment, but we're here to encourage it over the next 6 to 12 months. Not yet for you guys. Molly, yes. And Anne, superb. And then just if yes, Molly, Anne, just let us know, what kind of events have you done recently? What have you organized for clients? And then very simple. We have a very simple approach to events. Like we don't have, when Craig and I first started thinking about this as trainers, we overcomplicated the fuck out of it. And as we've done a bunch of in-person events for our clients as well, we've come to know that actually what you do is much less relevant than you bringing clients together and creating space for them to meet each other and spend time together. And you can over-plan and over-engineer this. Craig, what have you seen with both our events and with clients that are doing this that they've done?
Yeah, I think it's choosing. We do enough training stuff, right? The whole point of someone working with you is that they're in a gym facility. So I think the best types of community is to find, and this is actually in the resource document. I think you wrote this bit, Dave, is to see people in a t-shirt and jeans, right?
Yeah.
It's to see the person outside of the gym because we are, part of your clients' lives is working with you and training, but they've got a whole other section of their lives. So common things are like just meeting up for coffee, going to a local coffee shop and overtaking the coffee shop, going for a walk up a big hill together and having a scone or whatever at the top, or scone, or however you want to pronounce it. Going temping bowling, whatever it might be. But it's the conversations that happen when you're not there that make the difference. Me and David recently ran an in-person event for our top tier clients in London. And there was a moment where everybody was talking about their businesses and how well they'd done and all the next thing they were going to do. And me and Dave were just stood there at the back. Nobody was talking to us. And I can't remember whether it was me or you that pointed it out, but it was like, wow, what a moment. Our clients are just working together, figuring things out, sharing their wins, sharing their lessons. And we're just watching this thing that we grew happen. That's what a really good event will do, is it will bring your clients together and they will connect with each other. And what will happen, which is the whole point of community, is that you won't be the central focus. The business is bigger than just you. You are, if we go back to day one, you are the conductor of the orchestra in that moment. And it's really fucking cool.
Great examples in the chat, by the way, guys, like plans and stuff that you've done. I'd borrow that from each other. Really, really cool. You've got the idea. That's what we want. And we're going to move on to facility.
Can I just make just want to make a quick point, just for a minute. Quickly type into the chat for me, guys, the most annoying common questions that you get asked every single week from your clients. Just give me one example. What do you always get asked and you feel like a parrot just repeating the same kind of answer? I'll give you an example. What should I eat for breakfast? Should I stretch before or after? Give me an example of some really common questions that you get asked all the time by your clients. Is this good? Yeah, good. Is this good?
That's a good one.
Brilliant. Please, can you do XYZ to the class programming? Because that's what I personally want. Cool. Any more? Okay. Keep them coming in because they're usually quite funny. These questions can normally be answered in one really well constructed video that lives in your community. Okay, we have a training inside Velocity called the Evergreen Advantage. And the first priority of it is to save you time answering the same fucking question again and again and again and again. So, Mark, you could do a video talking about good. What is a good food and what is a not good food, and what's your personal belief on the balance between good and bad and how to construct that and get it right. Okay, and you could give people a few little things that they can download or take away with them. Which one is the 15-kilo bar? Really, really easy thing to solve, right? I'm going to do a video on all of the different equipment in the gym so that you know exactly where to find everything that you need. You do it once. And if somebody asks that question to you in WhatsApp, you don't answer it. You say, oh, there's a video about that in the community. Go and check it out. And the end game of doing that again and again and again is that you stop getting stupid questions and you only have to deal with the questions that actually need your attention. Saves you time. Building the evergreen advantage at a certain stage in business. We've got hundreds and hundreds of different trainings, but our job is to help pinpoint the right one at the right time for you. Building something like that is really good if you've got a sort of growing client base and you're getting frustrated answering the same questions and feeling like a parrot. That's like the content part that we were talking about in the support section here. This 4-layer offer is the same for any delivery. Group, one-to-one, class, whatever it is. You need these 4 layers in your offer so you can start building this out. Cool. Thanks, Dave.
Facility. It is probable that where you're based now or where you first start your business is not where you'll finish it. This has been our experience with working with people through the various different stages. And in Monday's session, Polly literally explained this. She was in a park, and she had a corner shop, and then a studio, and then a bigger studio. So this is the first reframe that I want to give you about facility, is that where you are now or where you begin is not where you end. And that's probably how it has to be. The second big point, important point about facility is that most trainers that we speak to overvalue the facility as part of the offer that you're making. As in the client, you think that the client really places a ton of value on where the sessions take place, as opposed to who they're with and what promise it is that you're making. And one of the key points, or the second key point we wanted to make for your facility, very simply, is that that's not true. You're overvaluing the facility way more than you have to. And so really what we want to do from a practical perspective is figure out, where are you now? Let's get an offer that is honest, authentic, and congruent with who you are and where you are today. And let's build from that, knowing that there are going to be several stepping stones along the way. Question for you sorry, Craig, just 2 seconds. Question for you in the chat. Just is the place that you're in now, or the place you're going to be starting in, likely that is it the perfect facility for you long term? Yes or no? Tell me in the chat. Is it the perfect facility for you long term? Yeah. And that's fine. What I don't want you to do is position this as a blockage as to why you can't start now or as soon as you're ready to. We start where you're at, because there are enough barriers in our way to growth. And our job to elicit growth and make it happen is actually to knock down as many barriers as possible, or even better, just realize that they're not a barrier in the first place. And facility is very much in that category.
Yeah. 2 things from me. One is a quick story. A lady called Hannah, who we spoke about at the end of day 1, she's now doing 14K a month in small group coaching. She started with us as a teacher with about 3 clients. She got fully booked one-to-one, and she did that in a single garage to the side of her house. We then transitioned her to small group coaching, and the goal was to build enough revenue to eventually get her own facility, which is the point I'm going to come to next. When she was getting busy, she had a gazebo on her driveway, right? And that's where her next group would warm up and have a chat, while the other group was finishing in the single garage. That group would go, the group that was warming up would come in, and it was like back to back to back. It was so popular because she built all of the things that actually mattered. And it didn't take her long before that she could then go into her own studio and build everything the right way that she wants it. That studio is now growing fast. She's building it. She's about to build a team. And then she's going to go to a bigger place for sure, or open a second place. That's going to be the next move. So that's the first, that kind of emphasizes the point that it just doesn't have to be perfect. Your clients will care a lot less than you do about that. The second around like not making the move too early. The money that you're making from your service should comfortably afford the next move before you make it. Don't put yourself into a position financially where you take on a new space. If you're in a space right now and you need to grow to afford it, that's a different thing. You're there. But don't move to the next level before you've got enough evidence that the business is going to be able to comfortably afford it. Otherwise, you're just putting yourself under unnecessary pressure because the facility isn't as important as you probably think it is.
All right, team, you're doing so well. We're gonna cover one more thing, and then we're gonna open the floor for some conversation. This was our model. We've just talked about community. We've talked about facility. That's all we really need to say at this point. And now we're going to finish on team, and then we'll zoom out and have a chat about whatever you want and whatever you need. So the key thing on team, I think we've made the point. Let me check so that I don't have to assume. Do you guys agree and understand that in order to grow and realize your potential and realize all your ambitions, that you can't do it all yourself? Yes or no? In the chat, do you accept that in order to grow to your fullest potential, you cannot do it all yourself? Yeah, 100%. Because I think the day that you stop believing that you have to carry all the shopping bags, that you have to carry the weight on your chest all the time, and that it is possible to engage others in a pursuit, like growth feels a lot lighter. I can tell you that from personal experience. But Velocity now, and like the most recent chapter of mine and Craig's journey is the last 5 years since we built this version of Velocity. We've gone from zero, just me and Craig, to having 7 success coaches, including a head of success coach who's full-time working for us. We have 4 assistants who are based out in the Philippines that work on our back end. We have a guy that looks after our website, a guy that manages all of our systems. We have a copywriter, a mindset coach, and Craig, I don't want to forget anyone.
We have an editor.
Yeah.
We have a mentor of our own,
Yeah.
who is 2 or 3 steps ahead of where we are. We've never been without that. Like huge importance on someone being able to zoom out and help us understand what we need to do, even as mentors ourselves. Yeah, there's a big team. There's a big team behind us.
And that hasn't happened overnight. Like obviously honoring the next right thing. Like we're always asking, what's the problem that we need to solve, the blockage that we need to unblock, hurdle we need to jump over. And then we're thinking about people. Who are we missing? Who do we need? And then we go in search of that person or those people. And it's no different for you guys. I think I'm right in saying that all of you guys are solo at the moment. Is that right? Can you just tell me if anyone has a VA or a coach that works for them already? Just tell me in the chat. Or if you're solo right now, that's my assumption. But that's the big idea. Now, what we want to share with you is the model that we've used ourselves, and we teach our team, our clients, to use when they're bringing in team members. Most of the time, for most busy coaches, the first hire is a part-time VA. Part-time, probably 10 to 20 hours a week. And when you hire from the Philippines, South Africa, this can be very affordable and you can still pay them really well. It's the exact the next hire that you're likely to engage in is your first coach to come and coach on your behalf. The process that I'm about to show you is the same whether you're going to hire a VA or a coach. And we want to teach you the big idea, the big model, because naturally there are a lot of practical steps underneath each of these stages, but just understanding this big idea is going to take you so far. So we use driving, as in driving of a vehicle, as the analogy. And we want to take people through 4 stages. Stage 1 is the team member, the new team member, is sitting in the back seat of the car. They're just watching what's going on. So I'll take the example of a VA. Now let's do the example of a coach. So let's say that you've built up a bunch of classes or groups. Oh, you're saying goodbye to me. You built up a bunch of groups, the community's buzzing, you're super busy in a really good way, and you need some help. And so you find the right coach, you go through our hiring process, and you find a great fit, and they start watching you work. They're watching what you do. And you're giving them some prompts, and they're taking some notes, and there's follow-up after it, but they're not doing anything. They're just there, they're smiling, they've said hello, but they're just watching what's going on. After a period of being in the back seat, they become a passenger. They're in the passenger seat of the car. Now, they're up front. They're much closer to the operation of the vehicle, i.e., the delivery of it. So they're actually assisting. They're helping out with some exercises. They're maybe doing a few corrections. They're maybe even saying a few things to the class, leading a warm up or something. They're assisting, helping you out. You're still leading it. Your name is still on the timetable, and clients still very much see that you're leading and are the teacher, the trainer, the coach. They're assisting now actively. After they've spent a period of time doing that, they get in the driver's seat. They can start actually leading it. You're still there and watching what they're doing, jumping in if and when you need to, but they get a chance now. They're in control. They're at the wheel. And after a period in the driver's seat and you in the passenger, you can step out and leave it all to themselves. They're independent. They're an F1 racer competing in the Grand Prix. They're performing. And that process is the same with a VA, right? They start by watching you do your admin tasks via, whether it's literally over the shoulder or via recorded screen videos. Then they become a passenger, so they actually do bits of the task for you or with you. Then they do it, but you're literally watching them as they do it, or you're giving them immediate feedback. And then you delegate. And all of a sudden, you don't have to do that ever again. You just have to manage the system. So team, can I check in just with a little thumbs up or a yo? Does that make sense? Pretty logical? Use the driving analogy, and that is how you train and engage and integrate someone into your team.
Bit of just a bit from me on this. I was a personal trainer for 15 years, so was David. I built my business in a different way of coaching, but team was a really big thing for me. So we delivered a premium one-to-one service, and because my trickle and pour was so strong, we built a team of coaches. We had about 6 or 7 coaches by the end of it, and they were all training my clients. So that principle is the same whichever model you decide to go into. If you want to build a team around you, you can do that in any of your services, not just small group. But it does usually start with a VA, which, by the way, is virtual assistant for those that maybe didn't know what VA was. Someone that's going to offload the stuff that just doesn't need your brain. Your brain is far beyond filling in spreadsheets by this point. You just don't need to be doing that stuff. If you don't go through this process that David just told you, then you are not delegating the task, you are abdicating. And this is where the problems come in. And we see this all the time. It's normally when someone says, I hired a VA, but they're really shit. They're not getting anything done for me. So, well, what was the process of bringing that person in? Well, I told them that I needed this doing and I needed this doing, and they're just not to want them to do it. Did you teach them? Did you give them a chance to fail? Did you give them a chance to find the loopholes in or the problems in the way that you built the manual for them? We have to go through this process. And honestly, guys, it will take as long as it takes. The worst thing you can do is give something to someone that you've built and then fuck it up. So the best possible chance you've got of avoiding that is by moving them through these stages one by one, so that by the time they're in F1, you're not wondering whether they're going to get it right. You've already watched them get it right multiple times, and you are so confident that you can just hand it across to them. I love the moment when our coaches have done this and I jump on a one-to-one call with them and they say, Craig, it was so weird the other day. I was at home playing with my kids and I know that all my clients were being coached and I felt so good about it. It was really strange. So it's an amazing place to get to. You need to have a very strong trickle and pour to do this. You're likely going to have filled the majority of your capacity in your service, probably about 90% before you consider this. And as we said earlier, you need to be able to afford it. You remember going back to day one when we did the big circle, we said more money, more meaning, more fun, more opportunity. And I said with more money, you've got two options. Option number one is you can use that money to improve your own personal life or do the things that you want to do, go on holidays, upgrade the house, whatever it might be. But number two is you can buy back time. That's what you can do with money. And that's what this is all about. It's about you being able to buy back time to either do more stuff for yourself or to reinvest that time to grow the business further. Because if you just get fully booked and then you stay there, you can't do what David was talking about at the start of this session. You can't work on the business. It's gone. So I can guarantee you your business won't grow because you're not doing it. You're not putting any time into it for it to grow. So we've got to protect that time and you can buy back time when you need to.
Question for you. If you had a VA now, like if I click my fingers and you had one ready to take some of the load from you, what would the first thing you would delegate be? What's something you're doing now that you're like, this is, I shouldn't be doing this. This is so basic and robotic. I just need this delegated or done by a person or an AI or something. What would you get rid of first? We've got a list of things, by the way, that we kind of tell our coaches to delegate as soon as they can do it. But I'm just curious, like what for you right now is taking up lots of your time in your headspace that shouldn't be? Yeah, Melanie, I think with inquiries, one thing that is really good when you can is have a VA respond quickly to the inquiry because speed of response is so important with converting leads into prospects. But, and Craig will attest to this, we can't remove you from nurture or prospecting. So we have to be really careful with that one.
Yeah, that would be one of the when you've tested time and time and time and time again, you can bring in a skilled person to help you with that. But that's definitely a later thing. I think initially it's going to be more of the things on the back end that isn't in the communication side of things with clients, unless it's administrative stuff like rearranging sessions. That's a brilliant one to give a VA.
And Anne and Mark you guys have found a really good one. There's so much within socials that can be delegated, but just like what I said with Melanie, we have to be a little bit careful. The wrong way to do it is you outsource your voice and you have someone else decide how you show up in the public domain.
Yeah.
But the risk with that, because the risk of that one is that we lose your authenticity. Like by definition, there's less of you going out, which is completely the opposite to our direction for you. We need you showing up in the social or the public domain as authentically as possible. That said, there are elements of social that need to be delegated ASAP. Like once you've come up with your content, publishing it and proliferating it in all the local Facebook groups on your profile and initially responding to comments, like that does not have to be you, and that can save you probably with our systems like 2-3 hours a week straight away quite easily. So another one we have to be a little bit careful with, but you guys have absolutely got the right idea.
So again, social media is like the front of house stuff, right? So I have an editor and I have a scheduler. I don't schedule my posts. I don't edit my posts, and a lot of our clients have the same thing as well, especially when you're posting into lots of different communities. That's quite time heavy. But the ideation, the idea, that has to come from you. Don't go to somebody that will tell you what to post, because it's not your social media now, it's theirs. You're gonna build an audience based on your beliefs, and that's what we need to get good at, is turning those beliefs into a piece of content. That requires a training or a system. We have something called the weekly client machine and the content flywheel, which will help you do that. But that part does have to be you. It needs to be your face on camera, because people buy into the trainer, not the idea of personal training. So we need to own that. I hate social media as well, by the way. Whoever wrote it, Mark, I despise it personally, but for growing a business. So it sits in the business box, and I accept that as part of the job. I don't particularly like brushing my teeth, but I do it, right? And it's the same with social media, because I can see the benefit.
Okay, team. We've wrapped up the model, and what we've done in this call today is we've covered some of the big ideas, and I'm going to take us back to the document shortly to round us off. But this is the model. We've talked about deciding if and what the right model is for you, and when you're ready to move to it, how we switch to it, and then how and what we grow. The final thing that we've got in the bottom of this workbook and is in the document I'm about to show you is a checklist for you to use to guide you in, as you go about this project. So in the chat, I'm going to put the link again to the walkthrough document. This is the same one that's on the recordings page, the same one that we shared in the last couple of sessions. At the bottom of this document, you've got the checklist. So it's the same thing that's in the workbook. And as you can see, it's organized by the 9 sections, the 3x3 model that we've been working through. We're really heavy and convicted about linearity, like having a step-by-step process for every one of the trainers that we work with. We like dominoes. We don't like lining things up. We don't like green bottles on a wall. We like dominoes, right? One thing at a time in an order of priority. And it's exactly what we've done here with the checklist. You need to work through each stage as we've taught it in this event. All right, we get the vision right. We consider, like, am I ready? The design of it, the pricing, and we go through it step by step because it's logical to do so in the way that we've presented it. So whilst in each section you'll have the meat of like what you need to understand and do, the checklist is what pulls it all together in an order. Team, in the chat, if that makes sense, just type yes. You with me on that? And so as we think about closing up this event in the next half an hour or so, again, if you're going to book in and chat with us and work with us on it, amazing. If you're not, totally cool. But either way, you need to use this document as your Bible. Craig, anything on that?
Yeah, just a reminder, if you go to tools and resources for me, mate.
Oh yeah, I was going to do that next, but you go.
Yeah, so just a reminder that these tools and resources link to inside our program. So maybe open one up, Dave, and just show them what will happen if you go to one of these.
I'm logged in. So
okay, cool.
Try that again.
That won't happen. This will happen. Okay, you'll get sent to our homepage, and you won't be able to see that particular training. Okay, all of these trainings live inside our program, but these are all of the additional trainings that will help people build this stuff, like the Connect call, hiring teams. All of those different things are within here. So don't worry about those links if you're not inside the program, because they won't work. Okay. Again, just a reminder that if you do want to have a conversation about joining us, we don't just work with people that want to grow small group coaching businesses. We've got people that are not yet qualified, that are learning how to build the business and get it right the right way, people on their way to building their one-to-one business, people that are now sort of making that transition towards a scaling option, whether it's small group, whether it's hybrid coaching, whether it's hiring other trainers, whether it's building classes, memberships, whatever it might be. Our mission is really simple. We work with in-person coaches to help them build the right foundations, grow their current service to fully booked, and then show them how to go beyond fully booked so they can make more money, help more people, and do it in the same or less time. So if you're watching this back, there is a link on the page that you got this video on, and you can click to book a call. If you're here with us live and you do want to do that and you haven't yet booked a call, just type me into the chat and I'll send you the link and we can jump on a call and see if this is the right fit for you or not. Cool.
We've got about half an hour to spare. What questions do you have? How can we help you before we say goodbye? So long, farewell.
We're happy to zoom out from some of the stuff that we've been talking about here. So ideally, if it's linked to this, then obviously great. But if it's not, and you just have a question about your business, we've got some time, we can answer it. Two ways you can ask it. You can just type it in the chat, or you can just put the letter Q, and we will get you to unmute, and we'll have a conversation. Cool, and I'll drop the link in here for you now, so that you can get that booked in.
Melanie, facility. I think so. What we said earlier was the first one you start in isn't going to be the one you finish with. So in that sense, I think there's a lot of scope for where you begin. That said, I think where we start is okay. I start with the premise of like I want you to get started as soon as possible. I have a massive bias for speed and action taking because I know through my experience that all the learning happens on your part when you do stuff. And most trainers that we encounter, not after we've had a chance to work with them for a bit, pontificate and stall through analysis paralysis. They're trying to, through perfectionism, find the right conditions to minimize the chance of failure and rejection and looking stupid. So that's our frame coming into it. We want to try and find, is there a way that we can get started quickly? I'm trying to think of red flags, Craig, of like, what facility would we not do? Or would we say, no, that's not possible? I think some gyms are very stringent in their rules. So if you're based in a gym, we would absolutely see if it's possible to get started, but we have seen some that are pretty tough. But having said that, there are lots of gyms that you can find a way to get started doing small groups. Craig, is there anything you would add to like major red flags of why we wouldn't get started?
Just give me a thumbs up. We're talking about starting small group, right? Rather than anything else. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think obviously you've got the physical stuff, right? The ceiling height. If the ceiling's not high enough and people are banging their head or smashing barbells against the ceiling, then that doesn't work. So the physical part needs to be right. Ceiling height, you need to look at flooring. You need to make sure that you can, if it's your own private space, you need to make sure that it's got, I think it's called D2 usage, but you need to make sure that the usage of the building is acceptable for a health and fitness space, or you need to apply for transfer of use, which I've had to do with a few clients. So they're like some of the more practical things. In an ideal world, it will have traffic, i.e., it will have people walking past it. But we've got loads of people that haven't done that. In an ideal world, parking, right? If we're going to have 6 people coming in at any one time, plus you're going to need some car parking spaces, or you're going to need like roadside where they can park up to. In terms of aesthetic and things like that, that's the thing that doesn't matter. Like I shit you not, Hannah, who I was talking about earlier with the gazebo and the garage, she was making like, I think it was like 9 to 10K a month from a single garage. She was doing groups of 4 in a single garage. And we were looking at how to lay it out right. It was a tight fit. It wasn't perfect because it wasn't a forever thing. So my guess is that most people will just spend far too much time worrying about facility. It was cold.
I found a picture of it, Craig.
Oh, cool. Nice. There we go.
I'm not sure I can zoom in, but can you see that in the middle of the... there we go. That's a gazebo in the top left. And by the way, the one on the right is the studio she moved to next, I think, Craig, is that right?
She's in that now. I've been to visit that. I've actually done
Ah,
some filming in there. She did that very low cost.
so but the point is they're not the same place, just in case you're misunderstanding. The one on the right is where she is now. The one on the left is where she started. Look at that tiny garage. And then the gazebo that she put up. Just to show the point.
Yeah. So there isn't much that you can't make work. I think it's the practical side of it in terms of ceiling height. We have had times before where people have started small group in just groups of three because it just isn't big enough. But that isn't an end game. It's 4 to 6 really. But you could start there to create enough revenue to move to a bigger space. But yeah, you've got like the logistical stuff around insurance and usage of a building. You've got the practical stuff like car parking space, ceiling height. Can you make sure that the floor is like you can have a nice thick rubber mat floor so it's gonna be safe for people to train on, accessibility, those kind of things. If you're gonna do it and offer sort of support for just to disability, like can people get wheelchair chairs in there, that kind of stuff. But other than that, like people talk all the time about heating and air conditioning. You don't need that to get started. You just tell your clients it's going to be really fucking cold in the winter, but even more reason for us to get moving. And in the summer, you're going to open up the doors and say it's going to be a sweaty one, guys. People don't care because they love Melanie and they love what your business is all about and what it stands for. If you wait, I mean, if we waited for the perfect conditions to launch Velocity, we wouldn't be where we were today. If I waited for the perfect conditions to take the next move in my PT business, I'd have never scaled it and created the life that I did. So minimum the key, I guess the best way to end this answer is minimal viable product. Write down the list of the things that it must have, and then write a second list of the things that would be nice to have. And as long as you can tick your must-haves, you can get this thing moving.
And for your question, our definitely the way we see it is that up to 6 is small group personal training, small group coaching. Anything above that is a class. So what you're teaching is, as we would define it, as a class. And the distinction is important because we need to be clear on what we're selling and what we're not. Because when there's more than 6, our experience tells us that you cannot provide a significant amount of one-to-one support for everyone evenly all the time. It's too hard. Unless there's 2 of you in the room, which obviously shouldn't happen. So it's not that that's wrong. That's still great. Like we've got quite a lot of clients doing a really great job of classes, but we just position it as a different tier. So I think I know with Reformer, I'm very familiar with Reformer. I'm qualified, and I actually built and scaled a Reformer business with a group of people in my previous life. So I think the conversation between us would need to be like, cool, what's the bigger vision for you? We're going to keep classes. You could very easily launch on top of that a much more intimate product of maybe 3 to 4. So you could have then 2 tiers where you've got the classes up to 10, or maybe more if you have room to scale. The groups that we went to with Reformer was up to 13. That was the top level. One instructor, but it was sold as a class. And then you can have a more intimate product, which could be one-to-one and or small group, which I would probably pitch it around 3 or 4 for Reformer. Because it's quite, with Reformer, it's quite detailed and very technique focused, right? So you'd want a lot of attention on the person, not a bit different to a usual fitness kind of class. So I think for you, a slightly different approach. Are you booked in to chat with us, Anne, or not? You are. So have that chat with Craig when you sit down. I think that's where I would lean for you.
Yeah, that was literally your domain, wasn't it, mate? You were with a company. Can you share the company name or not? Are you not?
Yeah, no, the company name is called Chili Pilates. They're based in around London and Hertfordshire. They've expanded to Bucks and Beds, and North London, and they're now at 14 studios. And I was on the management team from the very beginning, and I scaled with them to about 6, and that's when I left to do this. And they've gone on to open another 8 with around 50 instructors and thousands of members. So they've done amazing. So a lot of what I learned with them, I've kind of brought across to Velocity.
Yeah. And I see it as and I definitely see multiple layers to this offer, especially with something like Reformer. And one of the things that we do with our coaches is we have a training called the Client Journey Builder. And it's about mapping out high level the journey that a typical client will go through. And if we think of it with hero programming, somebody comes into Reformer Pilates really struggling, let's say, with back pain that they haven't been able to resolve elsewhere. The level of want for them to remove that pain is going to be high. And so the level of their attitude towards solving that problem and paying more for it will be quite high. So they'll likely come in and do maybe 10 weeks of one-to-one work with an instructor or a coach. But after that point, it makes logical sense that they don't need as much hand-holding by that stage. So they can move into a small group of 3 and 4, which is we're still going to stay really close to you. But actually, I want to, we can reduce the cost and we can start to integrate you a little bit more into the community and look at a few more things. And they do that for 6 months. And then you go to them and you say, listen, you don't need to be here anymore. You've got this nailed down. But we all know that if you stop doing this, the chances of these problems coming back increase. And we don't want to do that. We only want to move forward. So the suggestion now is that you move into one of our classes and you create a journey that these people go through for them, which what it does is it reduces their cost over time, but it increases your capacity for new people to come in. And the most important thing for that kind of model is it extends client lifetime. So the total amount of money that you will take from that individual will go so much higher, but they'll end up in a place which doesn't cramp your capacity for the higher earning things. So I think in that particular model, Anne, I think you've got a lot of leverage there and a lot of opportunity to create a journey that your typical client would go through. And then it's just down to your trickle and pour and feeding people into that model. I think that could work really, really well.
Mark, your question is about lead gen. I'm so happy you're asking this question because it's showing us that you're getting your eyes on the right prize. You will. Craig will map out a plan with you for tomorrow in tomorrow's call. My contribution to this for you and everyone is our approach is that we need to understand where you're like. We'll do what you do with the client. We'll understand where you're at, your current setup, circumstances, strengths and weaknesses, likes and dislikes, and by seeking first to understand where you're at, can we then present something that would work best for you? There are some questions that we ask, which is like, are you based in a commercial facility with lots of people around you, footfall? And we'll also ask, like, have you been there a while? A lot of people have been in the gym for a long time. A lot of people know them, but they just haven't tapped into that audience yet. So it would be daft to even to jump straight to social media because there's like an audience waiting to be spoken to. That would be an example. Whereas if you're in a private studio and you don't have that, then we probably need to lean into social media. But then there's going to be another decision tree underneath that, which is like, okay, if I am in a gym, what do I do? There are several options that we have available to us. And then with online, similarly, if you're social, we'll ask questions like, okay, what's your aptitude for content creation? What's your skill? What's your strength? Do you have a team? How do you best communicate? And then we need to consider what you would want to say. And we need to lean into you, the person, and figure out what opportunities do we have to talk about that would actually attract the right kind of people. So we have a process that we go through, again, a bunch of trainings and stuff, but it's really about the bespoke plan that we would create by sitting down with you and understanding where you're at and matching that together with a plan.
So what David was just talking about, you've got 2 ways that you can build your trickle and pour. You've got offline and you've got online. That's it, right? That's our options. So if you're, as David said, if you're in a commercial gym or you're attached to a group or people that you can get to quickly and put things in front of and have conversations with, that's offline opportunity. If you're working in a private facility, then you're going to be working much more towards online. And our first job is to decide on this spectrum, where are you going to be? We've got coaches that are doing 5-figure months that do absolutely nothing on social media, but they've got the opportunity to do that because of where they work and who they like, the groups that they're invested in. We've got tons of coaches that are 100% online with their marketing. Perfect. All right, Mark, cool. So I'd suggest that we probably start either bang in the middle or we lean slightly towards here for your situation. Okay? We've had coaches come to us that work in their back garden and they've done nothing before with social media. We start 100% online. The point is, the first thing that we need to do is allocate time to doing it. So if someone's in a private facility and they're going to spend 10 hours a week promoting their business, they're going to put 10 hours a week into the online. If someone's in a commercial facility and they decide, I don't want to do any social media whatsoever, which we would challenge, but if that's what they want to do, we would do 10 hours a week offline. If we're going to go with both opportunities, which is what I would suggest generically, then you're going to do 5 hours on each. Now, because we only work with in-person coaches, and this is why we decided to do this, because building an online business, especially with AI and the competition nowadays, is a totally different game. Every strategy we give you, Mark, will have an offline and an online component. So we can do both every single time. If we're going to run with a particular campaign or promotion, we'll give you what's called the offline stack. This is what you need to do in the gym. And we'll give you the online stack. This is what you need to do on local social media. None of those strategies will be, I want you to take your top off, cover yourself in baby oil, and post this on Instagram every single day. That's not our thing, right? It's about local community. As I probably said the other day, there is actually a huge negative effect to you trying to go viral.
Oh, Mark's off now. He was looking for baby oil mentor.
I've lost him. Damn it.
Lost it, mate.
All right, we'll bring back the baby oil. No. The point is that we just don't want virality. If the algorithm pushes you out to lots and lots of different people around the world, that's a bad thing. When I was a coach, I was postcode famous. I worked in Bristol. Everybody in Bristol that had any sort of inkling towards health and fitness knew my company, which was called the PT Academy, and they knew what we were about and the problems that we solved. But if I went half an hour down the road to Bath, oh, do you? Oh, cool. If I went down the road to Bath, nobody knew who I was, and that's exactly how I wanted it. All of my marketing was penetrated towards the people that could physically get to me. People would find me from outside of that area, but they just weren't a fit. So it's a very quick conversation. We've worked with loads of coaches in Bristol, Mark, because a lot of them came to us initially when I decided to start mentoring. So I look forward to having a chat with you about where you're based, and I know a lot about Bristol, so I can definitely help you out. Cool. Does that answer your question, mate? Just give us a thumbs up if that's good. Yeah. Okay, cool. The other thing I'll add on marketing is that if you don't have a big audience, we need to borrow audiences. We need to do two things. We need to start building a bit of an online audience, but that takes time. So in the meantime, we need to leverage existing audiences, and we'll show you how to do that and what that looks like and why that's different. Making content as an in-person coach is totally different to the most of the content that you see on Instagram, because most of them are online coaches. Your strategy needs to be different, and that's the strategy that we teach. But for you, Mark, if you've got opportunities in a commercial gym, it's a huge, huge opportunity. For anybody that works in a commercial gym, let's think about this for a second. What is the outcome that we want when we post content? Let me know in the chat. What's the first thing that we want to happen if we post something? Someone be brave. A hand raise, possibly, yeah, that would be the creme de la creme, for sure. I'll keep it simple. We want to start a chat. That's it. We want someone to read something, hear something, see something, and either click on a button, comment a word, send you a DM. Any of those three things is going to initiate a conversation, right? That's hard. You've got to really think about your posting and your strategy, and we've got to post consistently, right, to get enough of that. Apart from when we run promotions, that can get it much faster, which is why we start with that. But on the gym floor, if you know what to do and you know what to say, you can literally walk up to someone. You know that they live in your area because they're physically there. You know that they have some kind of vested interest in health and fitness because they're a member of the gym. And you know that they're working towards something. You've ticked so many more boxes, and you can just walk up and start a conversation. And this is not me just saying, Mark, just walk the floor more. That's shit advice. We need strategy, right? We need invitations of help. We need ways in which we can turn that conversation into something meaningful. We can show you that. But it's a hell of a lot faster, easier, quicker to focus on the physical people in front of you than building the social media stuff. But both are options. So let's just do both. If we want to end up in 12 months' time in a totally different position, let's be willing to do the work to make that happen in both of those places. Cool. Yeah, any other questions, guys? Just type the letter Q if you want to unmute and riff. Otherwise, type your question. Was anybody curious to hear what David actually sounded like? And now you know. After day one, where he was almost a mute, we were having conversations about, like, what are we going to do if you literally can't talk?
The thing is, I prepare the workbooks and the documents for this stuff in collaboration with Craig, but but like I had to I had to message him on Monday, like Sunday night, and say, mate, we need a plan B because I have no voice, I can't speak. So like, okay, you need to kind of give me the brief because I was going to do the lion's share of the delivery, but we got there in the end, team.
Love that, Mark. You definitely don't need to create something completely from scratch. Like you've got 10 years experience, right? But it's that word leverage. You've got 10 years that we can leverage. And the strong likelihood is, this is after working with a lot of coaches, the strong likelihood is that technically you're a really good coach. 10 years in the game, very likely. Business wise, probably just not there. You're not at the level where we can utilize all of this lush experience that you've got. I use the word lush now. I know you're from Bristol. So
I'll stop it, you two. Get a room.
So yeah, that's probably the gap that we need to fill. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's going to be loads about what you're doing, which is awesome, but we need to push the business knowledge and acumen up to a point where you can actually get what you want from it. That's the very likely scenario. Okay. But yeah, cool. Like we've had coaches come to us that have been coaches for 20, 25 years. A great story is a lady called Julie, who I think had been a coach for like 23, 24 years. She was working, I think I'm right in saying this, Dave. You can correct me if any of these facts are wrong. She was working 7 days a week. She was working from 10 different locations.
11.
Thank you. She was in her early 60s, 24 years, and she was making just under £3,000 a month. And she needed some help. She now makes over £8,000 a month, and she works 3 days a week. Totally different business. Did we teach her anything about how to squat, how to move the body? No, we just put the business model around her incredibly experienced brain. Did she do it in a month? No, she didn't. But she made some big, big moves in the first 6. There she is.
And what I'll say about Julie is that what's been really clear was that she just wanted to work less, earn a bit more money so that she could spend time with her daughters and the fucking zoo that she's got at home. She's got more dogs and animals than you see in that picture. But Julie's great. Like like I love having been part of her journey because she defies a lot of people. She defies those of you that are older, the older population PTs. She defies people who are tech dinosaurs because she's done it anyway, and she's done it on her terms, which I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark spent some time with Julie already. What I'll add, just a personal share, I would say Craig and I, to Mark's point about and what Craig was just saying, I think we've been through 2 major moments personally where we've been PTs for, we both said, way too long before we challenged ourselves, probably about 12 years, where we were solely exclusively PTs. Craig had built this team in Bristol, doing very well. I had built a really great personal training business, and I was on this management team scaling this other company with this other company. But we were like, I feel like we're leaving stuff on the like potential on the table. We're not doing anything that truly really tests us and stretches our knowledge. And it was Craig's dad that, when we first met at university, said that you two are going to do something together. You're going to be in business. And the oracle that he is predicted it, and it came true. And it was that, like, that first moment of like, okay, we've got to do something. And what took us, probably, it was a 2-year transition, going from being solely exclusively just one-to-one PT. I became hybrid. Craig started delegating and building his team more strongly. We started Velocity as a very different looking thing to what it was today, and it's been through many iterations. But I think this realization that what's got me here won't get me there, the next place. And you have to go through a transitionary moment of like getting yourself out of your comfort zone, doing something a bit scary, embracing change and uncertainty, which we've had a fair share of in the last 5 years or so, to get yourself into a place where you can actually start realizing and paying down and extracting that potential. And I'll tell every single one of you, again, whether it's with or without us, you won't do anything harder. It will be fucking hard. Telling you this straight up. It's difficult, it's uncertain, there's lots of stress and overwhelm facing you. But I wouldn't change it for the world. I would not go back. I would not choose an employed job. I'm unemployable now because I've seen what's possible, and Craig and I genuinely feel like we're only getting started. So that's my personal share to that kind of that dynamic, which I'm curious to know if any of you resonate with. Let us know in the chat. But we just want the best for you guys.
Team, if there's no more questions, I'd like to finish with one exercise that kind of wraps all of this up. Okay? I'd like you to just do this with me. I'm going to go through it at a fairly rapid pace because it usually takes a bit longer, but I think this is a great way for us to finish up what we've done for the last 3 days. This wasn't planned, but on the back of that conversation, it's a good one. It's called the 4 futures, and me and David use this to make decisions. Feel free to scribble this out if you want to do it with me. This is also a good tool to use with your clients in a slightly different way. I want you to think about where you are right now in your business. Okay? And I want you to also think about the last 12 months of your life. Just take 10 seconds, high level, just to think about where you're at in your business right now, how it makes you feel, how happy you are, how fulfilled you are, and how productive have you been towards your goals over the last 12 months. Okay. High level, we've got a picture, right? Either you feel awesome about the progress you've made and you love where you are right now. You feel terrible and like you haven't done that much and you don't like where you are right now, or you're going to be something in between. I now want to look ahead 12 months' time because you can't control what's gone, but you can absolutely affect the next 12 months. And I want you to think about 4 different potential futures because it's going to be one of these 4. You are either going to hit an excellent outcome in 12 months' time. And I want you to think about what excellent means to you. How much money do you need to be making per month in a year to describe it as an excellent outcome? How many people do you need to be changing the lives of to give you that meaning and that fulfillment? And how much time do you want out of the business to just be you? So I'm going to give you an example. I would love you to do this with me and just scribble it down if you know what these are for you. Let's say I want to be at 10K a month. I want to be helping 100 people and I want to have 3 days to myself. That would be my excellent outcome. If I couldn't fail, that's what I think I can do in a year. I then want you to describe a good outcome. A good outcome is still progress. Let's say that the money's at 7K per month. I'm helping 70 people. And I've got 2 days that are totally mine. That's a good outcome. I want you to think about a poor outcome. personally, this doesn't have to be you, but personally for me, poor is the same. We're all here to grow and improve and do bigger and better things. Otherwise, what's the point? So a poor outcome for me would be the same. Think about it again through the lens of money, people, and time. Let's say 4,000, 30 people, and I've got one day that's my own. The final potential for you in 12 months' time is an awful outcome. Money, people, time. Any guesses what that is for 90% of people that qualify? What's the awful outcome that 90% of personal trainers that qualify hit? They fail. They leave. They leave the industry. 90% of personal trainers. Not because they're not good coaches. Yeah, they get a job in Aldi. No offense to anyone that works in Aldi. 90% of personal trainers leave in 2 years. The average earnings of a personal trainer is about £2,000 a month. That's the average. That includes the really high earners, right? What would be an awful outcome for you? Is it that you leave, you give up, you jack it in, and you do something else? Let me put an example. I'm going to say 2K, 15 people, and I don't have any free time. I've done this pretty quick, but hopefully you guys have got a rough idea of what those 4 things would look like for you. Here's the big question, the question that me and David ask ourselves about different parts of our business. I want you to think about all of the actions that you've taken over the last 12 months and ask yourself, if I copy and pasted that, if I did nothing differently, because change is difficult, right? Investing in myself, time and energy is difficult. So I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. If you keep doing what you're doing, what outcome are you going to get? Are you going to hit excellent? Are you going to hit good? Are you going to hit poor? Are you going to hit awful? I'd love you guys to answer this in the chat. If you're watching this back on record, I'd love you guys to think about what that might be. So Mark said it would be poor. What would it be for you guys? Awful. Share it with me, team. Let me know. If you just do exactly the same as you've been doing for the last 12 months, where would you be? If it's excellent, type excellent. Back yourself. Poor. Poor to good. So I would suggest maybe the same, but maybe a little bit of growth. Cool. The reason this exercise is really, really good is it brings like reality to the forefront of your mind. So many human beings just keep repeating the same behaviors and hoping for something to change, and it won't. Again, whether you work with us or whether you don't, you're the one that's going to make the change. We create the environment for the change, but the coach is always the one that does it. Change is really uncomfortable. Working hard is hard by default, right? But I've never met a human being yet that desires a poor or an awful outcome. So the question lies, what are we going to change? What are we going to do to change it? Me and David ask ourselves this about particular parts of the business. If we don't change, let me give you an example. If we don't change the content strategy that we're currently running, where's that going to take that particular part of the business? If we say we just need to keep going and we're going to hit excellent, we do nothing about it because it's not broken. And if you think that you're heading towards excellent, you don't need to join our program. You don't need any extra help. You don't need anything different. You just keep doing what you're doing and you will hit it. You will hit it. You've got enough evidence. If you think that you're heading towards the good line, that might be good enough for you. That's progress. And you might say, do you know what? I'm all right with this. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing and I'll take good. You might say, I don't want good. I want to test myself. I want excellent, in which case something has to change. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure there's nobody in this room or anybody watching this back that is excited about a poor or an awful 12 months' time. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? Like, what is the action that you are going to take? And if we come back to the fully booked and beyond plan, the beginnings of figuring that out lie in this plan. Because you've been able to figure out what are the 1, 2, or 3 areas that are actually stopping me from going from poor to good, or awful to good, or good to excellent. But as I said towards the start of this workshop, the information is great. The implementation is the big one. So I wanted to leave that exercise with you guys. It's called the 4 futures. You can also use it with your clients who are drifting and maybe not getting the progress that they would want to get. It's a really powerful exercise because we all know it, but it's very, very easy to brush under the carpet because it's a hard truth for a lot of people. Team, was that a useful little thing to go through? Maybe a bit deep to finish up with, but I thought we'd do it anyway. Cool. All right. All that's left to say, guys, is thank you so much for giving us your time. We've been talking about time a lot. We respect our own time. We respect your time, and we're very grateful for you being here. All the recordings will be sent so you can watch it back, the resource documents, all of that stuff. For those that have booked a call, whether you're watching it back or you're here live, really looking forward to chatting about how we can help. For those of you that have already joined, let's get stuck in. Anything else that you need for those that are here live right now, if you want to ask me any questions and we're not yet talking, that's my Instagram. If you do want to message me anything, more than happy to have a chat. But yeah, that from me, that's it. From the former Mr. Deitch, anything you want to say?
No, appreciate all you guys. Hopefully this won't be the last time we see you.
Wicked. All right, guys, have a wicked rest of your day. We'll catch you very soon. Take care. Thank you so much.
Hey guys.
Bye-bye.